Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, holy, faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, and there it is right there. One name. So there it is right there. You know what's happened. You don't need me to remind you what has happened. It has happened, and there was the anticipation that if you don't know what's happened, let's take it back all the way to whatever 2000 and whatever. Let's pick it up from here. Let's pick it up from here. Let's pick it up from America.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
And there it is right there. That was the George Bush space with Saddam Hussein and everything. I'm not sure about the propriety of that, but you all know what has happened, of course. The head has been chopped off the Obi campaign. That's the only way to describe it. It's a very serious matter, by the way, so let's not joke around. The head has been chopped off the Obi campaign. So you all know the story, but here we'll tackle it. But the head has been chopped off the Obi campaign. Breaking, Nigerian court sentences Peter Obi's campaign team Director General Okupe to 2 years in prison. So 2 years in prison. So a lot wrapped into this event, and we shall unbundle it in the course of this session. But an awful lot wrapped into this event. Nigerian court sentences Peter Obi's campaign team Director General Okupe to 2 years in prison. Only a one-sentence headline, but really the weight of his punch, the weight of the punch of that headline. So that's the headline, of course, that dominates affairs. Let's go to I think we'll stay with it for let's see, what other headlines do we have? Yes, let's go with this. Breaking, tears pleading as court jails Peter Obi's ally to 52 years in prison. So I'm not quite sure if it's 52 years. I think it was 50 years, but I think it was 2 years. This one reads 2 years. The other one reads 52 years, but however long, even if it doesn't end up serving a day in prison, and I hope it does not, because of course I don't wish that on anybody. So even if it doesn't serve a day in prison, the damage is there. So the damage is permanent, and we shall unbundle that, of course. We shall unbundle that in the course of this session. Certainly we will. We shall unbundle that. So I'm just talking really to see what next headline. Okay, let me sequence it to this. Obi blows hot, says DG's conviction won't impede presidential ambition. So, of course, that's the standard expectation of a response that you would expect from Peter Obi, of course. So that's the standard expectation. But it is not his determination what the consequences of this event will be. It is not within Peter Obi's influence what the consequences of this event will be. So it is not within his sphere of influence. So there is that. Hopefully, enough conversations will be had around that. But treachery all the way through. It's the night of 1,000 knives tonight. The night of 1,000 knives. A PDP crisis. WIKE betrayed, mocked as his strongest allies hang out with ATIKU, Okowa, others. So there's a picture to go with this, and treachery is the stock in trade of the politician. In fact, let me share the screen with you immediately because I cannot wait. Let me share the screen with you immediately. Treachery is the stock in trade of the politician. Treachery is the stock in trade of the politician. We shall destroy him, we shall finish him, we shall do this, that, and the other. They don't look like doing all of that in this picture. So there it is right there. There's no equivocation. A picture tells 1,000 tales. So that is the pot belly, of course, that is Atiku Abubakar. I'm not quite sure who this is, but we know Okowa, of course. Seyi Makinde are unmistakable, and that is Tambuwal right there. And then, of course, I'm suspecting that the rest of them are functionaries, governors of the satellite southeastern states. So this is the language and the face of treachery right here. Betrayed. That's just the only thing that this picture tells us is a tale of betrayal. Look at that. Look at that and understand what politics is. So there it is right there. It's right on your screen. PDP crisis. WIKE betrayed, mocked as his strongest allies, hang out with Atiku, Okowa, others. So when they say hang out, they were not fulfilling all righteousness. They were not under any party obligation. They were not there under duress. They were not there against their will. They were there with big smiles and jokes. So you can see it right there on your screen. So there it is right there. Treachery, the stock in trade of the politician. Qatar 2022. Atiku is the GOAT, should be likened to MESSI. OMOKRI, talking nonsense as that is his own stock in trade. APC presidential candidate Tinubu addresses workers in Abuja as Nigerian Labour Congress leadership secretly withdraws support from Peter Obi. So there it is right there. Treachery is the stock in trade of politics. And there it is right there. So don't worry about, it's not been confirmed. They've not made don't worry about all that. If you are waiting for an official statement, you wait till kingdom come. But if you are waiting to say politics at its most sharpest and most brutal, this is what you're saying now. APC presidential candidate Tinubu addresses workers in Abuja as Nigerian Labour Congress leadership secretly withdraws support for Peter Obi. So there it is right there. It never rains, but it pours. It never rains, but it pours. It never rains, but it pours. So this one, just toning down somewhat to matters of a lighter nature. So a toning down somewhat to matters of a lighter nature. A list of prominent politicians who are leaving office in 2023. So the people will be saying goodbye to, of course, I suspect Ahmed Lawan will be on that list, of course. But who makes that list and how much of a regret is their departure? So we pause for a moment to reflect on that. So the people leaving office are not parking their irrelevance in another space, just going on to be private citizens. So we go through that list and see who we're saying goodbye to with regret. Tinubu in trouble as powerful PDP chieftain reveals Jagaban's deep dark secret, why he's snubbing debates. So it's only the headline that brings me to this, and I suspect we might not glean anything meaningful, but we'll go through it anyway to see where it takes us. Because, of course, everybody gets a flogging on the platform, irrespective of what you think. Everybody gets a flogging. The flogging is due. Tinubu in trouble as powerful PDP chieftain reveals Jagaban's deep, dark secret, why he's snubbing debates. So we find out what the latest installment is in that never-ending Tinubu saga. ATIKU reveals his plan for Peter Obi if PDP wins 2023 presidential election. So he will make him a minister or something or the other, or the secretary to the government. He'll just dangle some random carrot. We know how ATIKU likes to play the Southeasterner. So there it is right there. A very rich and a very diverse menu. Everything packed in there. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, surrender yourself to the space or however it lasts. If you want to come join us on the screen, you know the routine. Just click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you straight into a studio space. Soon as there'll be plentiful video clips played. So soon as the session gets to the conversational space, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in that conversation. So if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink to the StreamYard is immediately to hand. So there it is right there. Click on that if you want to come join us on the screen. Of course, as ever, we invite you, if you want to tip or donate towards the platform, use this hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee and be as liberal as you like. So open the contents of your wallet into that link if you're feeling that way inclined. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us in the studio. Click on buy your host cups of coffee to donate towards the platform. Click on like and subscribe as a matter of our routine. This is something you should be routinely doing. So as you are setting about doing those, let me provide a little bit more musical intermission to gather my thoughts, and then we go straight into it. But first, to the care guys.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o night o.
Ẹ kú ní sáyé o, ẹ jẹ́ padà sílé, kájọ jọ.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé Ṣódìyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. And by the way, you see these two boxes behind me. I'll be introducing them in the course of the session. These two boxes you see behind me, I'll be introducing them in the course of I'm not quite sure why I'm sweating. We're in the middle of winter. Maybe it's the excitement of what's to come. So there it is. So there it is. So guys, what's just happened today is a seismic event in the course of the Nigerian politics. Because the Peter Obi political space, they've rooted their politics in languages of probity, honesty, new broom, anti-corruption, a deviation from the past, all of these things of our piety and righteousness. So a pious and a righteous narrative is how they have been selling their campaign. A pious and a righteous narrative. This is what they have presented. So now what's now happens to Doyin Okupe? It ends all that. It ends all that. Not dancing on anybody's graves, not celebrating anybody's misfortune, but really everybody has always said, now at least people of reasoning have always said that there is no deviation from the norm in what is going on in that space, because these are traditional politicians who have just moved their ambitions to another space. And they are part of the rot and that is endemic within the system. They are part of the rotting core of the Nigerian political space. So how can you be part of the rotting core and then be the voice of change as well? The two do not cohere, and the lack of cohesion is what is expressed today. So sit back, let's go through it. Sit back and let's go through it. So it's just so wild. It's so wild. Breaking. Nigerian court sentences Peter Obi's campaign director General Okupe to 2 years in prison. The Federal High Court in Abuja has sentenced the Director General of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party LP, Doyin Okupe, to 2 years in prison for breaching the Money Laundering Act. Peter Obi is the presidential candidate of the Labour Party for the 2023 election. Earlier, the court convicted Okupe over a breach of the Money Laundering Act. Justice Ijeoma Ojukwu, and it's quite pertinent, the name of that person. So it's quite pertinent. So I'm glad it's not Justice Danladi Dandongo or Justice Babatunde something. So Justice Ijeoma Ojukwu of the High Court on Monday found Okupe guilty of contravening sections 16(1) and 2 of the Money Laundering Act. Correspondents earlier reported that Okupe will be sentenced today, Monday. The High Court Justice said Okupe was guilty of collecting cash payments in excess of the threshold allowed under the Act without going through a financial institution. According to the judge, Okupe was reported to have received hundreds of millions in cash from the and also where the money is coming from is quite pertinent. It's quite pertinent as well, because the rotting core, the most rotted of the rotting core of the Goodluck Jonathan administration is this space where this money is coming from. So listen to this. According to the judge, Okupe was reported to have received hundreds of millions in cash, and it's quite pertinent to note as well. So you don't try to transact legitimacy in cash, do you? In hundreds of millions in cash. According to the judge, Okupe was reported to have received hundreds of millions in cash from the Office of the National Security Advisor, NSA, whilst Colonel Sambo Dasuki, retired, was in office. You all know, of course, the $2 billion that were hurriedly taken out of the coffers in the build-up to that 2015 elections, that Dasuki was tasked to distribute it amongst the people that were relevant towards rigging that election. However, Justice Ojukwu stood down proceedings till 1:45 p.m. for Okupe to exercise his right under sections 310 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act to call witnesses to testify about his character before the court could proceed to pronounce a sentence on conviction. 2 weeks ago, the Labour Party nullified the suspension of Okupe by the Ogun State chapter of the party over alleged misconduct. It also announced that the suspension of the other 10 members sanctioned by the party was null and void. The National Secretary of the party, Alhaji Umar Farouk, announced the development at a media briefing in Abuja on Friday. Farouk insisted that the Ogun State faction had acted outside its jurisdiction, adding that there are internal conflict resolutions used in solving disputes, he said. So I'm not sure if this just tails into what we already know, because we covered that space. So let's stay with the Okupe narrative still. Breaking, tears pleading as court jails Obi's ally to 52 years in prison. So it wasn't 52 years. Doyin Okupe, the Director General of Peter Obi's Presidential Campaign Council, has been sentenced to 2 years imprisonment for money laundering. Justice Ijeoma Ojukwu of the Federal High Court in Abuja found Okupe guilty of 26 out of the 59 charges the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, had preferred against him. The language we're going to be hearing, of course, politically motivated. How many years Okupe will spend in prison? The former aide to ex-President Goodluck Jonathan will serve the sentence concurrently. Thus, he will spend 2 years in prison. So yes, it looks as though he may well have been sentenced to 52 years, but 52 years, 2 years are for different charges, I suspect. I'm not quite sure. Anybody that has a legal understanding can give us. So let's see. Yes, let me actually take it from this space. Former aide of ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, Doyin Okupe, has been sentenced to 52 years in prison for money laundering. Okupe was found guilty of 26 of the 59 charges preferred against him by EFCC, and he was sentenced to 2 years for each of the convictions. So that's where the 52 came in. Peter Obi's campaign DG, therefore, serves the sentencing concurrently, which reduces the 52 years to 2 years, or pay a fine of 500,000 for each conviction, which totals to 13 million naira. So he may well not go to jail if that's what the reading is. The former aide to the ex-president Goodluck Jonathan will serve the sentence concurrently. Thus, he will spend 2 years in prison. His son and wife, Ade Sunkunmi and Omolola Okupe, had pleaded with the court to temper justice with mercy. So temper justice with mercy is not outrage at a miscarriage of justice. So that is a plea for leniency. that is not an outrage for miscarriage of justice. However, the court ruled that Okupe is at liberty to pay the sum of 500,000 naira fine for each of the charges, which totals to 13 million naira. His wife and son had spoken as witnesses soon after the court reconvened following Okupe's conviction. Okupe was earlier convicted for breaching the Money Laundering Act. He was found guilty to have contravened Section 16(1) and 2 of the Act. The EFCC had dragged Okupe before the court for receiving hundreds of millions of naira in cash from ex-National Security Advisor Colonel Sambo Dasuki, retired. Okay, so this tails into another headline. So let me give you this as well. So this is a different headline. 2023 presidency, Labour Party accuses Okupe of squandering 20 million mobilization fund. Correspondents earlier reported that the Labour Party chairman in Ogun State, Michael Ashade, alleged that Okupe mishandled about 20 million naira meant for mobilization of members of the party for campaigns. According to Ashabe, Okupe received the money to mobilize members of the party for Peter Obi's presidential campaign rally built to hold in Oyo, but the leader only remitted 4 million for the state chapter. The state chapter of the party had earlier suspended Okupe for some gross misconduct by the national body, but the national body of the party stepped into the matter. So there it is. So there it is right there. There it is right there. You don't want to call him a crook, but the facts invite you to form an opinion. Bobby Blows Hot says DG's conviction won't impede presidential ambition. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has said that the conviction of his campaign Director General, Mr. Doyin Okupe, cannot break his resolve to be Nigeria's president in 2023. Obi stated this on Monday during an interactive session with journalists in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State capital, adding that he is undaunted by the conviction of Okupe over alleged money laundering. I am hearing about it just like, this is absolutely ludicrous. So it's the lies that politicians tell that really rankle people. So if this is true, then they should all be thrown in the bin. And if this is untrue, which is likely to be, then this is the disingenuity that people detest about politicians. So imagine who Doyin Okupe is, by the way. Doyin Okupe is the Director General of the Peter Obi campaign. Is the orchestra master, is the maestro, is the one that does the, with the stick to say, let me have a staccato there and let me have a bass there. So he's the one orchestrating, and he, of course, in close working association with Peter Obi, which so bear that in mind and then listen to what Peter Obi says about this matter. I am hearing about it, the conviction, just like you. I am still studying what is coming out of the court and everything. I believe in the rule of law. It is not going to demoralize me. So if Peter Obi is finding out for the first time, then it doesn't bode well for somebody that wants to be president. Today, when I arrived at Akwa Ibom, somebody asked me why I haven't been using my aircraft because it has been grounded and all that. And I said to him that nothing demoralizes me. In my life, I have never stayed where they dropped me. Otherwise, I would have been where they dropped me before. This election, if they like, let them do anything. This election, if they like, let them do anything about people who are around me. I will get there. On the impression that he does not have the political structure to win the presidential election, he said he was determined to dismantle the existing political structure in the country, which encouraged corruption and spread poverty amongst Nigerians. So I suspect that sharing, because the estimation is that actually the monies that were passed in cash to Doyin Okupe was 250 million, 250 million naira. So when he's saying that he wants to dismantle the structures that encourage corruption and spread poverty, then it might well be best served starting with dismantling Okupe, because it seems to be the structure that is spreading poverty and corruption. APC presidential candidate Tinubu addresses workers in Abuja as Nigerian Labour Congress leadership secretly withdraws support from P to B. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, on Monday says his government will be fair and just to the Nigerian workers if elected into power. Tinubu disclosed this whilst addressing workers at the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC headquarters in Abuja. A top official of the NLC told correspondents that Tinubu's invitation was part of the plan to withdraw the earlier support given to Peter Obi of the Labour Party. NLC appears to have broken ranks with Peter Obi of LP, and Tinubu was invited today to address workers at our headquarters, the source said. So you have to understand that everybody will go with where they feel that the victory is headed towards, in order then to position themselves at the get-go of the winning team, to say, you remember we were with you before you won. So if you come laterally after he has won, then you go to the back of the queue. NLC had in June openly declared its support for Peter Obi in the 2023 elections. According to Ayuba Waba, the Workers' Union president, Obi is one amongst the finest Nigerians and the first presidential candidate of the Labour Party to be recognized by the Labour Center. Wada said the NLC was solidly behind the Labour Party and would fully mobilize to ensure the victory of the party at the 2023 polls. He said the Workers' Union had realized that strikes and protests alone could not change the narrative in Nigeria, especially as regards our workers' welfare. So on and on it goes, but it looks as though then the abandonment of Peter Obi, so there it is right there. It never rains, but it pours. On to the next. WIKE betrayed, mocked as his strongest allies hang out with ATIKU, Okowa, others. The governor of Delta State and vice presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Ifeanyi Okowa, on Monday stirred a reaction following a picture he shared on his social media account. Governor Okowa, in a post on his Facebook page, shared a picture of Governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, the presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, the governor of Sokoto State, Aminu Tambuwal, who doubled as the Director General of the PDP Presidential Campaign Council, and others laughing intensely. The Delta State governor, rather than project a topic around the crisis rocking the main opposition party, motivated Nigerians with the beautiful moment. Okowa, in the post, noted that humans are all meant to shine, adding that humans are born to manifest the glory of God. He wrote, "We are all meant to shine as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It is not just in us, it is in everyone." Marianne Williamson. So I don't know quite what it was. Well, we all know what he's trying to do there. Meanwhile, Makinde, one of Governor Yemsin Wike's strongest ally, who is calling for fair leadership in the... meanwhile, Makinde is one of Governor Yemsin Wike's strongest ally, who is calling for fair leadership in the PDP and equal share of positions. Governor Makinde, a member of the 5 aggrieved governors under the PDP, identified as the G5, who are insisting on the resignation of the national chairman, Iyocha Ayu. That's just it anyway. That's just it. So Nigerians react. I don't think WIKE is stopping anybody from associating with Nigerians. So that's what Ada said. Lovett, forget Nigerian politics. Ada, I don't think WIKE is okay. Waiting come happen. They are still trying to reconcile. Okay, so there it is. So there it is. So make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. Let me see. Which other story? Okay, let me bring you this one. I may not bring you the fullness of it because there are a couple of videos that I would like to play, but let me bring you this one. List of prominent politicians who are leaving office in 2023. So there it is. The forthcoming 2023 general election is another defining moment in Nigeria's political history. Some politicians making waves now will take the back seat as they will be leaving office after the 2023 poll. While some are completing their second tenure and are not contesting for other offices, others lost out in their bid to secure tickets to contest in 2023. So let's go through the runners and riders. So first one, of course, Malam Buhari. I'm not quite sure why I am sweating. In the middle of winter, maybe I've got the heating on too high. So first one up, the obvious one, President Malam Buhari. It says President Mohamed Buhari are set to complete his constitutionally guaranteed second term in 2023. President Buhari tops the list of prominent politicians who will be leaving office next year. Though some have claimed Buhari was hatching an illegal third term, the president has consistently reassured Nigerians that he will be leaving in 2023. Senate President Ahmed Lawan. The President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, began his journey in the National Assembly in 1999 when he was first elected to the House of Representatives to represent the Bade Jakusko constituency under the platform of the All Nigeria People's Party, ANPP. Lawan was re-elected in 2003 before he successfully ran to become Yobe North Senator in 2007. He was elected the new Senate President after the inauguration of the 9th National Assembly in 2019. The Senate President aimed at succeeding President Buhari in 2023, but lost the All Progressive Congress APC presidential ticket to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. His hope of returning to the Senate was also dashed as he lost the ticket after months of political intrigues and legal battle to Bashir Machina. So he's out. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, like Lawan, sought to succeed his principal in 2023, but also lost the ticket to Tinubu. The defeat means the charismatic VP will be leaving office with his principal as he's not contesting for any other office. So which other office could a vice president possibly contest for? Which other office could a vice president possibly contest for without it being a step down from the office that he has already occupied? So you can only really, pardon me, so he can only really aspire to be president. By the way, I'm coming out of a flu, so you have to excuse me. So he can only really aspire to be president, which he aspired to and failed. So number 4, Nasir El-Rufai. Many Nigerian governors go to the Senate after serving 2 terms. However, Governor El-Rufai of Kaduna State said he would never retire to the National Assembly because he does not have the patience and hard work required to carry out legislative business. The Kaduna State governor will finish his second term in 2023 and is not contesting for any office. But don't worry, he'll be busy if Tinubu ever wins. Governor Yemson Wike. Governor Wike is another notable politician who is leaving office in 2023. The Rivers State governor contested for the presidential ticket of the PDP, but lost to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. After losing the primary, Wike said he was advised to contest for a seat in the Senate, but he rejected the suggestion because he did not contest the PDP primary to settle for a VP or a Senate ticket. So which amongst those so far would you regret seeing the back of? Malam Buhari, Ahmed Lawan, Senate President, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, the little man from Kaduna State, El-Rufai, Yemson Wike of Rivers State. So number 6, Aminu Masari. The governor of Katsina State, Aminu Masari, is also completing his second term in 2023. Masari, who served as Speaker of the House of Representatives between 2003 and 2007, is not running for any political office next year. Abdullahi Ganduje, the governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, will finish his second term in 2023. Also, Ganduje, who previously served twice as deputy to Governor Rabiu Kwakwemso, is not contesting any office in 2023. So there it is. Buhari speaks on May 29, 2023 handover date. Correspondents reported that President Buhari restated his commitment to handing over leadership to an elected president on May 29, 2023. The president stated this in a brief remark when Shakib Ben Musa, the Minister of National Education, Preschool and Sports of the Kingdom of Morocco, visited the State House Abuja as special envoy of King Mohammed VI on Monday, December the 5th. He said his term in office will end on May the 29th, in line with the Constitution, with the inauguration of a new president on the same day. So I'm not sure that Nigerians can wait. Everybody, we are all in anticipation of that date. We are all in anticipation of that date. Should I bring this? Let me see. If this is not a long read, then okay. Let me just bring you this, and then I'll come into the room. It's not a long read, so it's just I'm curious to find out, and I hope you are too. So this is the last readout, and then we come into the room to see if there's anybody there to take on these talking points. Tinubu in trouble as powerful PDP chieftain reveals Jagaban's deep dark secret while he's snubbing debates. Frank Shaibu, an aide to Atiku, Frank Shaibu, an aide to Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the PDP, has taken a swipe at Bola Tinubu, standard bearer of the All Progressive Congress APC. In a statement on Monday, December the 18th, Shaibu said issues surrounding his identity, age, and family background could be the reason Tinubu has continued to stay away from town hall meetings organized by the media. So I somewhat regret having to read that because a total nonsense. But people who are not nonsensical, of course, the panel. So DOG, I see you. Baba Akure, I see you. The mighty Ajan Lekoko, I see you. And Thomas, I see you. So, gentlemen, I see you. But before I come to you, gentlemen, let me just play just a couple of video clips just to bring ourselves back to the reality of what the position is.
And welcome to TVC News Updates. The Federal High Court, Abuja, has found the Director General of the Peter Obi campaign organization, Doyin Okupe, guilty of receiving over 200 million naira cash from former National Security Advisor, Colonel Sambo Dazuki, and also sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment. Justice Ijoma Ojukwu, while delivering judgment earlier today, held that the action of Mr. Okupe, who is the first defendant in the suit filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, violated the Money Laundering Act. He was found guilty on counts 34 to 59 of the charges. The court sentenced Mr. Okupe 2 years imprisonment on count 34 with an option of a fine of 500,000 naira. The court also sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment on counts 35 to 59 with an option for a fine of 500 naira. The option of fine is to run consecutively on each count, while the sentence is to run concurrently. The court refrained from making any custodial order, but noted that the convict is the property of the state. The judge also gave Mr. Okupe till 4:30 p.m. before he is taken into custody.
It should pay 500,000 naira each in each of the count for 26 count charge, in which he was found guilty of collecting money in excess of 5 million. And the court has said that he has up to 4:30 this afternoon to sort out himself by way of paying the fine, if he can. But if he cannot pay it, then he will now be taken to Kuje prison. I've told the EFCC officials they should not harass him. He's already a convict. but it should give him opportunity to sort out himself, just like the court has said. Why wouldn't he run the mindful finance system? Because that is, they know that what they were doing was bad. What he was doing with NSA was bad. It was corruption. To pay money, to collect money, that's the way of it's corruption. What we do as a government, you don't want to pass through the finance system because you don't want it to retrace.
So that was his lawyer. They should not harass him. He's already a convict. So there it is. Those not my words. So the words of his lawyer. They should not harass him. He's already a convict. One more, and then I'll come to you guys.
Thank you.
Can we talk to you? Question.
Yes.
How do you react to the judgment? Please face the camera.
Well, the judgment is very fair. It's not a fly that can run away in Nigeria. Please, give him space. Let him solve it. No, you're right. Get that to your head. Please, don't harass him there. Please, a corporate body. But you should calm down. I beg you. Allow him to sort out by 4:30. If he cannot sort out, then you can walk on. Thank you.
Please, can we talk to you? Please, 1 minute. Question.
Yes.
How do you react to the judgment? Please face the camera.
Well, the judgment is very fair. We thank God. Dr. Doyin Okupe is just a victim of a honest mistake and a victim of circumstance. He was found not guilty of count 1 to 37, which borders on money laundering, fraud, corruption, and misappropriation of the monies he took from the office of NSA. But he had issues when it comes to count 38 to 59, which provides that he was guilty of an offense for collecting money in excess of 5 million, which is the permissible threshold under the Money Laundering Act. And the court has graciously listened to allocutors from him, and based on the evidence of his good character, given by impeccable Nigerians of the caliber of Dr. Ezefe, former governor of Anambra State, and Dr. Muhammad Idi Farouk, and his wife, and one of his sons, the court became persuaded that he deserves to be, given mercy. And that is why the court has sentenced him to 2.5 years in each of the count charge. And the court said the sentence should run concurrently, and in the alternative, that he should pay 500,000 naira each in each of the count for 26 count charge, in which he was found guilty of collecting money in excess of 5 million. And the court has said that he has up to 4:30 this afternoon to sort out himself by way of paying the fine, if he can. But if he cannot pay it, then he will now be taken to Kuje prison. I've told the EFCC officials they should not harass him. He's already a convict, but they should give him opportunity to sort out himself, just like the court has said. So that is where we are. Thank you.
So in effect, there is no conviction. He was discharged and acquitted on counts bordering on corruption and money laundering. There's no conviction.
Yes.
Very clear.
My name is Tolu Babaleye.
So sir, does that mean if he pays,
he will walk free? He will walk away freely if he can pay the fine this afternoon. And we are trying to. They find him guilty in 26 of the 59 count charges because he collected money in excess of 5 million. So a Nigerian should learn a lesson from this. You may not be guilty of of corruption when you deal with money, but when you collect 1 naira in excess of 5 million, you are in for a strict liability offense that has no defense. That is what happened. Thank you. My name is Tolu Babaleye. I'm one of the lawyers to Dr. Doyin Okupe. Thank you.
is he going to pay, sir?
He was convicted under the Money Laundering Act for counts 34 to 59. On the ground that he was collecting money, he would go to the former NSA's office and collecting money, 10 million naira, 10 million naira, 10 million naira. for nothing. And that was in excess of the amount provided by the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. This is how we do things in this country. Corruption. What is different? What is corruption? Is it not corruption? That money that you are not entitled to, you will go and be collecting it without even minding that money was in excess of the money, the amount allowed by law. Is that not corruption? So he has been convicted, and then if by the time we get the judgment proper, we will still study the judgment and look at the other counts that he was discharged and acquitted. We will look at it very well and take the necessary decision. But for now, he was convicted for counts 34 to 59, which is 26 counts charge. And he is to pay a fine of 500,000 naira on each count for that 26 count charge, or 2 years imprisonment on each of the counts. But the judge said the imprisonment will run concurrently. That is to say, in all, he will only spend 2 years and pay the 500,000 naira times 26 of the counts. That's it.
What we want to get now is this. The court found out that he did not run the money. Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, the court found out that he did not run the money through a financial institution. Not that the money was procured and used for something else.
Because why? Why wouldn't he run the money through a financial institution? Because they know that what they were doing was bad. What he was doing with the NSA was bad. It was corruption. To pay money, to collect money, that's a way of, it's corruption. Why would you accept cash payment? You don't want to pass through the financial institution because you don't want it to be traced. You don't want to be traced. That's the essence of just collecting the cash money. That is corruption. That is fraud. Yes. Ibrahim, I'm Ibrahim.
Ibrahim?
Audu. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we come to it and we go straight to it, and we go straight to Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, are you ready to go?
Yeah, one man. How are you?
Oh, yeah, brilliant. Before you go, Ajale Koko, I'm just going to show you a headline because we want to put a sum of money to what was actually in question. Look at this and be alarmed. Look at this and be alarmed. How Okupe received 702 million naira from Dasuki for doing nothing. So there it is. So there it is. So there it is. I could read the body of it, but I think we've read enough for today. But Ajale Koko, so there it is. They've come to cleanse the system of the rot. A new broom in Amanzu. This is all of the narrative. They've been beating us over the head for months and months. Beating us over the head for months and months. And we've always said, of course, that what difference are we seeing? These are steeped in the wool traditional politicians who are as rotten to their core as any of the rest of them. So there it is. What if this was Tinubu? This is the end of the Obi narrative. I cannot see it going any further. Ajale Koko, your thoughts?
Thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I don't think this conviction of Okupe has anything to do with Peter Obi. And the reason why it has nothing to do with Peter Obi is because of what the shady deal that he accused of during his time as the presidential spokesman during the Jonathan's reign. So he collected money more than the law.
That he did not provide any service for.
Yeah.
In today's money, that's about what, 40 billion naira?
Oh, yes. So he collected money that in the sum of 700 million, or what did they say? More than what?
702.
Yeah. So, but what is not clear to me is that we are hearing his lawyer saying one thing, you see the lawyer of the government saying a different thing. His lawyer is saying that he's not found guilty on money laundering, he's not found guilty on corruption, he's not found guilty on, misappropriation of funds, but found guilty on collecting more than what the law permits, which is 5 million. He collected money in the sum of 700 million naira. Is it million or billion? Million.
Billion.
Billion.
Sorry, million rather.
Million,
702. Yeah.
And that is where it crossed the law. So that is what his lawyer said. But we're hearing the other lawyer saying he was found guilty on money laundering. So we don't know the exact.
Adalekoko, we do know all of the charges were under the Money Laundering Act. So whichever convictions was found guilty of would have been under the Money Laundering Act. All the 50-something charges, they were all under Money Laundering Act.
Okay, but yes, it's under the Money Laundering Act. But maybe we have to wait till the court judgment, the strict, will be finally printed out, and we can really know what he is actually found guilty of. Because from the two lawyers, they are stating two different positions, which is not good. And Doyin Okupe, I mean, what the judgment of the courts does not state that he is really guilty of money laundering, because if we are found to be money laundering, I don't think they will give him option of fine. I think he will be sentenced, because that is more of a criminal act than collecting more than what the law permitted. So if it was really found guilty,
collecting in excess of 5 million in cash without funneling it through a financial institution or declaring it somewhat, it falls under the Money Laundering Act. That was what the lawyer explained.
5 million, 10 million.
No, 5 million, he said.
5 million.
Yeah.
You see, Nigeria is a...
And we still don't know what we was collecting the money for.
Yeah, you see, it is just
702 million.
702 million.
And then they're asking him to pay 30 million back. Is that a good deal for the country? You still 702 million, you pay back 30 million. Where do I sign? I want to be part of that deal.
Another thing that is not clear, guys, is the other lawyer said even if he pays the 500,000 on 26 counts, he will still serve the 2 years. His own lawyer is sounding as if he pays that money, he won't serve it.
No, he won't serve it. They said
won't serve it. Yeah.
Either serve the 2 years or pay 500 per charge. Yeah.
You see, our judiciary is not doing good at all. And the reason why I said this is that it is not clear to us yet what he did with the money. Maybe he stated it, he was able to convince the court what he did with the money. But, for him to be fined 500,000 for each count and let him go away when he collected 700 million in cash, and
that's criminal in itself. That judge should be locked up as well for doing that.
You see, and I think he got a very good deal, and that is why I believe he hurriedly paid that 13 million. And he will escape it will be a free man. Though the
Okay.
record will show that he's an
Ajale
ex-convict.
Koko. Yes, brilliant. So Ajale Koko, I was inviting that. Does this end the Obi narrative? Because that sanctimonious piety that they've been using to beat everybody over the head for months, they don't have the moral footing for that anymore. This sanctimonious screaming and shouting.
You see, it's going to bring some kind of it's going to the reputation of the Obi's campaign will be dented by this image that this guy has brought on them. But on the technicality aspect of it, it has nothing to do with Obi. But politically, it's not good for Obi's. It's not good for what Obi represents as a new as the campaign is preaching something new to Nigeria.
Is it possible? Is it possible for him to continue as the DG of that campaign?
That is going to be decided by Obi himself, because he must have somebody with a clean record to be the face of the campaign, to represent the headship of the campaign.
But Ajale Koko is not clean himself. Is he clean? All of them are lots.
Who is not clean himself? Who?
You know what Obi was fingered in the Dasuki space as well. So we
don't know. Yeah, we don't know. But Obi have to step him down in order to prevent a situation where people will rob him with this bad news that what's the name of this guy have created for himself. Because if he's not stepped down, Obi will be seen as a man that have as the headship of his campaign an ex-convict, and that is not good for their team.
Ajale Koko, has the damage been done, whether Obi steps him down or not? Anyway, Obi was saying when he was accosted by journalists in Akwa Ibom, he was saying he was just hearing the news, just as they were hearing it. So that's already unacceptable. Somebody that is working, because you imagine that on a daily basis they're in contact, he and his DG, and he's saying this is breaking news to him. So that already calls that into question, his judgment. And the appointment of the guy also calls his judgment into question, especially when they are wrapping their narrative, their campaign around some pious narrative.
Well, and sorry, sir. Again, is it possible for that guy to have 56 counts and Obi will say doesn't know he has a case in court? Because that case won't have started last week.
No, the case have started since 2019.
No, Obi is finished now. Obi is finished. So that's the end of Solomon Grundy. So RIP to the campaign.
Look, one man, what Obi can do to show to Nigerians that, yes, I will not tolerate corruption or bad behavior around me, is to step him down. And that it can show a leadership that, yes, he's ready to fight corruption and is ready to be a leader that will not tolerate that kind of bad behavior in his government if he becomes the president of Nigeria. So he must step him down. He cannot allow him to continue to be the head of his campaign team, and stepping him down will cut short, focus and on unnecessary campaign against him and his team. So he has to cut it down so that he can cut short that campaign against him as a man that is preaching one thing and is doing another thing by parading an ex-convict as the head of his campaign. So Doyin Okupe have to be sacrificed so that Obi can show to Nigerians that, look, I am not going to tolerate this kind of person around me, and I'm ready to fight corruption and show a good leadership for Nigeria. So Okupe is the one that that will be gone, and he has to go. But what does this?
You don't think it does it derail the campaign?
I don't think it's going to derail the campaign.
On what footing? On what narrative are they still going to be campaigning? Are they still going to be campaigning in the cleaning of the rotten system narrative?
They're still going to continue their campaign on consumption to production.
They will abandon the cleaning. Look at these people. At least we can without being accused of anything, we can comfortably call Okupe a convict now. Because because his lawyer himself told us he's a convict. So the DG of his campaign is a convict.
Because obviously,
imagine.
I think obviously, even if you are campaigning, base your campaign on all those things, you should scrutinize everybody you are appointing. You should be scrutinizing them if that is the case.
It calls so much into question, doesn't it? It calls so much judgment, complicity. Fitness of purpose, the deception of the narrative, all of that. Imagine if Tinubu's DG was convicted of money laundering. They'll surround his house and be throwing stones. They will give a public lynching. Now we excuse it away because it's Peter Obi yet again. It's unbelievable.
So, but look. One man, what do we know that will come after this against Obi himself and against the party? We don't know. And why I'm saying this is that, the trouble that have been going on within the party in Ogun State,
which is also wrapped around looting money.
They accuse Okupe of looting money. They accuse the party of forging a lot of names to give Obi that candidacy of the party. So we don't know what is going to come out from that, and those guys are standing firm that they will pursue that case to a logical conclusion that the party that fired them, they have a lot of evidences to prove that Obi's candidacy, a lot of forgery were behind it in terms of people that nominated him and stuff like that, the way they cook up a lot of paperwork and all the rest to give Obi the candidacy. So will this, after this, should we be expecting something damaging coming against LP and Obi himself? That we don't know whether it's going to happen, but those guys are saying it loud and clear that they have a lot of documentation to prove to the court that some forgery were committed by the party to give Obi that
Have we lost you or have we lost me? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, all right. I think we lost Adan Lekoko for a moment. But I think we lost Ajale Koko for a moment. Are you still there, Ajale Koko? But it looks as though the political space has already called a verdict on the Obi space, and the vultures are already starting to, they are swooping round, looking to feed off the carcass. So the vultures are swooping round, looking to feed off the carcass. Guys, let me bring you this. This is a quick one. Let me bring you this.
One man, can you hear me? What was going on?
No, you faded out. We couldn't hear you anymore. But I was going to introduce. I was saying that the political space has already given up on the Obi space, and the voters are looking to feed off the carcass. So let me bring you now the voters circling round. Possible merger over NMPP open to receive defectors. So there it is. The only merger that was available to NMPP, of course, was the Labour Party space, but they've now packed that to one side off the back that the Obi campaign has been dealt a mortal, fatal blow. So now they're just looking to feed off the carcass. Possible merger over, NMPP open to receive defectors. This is the vice presidential candidate of the NMPP. The vice presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Isaac Idahosa, has ruled out a possible merger with other political parties ahead of the 2023 elections, but said his party is open for those who want to join. Idahosa made a statement on Channels Television's Politics Today program on Monday, adding that the NMPP is confident of emerging victorious at the polls come February 2023. Although it is for other parties to want to align with NMPP, not us trying to. Merger is over, as you know that one. For those who deem it fit to join us, we are open. We are open to alignment and coming together to ensure that we bring about a viable government. That is what we are up to doing. So let's leave that there. So there it is. The voters are circling, looking to pick or pick on the carcass of the now dead Obi campaign. So there it is, RIP.
Yeah. Well, I don't see. Okay, my fear now is those guys in Ogun State that are fighting against the party, that are saying that Obi's candidacy came with fraudulent fraudulent of documentation and stuff like that. So that is my fear now, because if those guys were able to prove that the candidacy of B came as a result of fraudulent documentation and stuff like that, then that would bring a serious that will bring a very serious blow on the party, particularly if the court have to step down or be that it didn't emerge in accordance to the constitution, and that is my fear now. If that should happen, it's going to be a big problem, and I don't know if what is going to happen with this case that these guys are pursuing now, because the leadership of the party at the national fired those guys, and those guys said, we'll go and prove something at the law court to show that there's some kind of fraudulent act that were committed that contributed to the emergence of Obi as the candidate of party. So, they are after Okupe as well. They have documents to prove how much he collected, how much he spent, how much he pocketed, and that they're going to prove it at the law court.
All right.
So I hope that not happen. That if that happen, man, one man, it's going to be a big blow on the obedient, particularly.
All right. I would have loved to have seen him in handcuff just for the optics of it, but maybe that is still to come. That would have been good for the headlines tomorrow. But Ajale Koko, I want to take this topic round. But before I take this topic round, I'm glad World Peace is where I want to show you guys something. So let me show you guys something. Let me make myself. A knock on my door today, and then a delivery marked Japan. So this came through, and this, of course, this is from World Peace, who sent me some Christmas tidings, I think. So you can see it there, single malt Mayako Jiko. So this is what our World Peace sent to wish me a Merry Christmas. So thank you, World Peace. So it's so good he sent it twice. So this is the second one from World Peace as well. So as is with YouTube tradition, I wanted to do the unboxing in front of you guys. So let's all see the content of it together. So this is a courtesy of World Peace, who sent this all the way from Japan, and it came in today. So courtesy World Peace. So well wrapped by his missus, of course. So that's the box there, and this is it. And I don't even drink that much, but I'll just keep it for keepsake as an ornament. Maybe I'll find an occasion to drink it. But that's it right there from World Peace. So that's single grain Japanese whiskey. So that's it. So that's it right there from World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So that's that.
Is that Japanese brand? Version of Black Label.
I don't know, but it told me it's very expensive. So yeah. I shall find an occasion to open it. Maybe when we hit 100,000 subscribers, then we'll open it and have a taste. But this is the other one. So that's it right there. So thank you, okay. So that's
one man. So that's drink responsibly. So you're going to be fighting Chinese.
Yeah, you see.
I don't
know. So that's courtesy World Peace.
I think those two are their version of Red Label and Black Label. So whiskey.
So well done. I shall just put it on display so I can use it to show off. You see. I have to say it to my wife. Say all this noise making. Do you think I'm making online? You see now. Somebody sent me something from Japan. So thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So back to the conversation and back to the topic of it. I want to take that topic round. Let me take it to DOG. So DOG, this now conviction of the convict called Doyin Okupe. How do you think this impacts on the Obi campaign? Because I feel it kills it right there.
Yeah, for someone that is realistic, it kills it. But I still think the obedient will still find a way of finding an excuse to want to ignore this. And what they will say is, it's not to be, is DG and all that. But if you want to be realistic, I think if you want to come out and say, this are what I would do, you are basing your campaign on flushing the system, cleaning the system. I think if I'm appointing and assigning people into position, I will make sure I scrutinize them and know where they are coming from, know what their antecedents are. And for me, I don't think somebody will have 56 counts and you wouldn't have known about this case even 2-3 months ago. So why appoint someone like that if this is what you want to preach and sell to the people? So in a way, for the reasonable ones that are amongst the obedient will find it like, wait a minute. I think we need to think twice now. This doesn't look any different from the ones we've been condemning, So I will just say fingers crossed and see how.
I would say they've lost their voice. DOG. I would say the Obi movement, it has lost its voice because his only voice was to say that they were coming to present something different, and the senior most person in their campaign outside of the flag bearer, he has been found stealing 702 million naira. I think they have lost their voice.
Yeah, they have, but some of these guys are so obstinate about the way they support this guy that they are even blind and not awake to even.
I don't think even they can argue their way through this. It was Okupe, not Peter Obi. What's the difference? Is it not the
I just
campaign
think
DG?
it gives. I think some of them are. One man, if you've met some people that support to be, you will even just give up and allow them and say, okay, you won. If you don't want to listen, you win. So I think it just gives more advantage to the other opponents of him to use to counter them. Now, if in the other campaigns, these guys will be doing other rallies, they will be using this to like dent the obedience movement. So and the guy that we thought would be actually found guilty of something is still out there doing his rally without nothing on him still. So
No, we have to contrast and make comparisons because just too many instances this guy gets away with just make excuses and an easy ride. If Tinubu's DG was found guilty of money laundering, what do you think we'll be talking about now? The whole of the internet would explode.
Even this platform will be full of obedience this night. It will be full of obedience this time because they want to come and say, "Oh, people that's always talking about Tinubu, you see, we won't be able." And I want to see how the media and the likes of people like even Rufai react to this. I want to see what they say to this.
It will find a way to blame Tinubu, I'm sure. It will turn it into
Come on, guys. What are we doing?
Rufai will turn it into a Tinubu story. It will turn it into what about? It will turn it into what about?
Because that's not what they capitalize on when they try to dent. Yeah, carry on. Rational, I want to say something.
DOG, yeah. I think this whole conversation we're having on this, we're overflogging this matter.
Overflogging?
Yeah, we're overflogging it. Yeah, because I mean, one man, don't get me started on this issue of.
No, go on. How are we overflogging it? I'm curious to hear.
Because this is just a DG.
Oh,
yeah. Hold on. He's not a candidate. It's not a candidate running the election.
Really?
Well, this is what we do a lot. We like to attack people who are maybe for Obi.
Who are guilty.
Let's face the candidate himself. Let's talk about the candidate. So when we talk here on your platform here or other platforms, talk about Tinubu. We face Tinubu. There's so many allegations dangling around Tinubu's neck, and anytime we bring it up, sometimes we don't go too far with it.
Well, what about the allegations that dangle around Obi's neck?
Well, yeah, sure. Let's talk about it. No problem. I'm not opposed to that. But now we're making.
How pivotal is the DG to the campaign?
It is important in
how important? How important?
It is important. I just said that I can't go beyond that. It is important. That's what I said.
Would you say it's the second most important outside
he's
the
not the candidate?
No, that wasn't the question. Would you say he's the second? Let me ask the question now, and then you can either answer or say or plead the fifth as you do in America. Is it the second most important outside the candidates, the DG?
It's not.
Oh, who is?
The candidate and his deputy. I mean, his vice.
Deputy.
Yeah, his vice.
His deputy is an appendage.
The DG of Tinubu, he has so many cases on his neck too. What's his name? The governor of Plateau State. Only that he's having, right now he's having immunity right now. When he's out of office, we're going to find out what he has done.
Yeah,
we're not talking about it.
Has he been convicted? Yes, has he been convicted?
That's the point. You see, when we talk about conviction, the other time we talk about somebody in Chicago here in the United States being convicted of money laundering, and they will just downplay it and make it look as if it's nothing. It's just a trivial matter. And then, how about that?
Who was convicted of money laundering?
We're talking about the candidate of the APC.
Well, you have to go and bring out those papers.
You were here one man when Kulata, who did his own study, myself and other people talk about it.
Kulata is FBI. When did Kulata become FBI?
I'm just reminding you of the occasion when we discussed it here.
So are you saying we are overplaying that the second most important? the second most important member of the Obi narrative is a convicted money launderer.
One man. He is convicted. I don't. That's
of money laundering, stealing 702 million. Let
me see your candidate. The APC candidate is also having.
What about? Yeah,
He's
the
candidate. We should be talking about the candidate.
You know, it didn't take us long. I thought it would have been earlier that before we got.
Let's not do this. What about people always use?
Are we going to turn it into a Tinubu narrative?
That's what we do. That is what we do often here on this platform and other platform. We talk about candidate and what about their this? What about their this people here? There'll always be what about.
What is the hold on? What is the Peter Obi's campaign? What is it predicated upon?
Well, he said it's coming to fight corruption,
right? And cleanse the system.
Okay, yes, he said that.
Right. So does it not make this even more egregious that the second in command of his campaign is a hardened crook?
Well, I'm waiting to hear from the candidate himself.
Yeah, he's already spoken. He's already spoken.
Yeah,
I read it out. He said, "I know nothing." He said, "I know nothing." That's what he said. I know nothing. You know, that's what he said.
The thing is this:
rather peculiar voice.
If he's not asked to step down, if he continues to have him serving on that as a DG, then I lose my support.
Do you think it's damned either way anyway? If he asks him to step down, then it calls into question his judgment all the way through. And if he doesn't ask him to step down, then it calls into question his judgment anyway. He's already damned by this conviction, irrespective of what he does.
Well, you can say that. You can question his judgment that, okay, why would he have this kind of person? I mean, he has a case. You know how the Nigerian judicial system works. You can have some cases around dangling on your neck or on my neck, and then since he's not convicted yet, he can still allow him to serve. But now that he has been convicted, get rid of the idiot.
Oh, okay. Let me give.
That should not affect.
Hold on. Let me give you 3-4 paragraphs, and then you then respond to them to let me know if it's consistent with expectations. Obi stated on Monday during an interactive session with journalists in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State Capital, adding that he is undaunted by the conviction of Okupe over alleged money laundering. So that is what he was convicted for, by the way, money laundering. Listen to what he has to say. I am hearing about the conviction, just like you. I am still studying what is coming out of the court and everything. I believe in the rule of law. It is not going to demoralize me. Today, when I arrived at Akwa Ibom, somebody asked why I haven't been using my aircraft because it has been grounded and all that. And I said to him, nothing demoralizes me. But it's that first sentence, I am hearing about this, just like you. It's just, so breaking news to him that Doyin Okupe. Does that rhyme? Is there rhythm to that?
Well, it is sounding that it's being diplomatic about. It's not.
It sounds like it's finished.
Yeah.
Obi is finished now.
Okay. I mean, I can understand if you say it's finished. Is
it not finished?
That's your subjective view. It's subjective at this point. I mean, GOG. Sorry, might be more. I think
no.
Let you continue. I just want to quickly.
That's how we enjoy it.
You see, the point I'm making is this: that it's a stain. I agree. However, I say it is a stain to Obi that he has this person serving on him and who was just convicted today. Then the moral thing for him to do is ask him to step down, because you said you're going to fight corruption. Start showing that from now that yes, you want to fight corruption by even removing your own right-hand man, who probably is going to be his chief of staff, perhaps, if he ever becomes president. So
did he not know that Okupe was in court on these charges?
Well, man, a lot of people have court case. A lot of people
right. So if he knew that Okupe was in court on these charges, what would propriety dictate?
It should have not even allowed him to start. I mean,
well, there you are. Does that not go into
exactly? I get you. But we can say that. The question is, does he know?
I disagree, right?
That's the question.
Does somebody have a court case it doesn't mean that
It doesn't mean, but does he know? That's another
been
question.
convicted. You have a court case. When is the court case that is not yet determined? You can't use that against somebody.
No. You have to, if you are campaigning on the narrative that Obi is campaigning on, then propriety will dictate that for reasons of just making sure that there are no stumbling blocks, you'll say, yes, I will have you as a key advisor, but I cannot have you in a key role until this matter is settled. That is what propriety would dictate.
It's just even like no in the
It never knew the outcome is going to be like this. They were both.
Hold on, let Ajale Kokoland then come in. Yeah.
He never knew that they're going to have a situation like this. They were all members.
No, but he would know now. He's in court. So he would know now. If you're in court, then there's a good chance of a verdict guilty coming at you.
You know Doyin Okupe represent.
You know Doyin Okupe was his interim VP once upon a time.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
Even with all of this, charges levied against him.
Look, this Okupe is one of the leaders in PDP. So when you see, he's one of the leaders too. And now you see Obi contesting for president in PDP, and one of the leaders supporting him. Will he tell that leader, I don't want you to support me? When Obi needed anybody that he can have around him as one of the leaders to boost his campaign. And he saw Okupe standing by him, saying that it is the turn for the South, for the Easterner, I am backing you. You won't expect Obi to tell him that I don't want to see you around me. No, it doesn't work like that in politics. It is when incidents like this happen.
No. Hold on, Ajale Koko. If they are going to be campaigning on the basis of this strap line that they are coming to cleanse the system, then they cannot have somebody that has because what Doyin Okupe is charged with, it goes in direct conflict against what Peter Obi is campaigning on. In direct conflict, the very epitome of corruption in Nigeria, taking money in cash, taking voluminous money for no reasons, and not being able to account for the money and hiding it from the system. That is the epitome of corruption in Nigeria. Obi tells us he's coming to clean all that. So,
Ajale Koko, you see, Ajale Koko, sir, that guy.
Let me finish this.
You finish. I just want to drop out now. Sorry.
Hold on, yeah.
Look, Obi needed somebody with that experience, somebody that have managed.
He could have him without giving him a formal role.
No, you are talking as an outsider. But Obi as a person that needed somebody that have managed presidency before. Okupe was a big catch for him. A big person that can manage that campaign well for him with his wealth of experience.
Yeah, with his wealth, you mean?
Wealth of experience.
Wealth of Naira as well.
With his wealth of experience in politics, it's been coming a long way since Second Republic, from the time of MPN. So, look, the fact that you have court case is never been convicted before. The court case that he have in court, nobody know what the outcome is going to be. So he needed somebody at that time, and Okupe being a person with that wealth of experience, person that have managed presidency before. So backing him, Okupe helped him a lot to put him where he is today. If not for Okupe, maybe he might not be where he is today.
Maybe I'm not coming through. What I'm saying is he could have had Okupe, but not in a formal role. And Okupe could have still, as a shadowy figure, run that space with a nominal person sitting in the seat. just for
it
reasons.
doesn't work like it doesn't
well,
work like that.
it should work like that.
It doesn't work like that.
But now look where we are. Look where we are.
Sorry, it has nothing to do with Obi. It's Okupe problem. Obi is not the one charged with this money laundering. It's Okupe, and Obi just have to.
And by the way, his lawyers called him a convict, but the authorities did not put him in handcuffs. So is that acceptable?
You know, because of the fine now, because of the option of fine. So he have up to the end of the day.
They put Jowore in handcuffs.
Jowore was criminally brutalized by the administration, you know.
And they beat him up in court as well. Why didn't they beat Okupe up in court?
He's a big guy. He's one of them.
He's a big man. So look at that. You see. So there we are. So let's say from Baba Kure. Baba Kure was let Baba Kure come in. He's been wanting. It's Baba Kure. Sorry, come in, Baba Kure. Baba Kure.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Yes,
I think Professor Jen Lokoko is just defending undefendable anyway.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
That is how I see it. Yes, so it's just defending undefendable. Obi, none of them can say that they never knew that Okupe was charged for whatever they call it, because the way I understand what is going on, I will term it as fraud, because it defrauded the state. I'm not going to put that in context of corruption. He collected money for what he did not provide service for. So that is defraud the state. Anyway, they all know the gravity of this. To me, in a reasonable place where people really have conscience, he shouldn't have even taken any position at all. Like one man said, he should have been at the backstage, working undergroundly for Peter Obi, and Peter Obi shouldn't have even allowed him to assume that big position, because the case like this, you know that this is a criminal case. The man should just stay aside at that time. Even Peter Obi, no matter how big is Okupe, he should have told him, no, due to your impending case in the court, I will suggest that you work undergroundly for me, rather than give him the big position as a campaign manager. So, to me, I think it's going to affect Obi in one way or the other. Anyway, it might not.
Do you think he finishes his storyline? Is this the end?
You mean Peter Obi?
Yes.
No. We still have long way to go.
Yeah, but what will he base his campaign on now? What will he base his campaign on?
Well, I think if he can distance himself, dissociate himself, I think he can still continue with what he said. What is campaigning on anyway? Like they want to flood the country. Some people will not believe. Some people will still believe. So. But you know, it's just that the way we play our politics in Nigeria is different from Western world, because everybody make mistakes. So when that mistake happens and then you apologize, people move on. So then that doesn't stop them from voting for you. So if Obi can distance himself and apologize to people that he never knew that things was like this, I think it might be better.
Do you think it needs to immediately and publicly sack Okupe within the next few hours, not even 24 hours?
But I don't know one man, but I thought Okupe was sacked before. Do they
as the DG?
Yes.
No, that was at the state level. They quickly quashed that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was for the same reasons, by the way, stealing money.
Well, now I think the man should just go home.
No, rather than him step down, should Obi actually sack him to assert an alpha position? He must.
No, I'm not going to say to sack him. I'm not going to say to sack him. It's just to step down from that position. He can still work for them anyway. But this is what they can do. But you know, our politicians, they always too arrogant. There is nothing wrong in Okupe come publicly. Well, I know that I have found the guilty, and I know that we have disappointed you, our followers, and people who want to join our moving train. I sincerely apologize for what I have done, and I will try to amend my way. Well, people might still forgive him and say,
the political space would not. Oh, Festus Kiyamo is waiting. Dino Melaye is already writing the song. Dino Melaye is already writing the song.
You know, one man. I want to predict what is going to happen. They will give him a leeway for him to come and announce by himself that he's stepping down.
Yes,
that is what.
But that would again be a poor move, because Obi has to show mastery and authority and sack him. Because
no, they don't want to. They won't want to disgrace him. They won't want to disgrace him. They want him to quickly.
No, he has to do that, because that will be. It will make him look alpha. You know?
No, you can't do that. I mean, it's not going to help him in any way. That's not going to give him the votes from people, but just for the job he has done, for what
it was we have zero tolerance for corruption. We were aware of this case, but we wanted the rule of law to play out. Since this conviction, there is no room for this sort of
it's not in government yet. It's not in government yet.
And therefore, with regret, I'm asking Doyin Okupe to step down, and I'm announcing
he's not in position of authority yet. One man, you cannot do that. If he's the president, then he can say that. But now they have to be, they have to do it maturely. They have to let Okupe just
he has to
we give honor
you know that his campaign is starting to falter, so he has to slice Okupe up publicly.
I
just felt this you can't make somebody, based on how you are campaigning, somebody that has 59 counts of money laundering, 59 counts of money laundering,
and you are campaigning as the face of anti-corruption,
as the face of your campaign. It shows how naive you are, and that is why I think this guy, being the president of Nigeria, is hard for him to put his feet to the ground to make some certain decision that will actually push that country forward, with the nature and how the politics of that country is so complicated.
Obi is not a decision maker. We
exactly.
all know that.
And I actually agree with you, woman. That should have been the best move. And that move should have happened this evening or tomorrow morning.
It doesn't have,
he should be the one coming out.
Oh God. It doesn't have 24 hours. He has just a few hours to do it. He has to be masterful. He has to call a press conference. He has to. No, that's what he has. You know that his campaign is starting to falter. So this presents him a sacrificial lamb, or lamb, whatever it's called. It should slice him off. It should sacrifice him.
Done something like similar to this before.
It will sacrifice him to Ogun. That's what it should do.
What I'm saying is, we've seen him do something similar to this in the past, when the people were complaining about, is it Enenche, this general that was the spokesperson for the Nigerian military, that said something to the effect of the NSAS, when people were clamoring that sack him, we don't want him. They removed him, right? So he should do this. He should do what is right.
No, but he should do it in a masterful manner, is what I'm saying. Call a press conference. No, you know the Nigerian space, they like strong men. The Nigerian political space, they like strong men. And this presents him an alpha opportunity, but I don't think he has the thinking to seize the moment.
The guy is too naive, and honestly, that would have been the right move for him. And he would have even give his supporters more leeway to be able to contribute and speak to this situation of Okupe. You just come out and say, oh, we don't know this is the situation. But for me, as a person, where I'm standing, because I'm not an obedient, I think there is no way you want to appoint somebody as your campaign DG who will be the face of your campaign, make all the move and all that, and you don't know this person has 59 counts. That's a lot for money laundering, and you want to come out and campaign to people about how you want to cleanse corruption, cleanse the country of all these things.
You know, they've not even told us how much of that money they've recovered of the 702 million naira that was taken in 10 million cash.
Actually, that's another problem I have
the
with
question.
No, hold on. I'm going to take the topic round, but I'll let D round off. We'll come to Baba.
Yeah. Actually, that's my own problem again with the system in that country when it comes to things like this. You will never hear anything. There have been times when I was in Lagos, working in Lagos, there have been times they found a lot of weapons, these containers full of ammunition. That is the last you will hear about it. You won't hear anybody was convicted. You won't hear who actually brought the container in. It just dies down there. Look at now, this guy has stolen 702 million naira, but if only asked him to pay 13 million naira. 13 million naira that he can just, with the tip of the finger, he can just drop 13 million naira and he will be walking free again. It's crazy. We need to change the law that really deals with all this corruption. Maybe that will give people scare, because I think they think it's not that big deal once you can bail yourself. I remember Akala having a case with EFCC back then. All he had to pay was 500 million, and he was walking back free, was contesting, trying to be a senator and all those things. The law in that country needs to change when it comes to corruption. I think if the law is firm on corruption, it will reduce how people go about. You'll be hearing the amount of money we've heard they've stolen in that country. It's too alarming, and the way they just say it casually, even in the courts, the way the whole thing just go and flow casually away, and it won't just make any sense to you, you know. So that guy, if Obi wants to save himself, he needs to come out at least before 10 a.m. tomorrow and just throw that guy under the bus to save his own head.
All right, brilliant. So to you, Baba Kore. So I mean, I was expecting everybody to be on the same sheet on this particular narrative, but it surprises me that people have differing opinions. Just to recap, this guy has been convicted of money laundering, taking 10 million in cash, 702 million in cash. No reasons justified for it. They've asked him to pay 30 million naira back. These are the DG of a campaign that is that's telling us they are coming to cleanse corruption, and they are telling us this doesn't end the campaign. Explain that to me, Baba Akure.
Well, like I said too, I don't think it's the end of campaign for OB. Somebody just spoke right now before me. Like he said, the best thing for OB is to just tomorrow, quick, sharp, apologize to his followers and apologize to the country that they've made mistake. He disassociate himself from what happened, and as a result of this, we hereby ask Dr. Okupe to step down, and so person has been appointed as the Director General of the campaign Director General, or whatever they call it, to take over from Okupe. And at the same time, Okupe himself should come out and apologize to Labour Party followers and to the country as a whole, and also make the same statement that he is resigning from his position. That doesn't mean that he cannot work undergroundly for Peter Obi. Even as he's convicted right now, he will still have a lot of people that will say, well, that is how Nigeria stays. So there is not that they will still defend him. They will say, well, that is look at Bode George. Bode George went to prison. Eventually, they have to buy clothes and come and welcome him from prison. Look at Ojus Okalu. The same thing happened. Look at Iburit. So that is what they will use to console themselves. But the best thing for this for them to do right now, to see that maybe the Labour Party campaign ship might still be above the water, I think the best thing to do early tomorrow, as early as possible, they just apologize to their fellow, the members and the country as a whole, and then maybe things will be able to move forward from there.
All right. And this idea of somebody that the EFCC tells us took 702 million naira in cash, but the court is asking him to pay 30 million naira. Is that the sort of deal that you will happily take?
Well, that is Nigerian system, right? You know, so many times we discuss about this on this platform. People, they know that nothing is going to happen. Even he himself know that nothing is going to happen. So are you, before I go further, do you want to tell me now that Doyin Okupe will not issue check for that 12 million? He will issue check for that. And that is why they stole this money. They will pay lawyer. By the time they settle everything, they will still have like 100 million or 200 million or 400 million in their own pocket. Who lose? It will. Even issue of conviction or no conviction, by the time maybe Peter will become by the time Peter will become president of Nigeria, we pardon him.
Of course, and then it will be the secretary to the federal government, and then the naira will become dollars, and the 700 becomes 7
we don't enter one chance in Africa. That is what I can say.
It's unbelievable.
They will pardon him. So that is why we are saying, that is why you see these people, they steal millions of or even billions of naira, knowing fully well that when they get to court, because they have that connection. So the only thing the court will say, okay, go and pay so amount of million naira. That is just maybe 1/4 of the money they stole. So by the time they use 2/4 of the money they stole by hiring a competent lawyer and pay me the fine they give them at the court, they still making their money. They still make a lot of money. They would be enjoying themselves. It is we have problem in Nigeria, not these people, because they know how it goes. We need to take the boom by the horn.
But Baba Akure, the jokes has already started. Ayo has changed the campaign slogan of the Labour Party, Doyin Okupe, from corruption to production. So there it is, from corruption to production. It's quite can you imagine what Dino Milaye will make of them by tomorrow? He is
going to wax a new album.
He's
going to wax a new album, and it's going to play it for us anytime soon, maybe before Christmas. Never can tell. And that man, what's the name of this guy again?
Festus Keyamo.
Festus Keyamo will be reciting what he will say now on Channel TV when they invite him because they will invite him very soon, and they will ask their opinion about what happened. So they will all have what they will have to say in that right now. But the best thing for this
do you think with 2 months left to the elections, do you think there's enough room for them to recover from this, the Obi narrative?
It will be very hard, one man, because you know me, like I said, if I'm still in Nigeria today, I will still vote for Peter Obi. That is just a fact. But you see, the day I start seeing certain thing was when they not even accuse anymore anyway. When Ogun State, I think it is from Ogun State, right? Ogun State chapter of Labour Party,
yes,
that they said they remove him as their party member. That was the day I see no. This is not going well at all.
They accused him of stealing. They accused him of stealing money there as well.
Yes,
they released
money for
mobilization. Yes,
I am aware of that.
They released 20 million. He kept 16 in his pocket and gave them 4.
Exactly, and he used 4 million. I read about that, and and that was the main reason why they removed him from the party in Ogun State. And I strongly believe they are still going to take that case to court if it has not even been in the court by now. So
we cannot believe that Doyin Okupe is the only gangster in the Obi team.
Well, we have gangster all over.
Because that Labour Party chairman, he's a notorious crook as well.
We have gangster all over. We have gangster all over Nigeria, particularly in all these parties. It's just that they've been exposed one after the other. And I'm not going to doubt that what is happening right now to Doyin Okupe is not political motivated stuff anyway.
Oh God.
But it doesn't really matter anyway, either political motivated or not. He shouldn't have even deep in his hand into that, because he is robbing me. I am still incompetent. I'm still a Nigerian citizen. So, and this money belongs to all of us. So you cannot just take 10 million for the service that you never provided for us, and then you believe that you want to go scot-free anyway. The judgment doesn't really favor us anyway, because it's still favor him. For him to pay 12 million out of 700 million. So it is we at lost.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Baba. Could I stay with us? Let me take the conversation around and take it to the direction next of Thomas. But on the way to Thomas, let me acknowledge our base super chat. It says how many more Okupes do you have in LP? I think he intended to say. Obedient, how many more Okupes do you have in LP? I think the whole of them they are Nigerian politicians now, which by extension makes them criminals, as has again been affirmed just now. So thank you for that. And let me do this buy the coffee thing. As ever, you already know the person that goes there, just the one person, and it's Ayo, who has done as ever he always does. So let's highlight that. So let's highlight that. So thank you, Ayo. So that's Ayo doing as it always does. So let's take the conversation on to Thomas. So Thomas, the other Ayo in the comment section has now reframed the Labour Party Obidati campaign slogan from corruption to production. It cannot be any other thing. I hope Dino Milaye is listening, so he can wrap that into his song. So what are you making of that? Maybe switch off your green screen. It's a bit funny. Yeah. But carry on. Yeah.
Oh really?
Oh yes. So yeah, the green screen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, we can. Carry on.
Yeah. So it's just the naivety of Peter Obi. That is what is making me hungry. That he is not aware of this. It's very unfortunate. And if Peter Obi is telling us he's not aware of these charges, can we say that he didn't do his home assignment very well before choosing this guy to be his campaign manager? To me, it doesn't affect Peter Obi in any way, because what Okupe stole, we can't attribute it to Peter Obi, but it's going to take a big problem to their campaign, because people will be saying, you are campaigning on corruption-free, we are taking our country back, all these narratives. But to me, it's damning. It's damning to the campaign, big time. But what will really gladdens me is if Peter Obi, maybe before 2 hours or 3 hours or before tomorrow morning, you should just sack this guy. It will really set a good precedent that he knows what he's doing. But if he didn't do that, that means we can say himself is culpable in these criminal acts. But all of them, they are thieves, from ATIKU, Tinubu, Okupe, Peter Obi, all of them, they are thieves. All politicians are thieves. They no exemption to anyone. So that is just my submission, one man.
Do you think that the authorities, they should question Peter Obi just to know what extent his involvement is in this whole matter?
No. They can't do it. What concern Peter Obi about the criminal heart? But just because Peter Obi is naive, he can excuse himself. One man, and Peter Obi is lying. Can he tell me that Peter Okupe didn't inform him that he have corruption charges and is going to court that yesterday? Can he tell us that he didn't? Is not aware of that? Can he beat his chest and say he's not aware of that? It's just lie about politicians. That is what pissed me off many times. Just come out. I knew he has a case cause, but I think maybe he'll be found not guilty. That is what I pick him for my. Just be truthful. Be truthful. That is just my problem with them all the time, all the way, all the time. It's just the lies.
Do you think this conviction has dealt a mortal blow on the Obi campaign? It
Yes.
cannot continue to campaign as an anti-corruption person unless it does something drastic within the next few hours.
Yes, he can, one man. Because himself, we know he's a thief, he's a corrupt man, but he hasn't been convicted. I can still excuse him. But this guy now, he has been convicted. So I expected him in the next 24 hours, he should be sacked. Not even step down, sacked.
No, they can't allow him to step down. He has to be sacked. He has to be very aggressive in how he handles this, Obi.
Yes, he has to be sacked and even publicly humiliated.
No, maybe
If
not
they
that
want-
far, but
No. It's a thief.
Thomas,
What are you saying,
Thomas,
one man?
Thomas and one man.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that they are friends?
It doesn't matter now.
Hold on now. Hold on. Do you know those guys are friends? Do you think because of politics you want to ridicule their friendship that been coming a long way because of his home problem? It's never going to happen. What you are going to see is Okupe coming to the air saying he's stepping down, and that is where it will end. But to expect Obi to come and fire him is never going to happen.
If Okupe steps down, then the interpretation will be that Obi has given him a soft landing for an act against the state, because that corruption is an act against the state. So,
well, it has nothing to do with Obi at all. It's Okupe's problem. Okupe have to.
But Okupe is involved with Obi. Is a senior, the most senior functionary in his campaign, the director general of his campaign. So it's at the epicenter of the story that Obi is telling. So if he gives him a soft landing, it's a bad look.
So Obi should jettison the French.
He must sack him. He must sack him.
No, so
and Okupe will understand.
Politics can never. You never, to politicians, so that's the way they think. I'm telling you, they never allow politics to rubbish their friendship, particularly in this kind of situation.
Yeah.
What they will do to help themselves is what they will do. But
what about the friendship between Oshibanjo and Tinubu?
Haven't you seen them together?
He sliced him up when it was expedient for him.
Haven't you seen them
Aregbesola sliced him up.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they cannot come back together tomorrow.
Zeke sliced up Awo, so don't worry. When it's at the Ojo Pokma, they will slice.
But these, Obi is not losing anything. The person that has rubbished his own image, his own reputation now is Okupe. So what they can do
it's not Okupe's reputation that is rubbish. It is the Obi Dati campaign that is tarnished.
Did they mention it in that court judgment? Obi, the Dati campaign or LP?
Yes, the director. Yes, the director general of the Obi Dati campaign. Yes, that's
the director general Okupe Okupe is a personality.
Is a
one that will
convict.
go down.
The
Yeah,
director
it's
general
convict.
is a convict.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the
Yeah.
okay, my bache, you know.
Look at you go sort about you now. All that if you robot, one that if you robot.
One man. There is no excuse. There is no excuse at all for this thing that has happened. Obi will feel the damage because I know the likes of FFK, the what they call it, Dino Melaye. I know they will be producing one video now. Videos. I know.
I can't wait till tomorrow. I don't even have to search for materials for tomorrow. I think Dino and Femi Fani-Kayode and Kiyamo, they are already preparing materials for tomorrow's session as we speak. Unbelievable.
So it's going to be crazy tomorrow because it's damning. It's damning to Obi, but I can't attribute it to Obi, even though I'm not the fan of Obi in any way. But I can't attribute this to Obi, but it will really damn its campaign because they are campaigning on we are good, no corruption charges, nothing whatsoever. One man, what I haven't here on this platform is politically motivated. I'm still expecting the obedience.
No, we've not gotten to Uptown yet. He will tell us how politically motivated it is.
Have you seen what Reno said?
Yeah, that.
Have you seen what Reno said in his Twitter? I don't know
what has he said?
He has a photo of Obi and and this guy we're talking about. What's his name? Okupe. Anini Monday Osumbo.
Look at that. The jokes have started. He has to sack. Do you see now that he has to sack him?
Well, I agree with you that he has to go.
Sorry, did you say it's Instagram or it's Twitter?
I think it's Twitter.
Okay, go on. I'll go on.
Check both.
Yeah, go on.
I'm done. That's what they said.
No, but you use the jokes. They'll be ruthless. You know they know how to mock people in Nigeria. They know how to mock people. We have started the mocking here anyway.
I think the other political party will really take advantage of this.
They will take advantage. DOG. They are going to smack them hard tomorrow. But one man, Obi can still continue with this campaign. But what will annoy me if he didn't sack this guy, they have to humiliate him publicly so that their campaign will be stronger. So that we are not nonsense, we don't take any But if they don't, if Obi didn't do
will that convert the Batify to obedient if they sack him? Will that convert those people that are supporting ATIKU to now come and join the AFP?
No.
Why must it be disgraced? As people are calling that it should be disgraced out of there.
Let me answer that question, Ajanle Koko. What it will do, it will bring a lot of his followers back into play. Because if they are following him based on an anti-corruption stance, the campaign is already faltering. So many allegations already leveled against that campaign space, internal fighting, bad judgment, in the composition of the PCC, in the manifesto space. Obi now are sort of laboring now under the weight of it, and then you top it off now with their gold standard space, which is anti-corruption. They can't even go there anymore. So it will bring a lot of their supporters back into play.
Who are the supporters that are supporting Obi before the ones that support him on this pious narrative that he's always beating us over the head with? This is not
going to be a pious person. One man. He's
always self-righteous. Is it not? The whole thing of righteousness.
He said, I'm not a saint. That's what he said. So,
but he's a sinner. We know he's not a saint, but we also he's a sinner.
Well, I don't know what he meant by that, but what I mean is he has never said is sinless, that he has no sin, he has nothing, he has not done maybe in the past. So, trying to say because of this guy, Okupe, now we have to now color him bad and color him like as if he's the one. Let us just move on. One man, I know you want to talk about it, but there are other topics.
No, there are other topics. So, but I cannot say
He's
a
just
topic
sampling
more.
it round.
More important. More
Rational, why
important
do you
than
want us to ignore this?
the cover up has begun. The cover up. The cover up.
Rational
Calm
mind.
down, my brother. Calm
Rational
down.
mind. Rational mind. We are not moving on. No, we have to sample it round. This is a big. But rational mind. Are you not seeing any red flag? Are you not consigned? Because I think you are not consigned at all. As if all is good. Let's
what
just
I'm not
move on.
concerned is not the candidate we're talking about. We're talking about his DG. Of course, I know it's going to affect.
What is the difference? He's a Labour Party member, isn't it?
It's just like you're talking about the Plateau State governor being a DG of Tinubu's something, and then maybe suddenly we said, oh, he was involved in a court, in a fraudulent case, and then we want to pin it on Tinubu. I will never do that. The only thing I can say,
why not?
Hold on. The only way I can say is this: you see, like you're all doing now, right now with Okupe now. Oh, he lacked judgment. Why could he have? Picked. Why would Tinubu have picked this guy from Plateau State? Because he knows that he's a criminal. So how can we trust Tinubu to really fight criminal when he already has criminal around him? Even right now, as we're talking about, he has so many criminals around him. But we're not talking about it.
RM, rational mind. Has those guys been convicted?
Oh, good. Here you go. Are they be convicted? That's what we say.
Yes, that is the question.
So, the same way we cannot question Tinubu. The same way we cannot question Tinubu for having this criminal.
Okupe has been convicted, isn't it?
I agree.
Has Tinubu been convicted of anything?
Yeah, he has in America.
Where are the documents?
Thomas, what if we are the kangaroo judge?
So Tinubu has never been convicted of anything. You go around labeling him as a criminal.
Hold on.
Okupe and Peter Obi that have been convicted severally. You are saying give them
one man. You just said, you and some people here just said that we need to question Obi's judgment. That he knew that this guy has case in court. Same thing with Tinubu. Same thing with ATIKU. They all have people around them that have cases in court, and that they're acting on their behalf. They're surrogates and even speaking for them in their behalf. We do not question Tinubu's judgment based on that. I agree. If they are convicted, we can say, we cannot start talking about it. But we're not talking about that right now. So why are we making? Let's just move on out of this guy's case.
No, we are not moving on. No, so apologies, but we are not moving anywhere.
We are not moving on.
In fact, let Thomas round off his thoughts, and then we'll come to you. You've sent in a picture to tell us we shouldn't move on, but let's rational. Thomas, round off your thoughts, and then we go to rational mind. People want me to get to Saki and Uptown very quickly about that.
Obedient. Obi. To me, I'm not attributing these things to Obi. Obi is to continue your campaign, but this guy has to go down. He has to be sacked, humiliated publicly, so that their campaign can be like a Saint Peter they are claiming they are. Thank you, Wama.
Sorry, before you go, Adela Koko was saying that it was quite apt that he wasn't put in handcuffs. But Chowore was put in handcuffs. So is there a double standard in play here? Why wasn't he, at least for the photo opportunities for tomorrow's headlines?
One man, that is a big man. We have big man, prosecution and small man prosecution.
Can I answer that, one man?
It would have been better for my thumbnail now. It would have been better for my thumbnail if I've been able to get a picture of him.
One man, you see when you steal money in Nigeria, they are not going to handcuff you,
right?
Because you are part of them. But if you don't steal money, like Chowore, he did steal money, so they have to put him on handcuff because it's just like us. So, but somebody steal money, steal millions. That's so you are now in the fraternity, because that is that. If you don't steal money in Nigeria, you are not. You cannot get any position.
Thank you, Baba. But the accountant general that stole 110 billion. We didn't see him handcuffed. Even they have they granted him bail. It has so enjoying and
he got married. He got married a week
young
later.
Girl of 18 years, 13 years.
And he's 61. Unbelievable.
Woman, can I make this comment? Can we speak sense to our judiciary a little bit? That's just come to my mind now. How will somebody collected 702 million naira, and they are telling me to pay 13 million naira? What is the ratio? I think those judge, maybe they are even complicit in this. It doesn't rhyme with senses. Minus 30 million from 702 million. It's just I think our judiciary no, it's I don't let's just maybe just move on. It annoys me. It doesn't even tally. They don't even tell him to pay 500 million or 700 or 50 million, like big substantial of money. Our judiciary is let's just move on, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. We go on from Thomas to Rational Mind. But on the way to Rational Mind, we acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. I salute everyone on the platform tonight, watching with keen interest. Compliments of the season. Compliments of the season to you, Alexander. As we go on to Rational Mind, I think we already know that this is where the past and the excuses will start. But Rational Mind, the second most powerful member of the Obi campaign team, Obi predicating his campaign on piety and self-righteousness, anti-corruption, his mantra. He's second in command in terms of actual functioning of the party, convicted for money laundering. So is this the end of the Obi campaign, Rational Mind?
I don't think so. I don't think this is the end of this campaign. All I can see here is there's this guy that was interviewed today on Arise. He said that Labour Party is under siege right now, and indeed they are under siege because just like this, they will say, you know, who does not know that meaning that just a few hours ago, was it this today or maybe on Saturday, I don't know. It was reported that people had at the NLC, is in like the Nigerian Labour Congress or the Nigerian Labour Union. They were there in one of his gatherings, and he addressed them. Now, if the Labour, arm of the Labour, who's supposed to be championing Obi's cause, are now with Tinubu's camp, that tells you that something is in the making. And now the question now is, barely a few hours after that, we saw what happened to Doyin Okupe. I mean, this case has been it has been there since, I'm sure since 2015 or 2016. Has been having this case ever since they arrested Dasuki. Now, but why now? Why at this stage of this campaign that they suddenly discover that this guy had to be convicted? I'm not saying he did not do it, don't get me wrong. And if he's found guilty, like you already convicted him, well, let it be that way. But the question is, why now? I'm seeing the handiwork of the APC here, because I can't say it's the PDP. If the PDP is on power, I can say yeah, because they control the army, they control the law enforcement, and maybe the judiciary, to some extent, the Attorney General could be used to start this case or bring it up again. But it's the APC, and look at it, an arm of his party, a stronghold of his party, which is the Labour Congress, and now with pitching tent with Tinubu, supporting Tinubu. So that tells you that there's something going on. And this guy, what's his name, during his interview today said that Labour Congress is under siege by some other parties. I know PDP is one of them, but I know the most ones is APC. Because if Obi is taken down in the South, that will leave Tinubu as one of the major candidates from the South. And that will probably may make the pathway for Tinubu to winning that election. But with the Obi still let's forget this narrative that they say, oh, a vote for Tinubu, a vote for Labour is a vote for Tinubu. No, it's a both threat to Tinubu and to ATIKU. I know both of them, they wish him gone. So, but then the point is, what I'm seeing here is a collapse. They're trying to collapse or to weaken Obi's candidature, which already I can see is already getting weakened from the inside. That's what that guy said. What's that guy's name? I'm going to go he's a northern guy. He's a northern guy. Anyway, so he said the party is under siege. And what we're seeing right now playing out is I mean, we started seeing it from Ogun State chapter of the Labour Congress, how they've started using those chairman and the other guy there to start weakening this guy's position. So my point is just that whatever is good for the goose is also good for the ganja. In the sense that the ganja rather is also that this conviction of this guy Okupe should also apply to Buhari, to other people that collected money from Dasuki, because they too also collected money. Now, what was this money?
But Peter Obi also collected money from that. Okay,
let
because
them investigate him. If that's
he is under investigation. He was given money to handle the southeastern space during that election. Yeah.
Yeah, but then the question is this: in what form was it? Was the conviction was that he collected the money in cash, and he did not go through what's it called, the banking system. So that of Buhari too, was it given to him through cash, or did he have to go because they bought him? I think they said they bought him an armored vehicle. I mean, his armored vehicle, a bulletproof vehicle during that campaign in 2015 or 2015 when after he was attacked. And then now the point now is that if he collected money, 300 million or 350 million naira or 200, I don't know how much he collected. If he collected that amount of money, how was it paid to him? Well, we know it immediately covers him right now. But whenever he leaves office, they should also bring Buhari and every one of them that collected money from Dasuki. People should not be used only as the only scapegoat in this matter. But we know how Nigeria runs. I know if Tinubu wins it next year, I mean, if he wins the election, I doubt if Tinubu, I mean, if Bubu will ever be asked to come face the tribunal, face the judge over that money he collected. How did he collect it? Was it not money laundering? Was he also not implicated in that matter too? We shall see how that plays out. So, that's how I have to say.
All right. So you want us to beware of the spinners, but you've spun very nicely just there.
How did I spin, woman? I said yes, he should be removed. Yeah, he should be removed. I mean, he has been convicted. But I don't.
Should he be given the grace to step down, or should they be sacked?
Either way, woman, I'm for.
No. If you were in the position to influence the decision,
I'll ask him to step down. And if
you won't sack him.
Hold on. If I ask him to step down, if he doesn't want to, then I will sack him.
So you don't think there is a public beheading is necessary
We don't have to go through that. We don't have to do that to behead him. I mean, the ridicule he has gotten from the judiciary is enough. It's enough of a punishment or enough of chastisement or enough of whatever I want to describe it to be. But the thing is that he has been convicted. I will ask him to step down, and if he refuses, then I will do what I need to do by announcing publicly that we're letting him go. We're now announcing a new DG for our campaign, and that is it. And I'll leave it at that. I don't have to say, but I'll be public shame.
Rational mind. Sorry, don't you think he paints? If he steps down himself, it paints a picture. If they sack him, it paints a different entire picture to him stepping down.
Well, you might say that. I agree with you. It carries more weight when I say, okay, I announce publicly I'm sacking him. Well, that's what everybody wants to hear, right? Because like one man said, I want to assert that alpha role that, yes, I'm the one in charge. Yeah, it makes sense that way. I mean, he could, but when he do that, I doubt if Obi will do that. Do I think it's
because regardless, this guy has embarrassed himself already. So all that doesn't really embarrass him more or anything to me.
Who has embarrassed himself?
Okupe stealing all that money and being convicted.
Yes, I agree with you on that. But the point is, what I'm trying to say, I don't think I'm trying to spin it. He's convicted, he's a convict right now. So let him step down. And if he doesn't step down, then maybe like what man said, he should be sacked. Announce it publicly. We're letting him go. We don't condone corruption. We have to let him go, and that's it. And I leave it at that. We don't need to publish shame him again. Already enough of chastisement he has gotten from the judiciary, that's enough for whatever. Let him move on from his life from there. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. So a pass from Rational Mind. No doubt, another pass from Saki Fada. But Saki Fada, let me build you into it. Because Rational Mind referenced Reno OMOKRI just then, and I've just had a peep at Reno OMOKRI's Twitter space. So let's say now, because the mocking, of course, as you know, it'll be relentless. Every obedience will hide under their duvet for 24 hours tomorrow. So the mocking has begun. Reno OMOKRI, it says, Peter Obi said he is coming to save Nigeria from thieves. Which thieves exactly? His campaign DG, who is a convicted criminal, or his party's national chairman, who is accused of embezzling 40 million, or the Ogun and Taraba chairmen who are accused of theft. So that is Reno OMOKRI. He doesn't stop, of course. The Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, was outed for operating offshore accounts whilst he was serving as governor of Anambra State. Their DG is a criminal. Their chairman is accused of fraud. In fact, we should rename the Labour Party the Labour Crime Family. It goes on, the Labour Party national chairman was accused of 40 million naira fraud. The Ogun and Taraba chairmen were accused of various amounts of fraud. And now their presidential campaign DG is a convicted criminal. Obi, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. So he just goes on and on, but he doesn't stop there. He says if the words don't tell you, then the pictures should. And there he is, right there. So this now sent in by Rational Mind. So this is how Reno OMOKRI concludes. So this is how Reno OMOKRI concludes. Look at their faces, Anini and Monday. Osumbo. So, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, what Reno OMOKRI is struggling to say, Rational Mind, is Sake Fada rather. What Reno OMOKRI is struggling to say is best captured by the Americans. So this is what the Americans are interpreting Reno OMOKRI's words as. Listen to this, Sake Fada.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got it. We got it.
So there it is, Sake Fada, Peter Obi's campaign. Peter Obi's campaign. All right. So Sake Fada, to you.
Thank you, one man, for giving me this wonderful platform today again, and a very salubrious environment to present my cases. Yeah, one man, if you are reading whatever Reno OMOKRI writes on Twitter, I will first of all advise you to go and read Jeremiah chapter 31 verse 29. Then when you have read Jeremiah chapter 31 verse 29, I think you can now come back and finally let me know whether you are still following all his false narratives, you know. Let me start the conversation by saying that our legal system is accusatorial in nature, not inquisitorial. So in that very essence, it is very, very important to know how to be very, very careful with certain things we say and conclusions we make. But before I argue on this very matter, the first question I need to ask everyone on this platform is, has any one of you read the judgment of today? If yes, what are your findings? If no, why are we saying things we don't know?
We've heard from the lawyers, Saki. We've heard from the lawyers.
No. My question is, has anyone read
the lawyers have, the lawyers have, and they've given us, and the judgment. Hold on, because you can't run into technicalities, Saki. All of the 50-something charges were under the Money Laundering Act, and he was convicted of 20-something of them, with a 2-year jail term, which tells you the gravity of it. And the lawyers have told us also that this is what happened. So a convicted, even his lawyer called him a convict. So that's there it is.
All right. So if you have read that judgment, because that is why I asked, if you have read that judgment, there were 59 count charges, right? And this very case emanated in 2019. That very case has been in court. Again, I'll correct somebody that tried to push it to P2B. Why did P2B make him a campaign DG when he knows that there was a court process, on this very matter since 2019? It is very important to also remind the person that our legal system is accusatorial, not inquisitorial, which means that you can't say that somebody is guilty unless it has been found confirmed guilty by competent court. So as at that point where P2B was using him as a campaign DG, we cannot blame P2B for anything, Then again, what I want to say is that out of that 59, as you said, about 30 something we are struck out, right? Then those other remaining charges were bordered on what? They were bordered on the fact that he received cash in excess of 5 million naira. They were not bordered on issues of dishonesty. They were not bordered on issues of immorality. They were not bordered on issues of embezzlement. They were bordered on the fact that he received money, cash, in excess of 5 million naira. Then, suffice it to say here that most of us...
It wasn't in excess of 5 million. It was 10 million routinely to the tune of 702 million.
No, if you read the judgment, I'm talking about what the judgment says. I'm not talking about what he received, how many times he received it. What I'm saying is that the judgment the judgment was predicated on the premise that he received money in cash that is more than 5 million naira. If you go again, it's even today I come to know about this, because most of us, we do these things and we don't know. If you go back today in our Money Laundering Act, one of the provisions says that if any Nigerian must receive any money beyond 5 million naira, it must pass through a financial institution. Otherwise, if it doesn't pass through a financial institution, it has to be termed money laundering. Some of us here, either directly or indirectly, even Thomas, that is accusing people, either directly or indirectly, may have in one way or the other been guilty of this same thing without even knowing. Because me, I know that I have, made the expenses of this amount in the past. So if the security agency has caught me in this kind of expenses, I'm still guilty of that contravening that section of that provision of the Money Laundering Act. So the judgment was very categorical that the reason, and that is even the reason they even gave him option of fine, because if it was anchored on embezzlement, dishonesty, or immorality, he cannot have this option of fine. So the option of fine is predicated on the fact that the fact was not that he embezzled funds or that he was engaged in collecting money illegally.
Sorry, Sake. Can you pause for a moment? Let me just give you something. This is how Okupe received 702 million from Dasuki for doing nothing. Witness. A prosecution witness on Wednesday told the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission that Doyin Okupe, senior special assistant on media to former President Goodluck Jonathan, collected 702 million naira from government treasury for doing nothing. The witness, Osas Ozonobo, was speaking at the Abuja division of the Federal High Court, where Mr. Okupe was facing trial on 59 counts of alleged diversion of the said amount. According to the statement by the commission, Mr. Ozonobo according to the statement by the commission, Mr. Ozonobo said the defendant allegedly received the sums in different tranches between 2012 and 2014. According to the statement, Mr. Ozonobo told the court that the commission began investigating the former media aide after it was tipped off about the alleged fraud in 2016. Mr. Ozonobo told the court that the EFCC wrote to the ONSA demanding the vouchers of payments made to Okupe. Hold on. Made to Okupe. According to him, after analyzing the payment vouchers, it was realized that the cash payment of 50 million was made into Okupe's account as stated in the voucher of April the 8th, 2014. He also stated that another cash payment of 6 million was found to have been made to Okupe on April the 2nd, 2014. He explained that there were a series of payments in multiples of 10 million that was made to Okupe between 2012 and 2014. The witness gave the testimony whilst answering questions from a lawyer, Ibrahim Audu, who also works for the EFCC. The witness was now told the court that EFCC's investigation found the sum of 50 million paid into Zenith Bank account of Value Trust Investment Limited, which Okupe is a director. He said another 35 million was paid into the account of Abraham Telecoms Nigeria Limited, in which Okupe is a signatory. He told us he was the senior special assistant to former President Goodluck Jonathan from 2012 and was placed on a monthly salary of 835,000 paid to him by the SGF, Mr. Ozonobo said. Okupe said he was paid 10 million monthly for 24 months by the ONSA, so that would be the Office of the National Security Advisor, by the ONSA, and that the money was reduced to 5 million monthly from January 2015 to May 2015. Okupe said the money was for special services, and when asked to elaborate on what he meant by special services, Okupe said part of the money was used to sponsor Insights, a program on NTA. In the course of the investigation, Mr. Okupe reportedly submitted a budget proposal by NTA to EFCC. It, however, added that a letter was written to the television station to confirm the authenticity of the document that emanated from NTA. In the response to the letter, NTA agreed that the document came from them, but added that the said program was aired free of charge in line with the television's regulations for addressing its corporate social responsibility. The witness further informed the court that Okupe claimed that part of the money collected from the ONSA was used to pay workers, but when asked to show proof of payment, he only brought a list of names on a written piece of paper and also a typed paper. There was no payment voucher, receipt, or pay slip to show evidence of payment. And when we asked him to produce staff he paid to, he couldn't produce any, Mr. Ozonobo said. However, Corporate Affairs Commission CAC documents of the Value Trust Investment Limited and Abraham Telecommunications Nigeria Limited, and a letter of response from ONSA to the EFCC acting chairman and statement of the defendants were all admitted in evidence. The case has been adjourned till Thursday for cross-examination. Mr. Okupe, amongst others, is facing trial for alleged diversion of funds from the office of the former NSA. So a hardened criminal. There you are, Saki.
Yeah, so can I have a...
carry on.
Yeah.
So it's just...
So my argument, listen, all these things you are reading now, all this you are reading now, at this point, it is not important in our material arguments. What is important in our material argument is the judgment. These arguments and counter-arguments and cross-examination provisions were before this judgment. So what I have on ground, and on that very basis, I will argue, is what the court said, right? That is the basis of our argument. So no, it's not important to be going back and saying what the barrister said or did not say. You know,
it wasn't the barrister; it was the EFCC investigation.
Yeah, forget about the EFCC investigation. At this point, our argument will be anchored on the judgment. That is the supreme law. That is what we have to look at and make our arguments, right?
You mean the conviction for money laundering? The conviction
I'm talking about the judgment. The judgment. That is what we look at. So the judgment was able to strike out 30-something of these 59 charges, you know, and then those other charges that resulted in this judgment was that the judge found merit in the fact that Doyin Okupe contravened one of the provisions of the Money Laundering Act by receiving cash in excess of 5 million naira. And I'm telling you here, you know, it is, I think you should go and read this paper by Professor Igudovia. The caption of that paper is "The Criminal in All of Us, Whose Ox Have We Not Taken?" Many of us here don't even know this provision. It is even today I know this very provision. Because some of us here, it is possible that one way or the other, some of us here may have transacted in excess of 5 million naira, you know, in cash. If you have done that before in the past, you are still liable to have contravened this provision.
I know, Zaki Father.
I don't know about it. Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you this. Okupe and all those people at the position of power, they know. But they will violate the law because they are the one in power and they believe nothing will happen to them. Look, other than the what do you call this? This money laundering act, the civil service itself, civil service rule make it impossible for every civil servant or government official to take cash in such amount. Civil service rule does not give anybody that power to collect cash in such large amount. Such large amount have to go by bank transaction, check, or whatsoever, and not in cash. That is what the civil service rule says. They know.
But Adeleko,
yes.
did you hear what the lawyer said? He said it was they did an honest mistake or something like that, so that effect. So what's that? Hold on. Well, I'm not saying either you know it doesn't matter, but then the point is that's what the lawyer said. He said he did an honest something, maybe honest.
That was what his lawyer said.
That is what his lawyer was saying.
What else would his lawyer say? What else would his lawyer say?
Hold on now. So if it's an honest, like I said, most of us must have done that mistake that we pay people with cash with excess of 5 billion, even more than 5 billion naira in cash. That will make us.
I'm actually guilty of that.
So you can imagine. So
let me tell you, the bank itself, as a financial institution, will not give you cash because the bank know that is in contravention of the Money Laundering Act.
So
the bank will not give you.
How did the NSA get cash?
5 million, huh?
How did the NSA get cash to pay?
Because they don't follow the law.
I've collected cash far more than that from my dad from a bank before. And I
when
carried it along the street.
When was that?
To his office.
When was that? When?
During COVID,
when was that?
2020.
2020. You collected more than 5 million?
Yes, far more than that. And
the bank gave it to you?
Yes.
Well,
and it's a normal thing.
I don't know.
This is Nigeria. What are you guys saying? Like all of us break the law every day, literally.
go to Idumota there, you see some of those Igbo boys and all those people there. They go to market, they go to bank and withdraw, even sometimes like 50M. They will withdraw it to go and buy their goods and pay goods or whatever, pay their merchant or the suppliers. I don't know what you're talking about, ATIKU. So it's something to do. Bank can give you more than that. Can give you more than so. The bank
let's even forget about that of banking. But what I'm telling you that according to civil service rule, they don't have to get as a government official in any transaction whatsoever you are doing. You mustn't get as much as that he collected in cash to say you want to transact government business. It's never allowed by the rules, by the government rules. But they will violate it because they are the one in power. They believe nothing will happen to them. They will cover it up by themselves. So that is the way they play it. So for Okupe or for his lawyer to say, oh, he was ignorant of law, and that is why that is rubbish. The law, the civil service rule is very, very clear on how government should transact business and not by cash in such huge amount.
Ajale Koko, yes. And ignorance of law is not an excuse, isn't it?
You're right.
And you can't say the National Security Advisor Office and the top functionary and aide to the presidency, they are ignorant of the law. I mean, if they are not,
no, it's a corruption now. It's a corruption. That's a corruption at the top level.
Thomas, I will reply
and also, if you look at his interactions with the EFCC during the phase of investigation, he was not able to. He couldn't give a coherent reason for the monies being given. And the reasons that he gave, when they investigated it, it fell apart completely. And the people he said that he paid, he couldn't provide them or provide any proof of any payments being made.
I mean, the court was just lenient with him, just giving him that option of fine.
The FCC said they are going to revisit that those charges that they wasn't convicted on.
Well, let's see what they're going to do. The EFCC themselves, sometimes they don't get themselves right. I mean, they were there. They should have fought it all the way in such a way that he will not be given that option. But they were there. They didn't. I believe that EFCC, somehow, help him as well for not nailing him down well to send him to jail. It's all collusion. We are just watching something that look real to us. Something, I mean, money has exchanged hand. Connection has, happened from one side to the other, and then landed him in this kind of, judgment just to give him a leeway out of being sentenced to terms imprisonment. So it is just the way they do it. You cannot tell me. They know that the law does not allow government business to be transacted in cash. No, government business must not be treated. It must, for such huge amount, 10 million, 700 million, to be in cash. No. So we don't know what EFCC, we don't know what is going to come after Obi.
Can I say this?
250 million transaction he carried out in purchasing of vehicle, the one that
that's what I want to say.
We don't know what is going to come out of that too. But let's wait and see if that one is real, because that's a corrupt an embezzlement.
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say? What
you know the transaction that will be made in the sum of 250 million naira, the one he was caught in a bunch of cash to buy government vehicle. We don't know what is going to happen on that too.
Ajale Koko, there is no such case in anywhere in Nigerian courts.
Yeah,
that case
if that is real,
anywhere.
Then they have to go after him too to nail him down offense.
How about the person that used bullion van? How about that?
They have to go after them
to do what? Use bullion van to do what?
So bullion van does not carry empty thing. It carries money, cash.
No. Hold on. What are you talking about? Rational mind. The Peter Obi space. He was caught with the cash red-handed by the police commissioner of Lagos at the time. The cash red-handed.
Oh, I don't.
So a bullion van is a vehicle.
Okay.
Is it not a vehicle? Is it a ship? Hold on. Is it an aeroplane? Is it an aeroplane?
Let's go back.
No, a bullion van. Hold on. Okay, 2 billion, a fleet of bullion vans. They are still vehicles. Hold on now. Hold on. So what are you saying that somebody should be arrested for vehicles driving into their house?
No, not empty vehicle. He said that is my money. When they asked him, he said it's my money. I didn't steal from the state. It's not the state's money. That's my money. In the middle of an election.
But what's the allegation?
The point is, he must have withdrew, or he must have, ferried some kind of cash,
right,
somewhere to somewhere, perhaps.
It's a multi-billionaire.
You must pass through you cannot withdraw that. One person cannot withdraw that kind of amount of cash. One man, not you, one man, but one person.
Yeah, I know.
Having billions of naira, not passing through the financial system. And what is that money? You can't just have it like that.
Who said it did not pass through the financial systems? When was that levied?
Hold on. The general point I'm making is this: that they said the anti-money laundering law say that you cannot. It's tantamount to money laundering if you pay or you use cash for excess of 5 million. That bullion van was carrying more than 5 million, I'm sure. So he's also guilty of that. If we were to look at it from that
he's guilty of what? The money would have come through a financial institution.
Of course. So if you had come through a financial system,
yes.
But then the point is that
but the office of the National Security Advisor is not a financial institution.
What are you driving at here? I don't understand.
No, because I think you are missing the point. If the bullion van comes from a bank to deliver money, then the bullion van comes from a bank to deliver money. So the bank will be a financial institution. The money that Okupe was getting, he was getting it from the office of the National Security Advisor. That's not a financial institution.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm agreeing. But what I'm saying is that a person we know about that.
No, but how has the Anti-Money Laundering Act been flouted?
Yeah, it has because.
I'm listening. Go on.
It must have ferried. Those billion vans have carried more than billions. More than a billion or 2 billion.
That's your speculation, but we go with that. Carry on, yeah. No, carry on. I want to know how the law has been flouted. Yeah.
If he needed 1 billion van, he would have carried 1 billion van. So that money.
Take us to how the law was flouted.
The flouting here is that what are those money for?
What do you mean, what are they for? They can be for anything. It is money.
You cannot withdraw such an amount of money from the system in cash.
Who said that?
It's a violation.
Of what?
We just said now something. Somebody just said to me now. If somebody just said here that we go to bank, we ask for bank, I need 10 million naira cash. You take that money, cash, and you take it away. That's a violation of money.
Well, I'm not sure.
It is.
Well, I'm not. But maybe that's your legal training. But I'm not sure.
It's funny where Ajali Koko say that if you get more than 5 million from a bank, it's against the law. But then a man
it's not against to his home and it's not against the law. You can't make up law on the hoof. It's not against the law if it's properly documented through a financial system.
Well, if it's documented, fine. If it's documented, the question is, where did those money go at the end of the day?
Where somebody's private money. Where is the money in your own pocket going?
So I can go to.
Tinubu is not a functionary of state. It's a private. No, hold on now. Is he a functionary of state? It's a private individual now.
Thank you.
And a multi-billionaire. And you're asking him where his
the
money
law does
went
not
to.
say the law the law
The
does not
Money Laundering Act does not
distinguish
apply to
if
only
you are
functionary of states.
it does not do that.
No. It's to the question, where did the money go to? He doesn't have to account where his own personal money goes
Well,
to.
we know he doesn't have to account it, but the thing is that
right.
if you look at it strictly that way, it's a money laundering too. That's money laundering.
How so?
You cannot get more than 5 million from the banking system, and you take it like that, and then you move it away and move it like that, ferry it like that. You have to go to the banking system. One if I want to transfer,
he has to go through the banking system. What are you talking about? You cannot get money out of the banking system.
If he collects 5 million,
yes,
that's not money laundering. But anything in excess of that 5 million, which I know that bullion van carries more than 5 million, that is money laundering.
No, it is not. Okay. Listen.
All right, go on.
You cannot transact cash over in excess of 5 million without it going through the banking system.
Okay.
So if that money is coming out of the banking system, that is through the banking system.
Okay.
So that's already is within the banking system. So the transaction is already within the banking system. And whatever facilitation that allow, because they can't say that nobody can withdraw beyond 5 million in cash, as Uptown just told us he withdraws for his father. So they cannot say you cannot, but it has to go through the banking system. So there's a documentation of that money going from a banking process into private hands.
My point is this. I get you. My point is this. If Tinubu has to pay anybody, he doesn't need to go and get a bullion van and bring cash to his residence. Just use your bank, transfer the money into the whatever you expect to do. But now he's bringing the whole cash, which I know is more than in excess of $1 billion naira. That is money laundering.
No, it's not now. You can't make up. No, you cannot make up laws now.
No, nobody's making.
No, you are now. You are.
Actually, one man. Well, let me interject. It's money laundering. If you look at the Money Laundering Act here, so the process of going through the bank when the sum is large is for it to be monitored. But immediately it goes cash and the sum is very large, that means it cannot be monitored by whether EFCC or any agency that works with a financial institution. So that is why it's an act of money laundering. So if Tinubu was to be taken up on that, it's an act of money laundering. But then it's a minor case. You would just have to pay a small fine. So that's why nobody will bother. Just like Okupe is doing.
I'm not sure. We'll have to check that Money Laundering Act because you can't be making up
one man.
If you read Code of Conduct Bureau, if you read Money Laundering Act and a lot of legislations, you're going to see that all of us in this platform, we are all criminals. All of us should be in jail. All of us should be in jail. All of us. Everybody will be in jail, I swear.
No, I don't accept that, but I'll look up the Money Laundering Act in the course of this session. But back to you, Saki.
Sorry, please let me interject just a little bit about that Tinubu, Bulova and stuff. I feel that people that is trying to accuse Tinubu, they have they have an argument, but they are arguing on the wrong direction or on the wrong base. You know, first of all, Tinubu is a private citizen during that election. There's no law that said that you cannot receive Bulova in your house. There's no law in Nigeria, even though there's act of money laundering. But what PDP or the position that hold their argument on is election buying or vote buying, because they would accuse him of those billion van brought election materials, and he would have countered and said, "No, it's my money," and they would tell him, "Why will you have such money on the day of election?" And they'll be able to prove that people were living with, they don't have to show money, people are living with kind of envelope or something. But try to tell the world that money laundering, Tinubu not supposed to have that such money. He's a millionaire, he's a private citizen, he can have money anytime he wants to have money. So when you start arguing on that base, your argument will not hold water in any court, in any jurisdiction all over the world. It will not hold water. But if you hold him on election buying, card buying, then that will hold and stick for like 90% or 100%. That is my submission.
All right, back to you, Saki.
Yeah, again, it is important to go and read a paper written by Ibunovia. the criminal in all of us, whose ox have we not taken? It's a very important paper. All of us, by virtue of this very version of what do we call it? Of these money laundering acts, one way or the other, we might have been even guilty of that unknowingly. Thank you, Thomas, for saying ignorancia legis, non excusat. Yes, ignorance of the law is never an excuse. But the law, the common law we know, is harsh, But the harshness of the common law will also be diluted by equity. That is why judges will always use discretion. There are certain cases you do things out of ignorance. It is left for the judge to weigh the thing and know the intention behind what you've done. And upon assessment, the judge will be able to say, oh, you did this, or no, you did this, but looking at the circumstances surrounding this, I'm giving you this option. So we are just amplifying this as it is something that the judgment was quite clear. He was not found wanting on the basis of embezzling funds, on the basis of using funds for his own private gain. He was not found wanting on the basis of doing transactions that were illicit. The only place that he was found wanting is the fact that what are you doing with cash in excess of 5 million naira? That is the basis of the judgment. So I don't think that this is what we have to spend our whole days and keep trying to amplify. However, I have another news. No matter what we are amplifying, the reactions all over from the obedience, they are not dampened by this. The obedience, rather, even many of them are even seeing this as that the opposition is at work. That is the way they are interpreting it. So if you are expecting iota of dampening of the movement because of this issue of Doyin Okupe,
can Doyin Okupe still carry on as the DG?
Of course, the greatest mistake.
But he is a convict now, though, of financial fraud.
You are just amplifying it,
his lawyer said so. We heard him. We played the clip.
You are just amplifying it. What I'm trying to tell you in the fact is that.
But no, what do you mean? I'm saying I'm not. His lawyer said he's a convict of financial fraud.
Even you, one man, you know truly that if P2B should sack Doyin Okupe, it will affect the movement. And I think you even want him to sack Doyin Okupe so that
I think this conviction ends that movement because it has lost. No, of course it will continue, but it's a hallowed journey now. It's empty from within.
No. A lot of obedience will even tell you that P2B is not the person involved. It is another person.
It's the second in command. Yes, the second in command.
It is P2B. That is P2B that they are supporting. You understand what I mean? It's P2B they are supporting, not another person. So P2B is not. People are even changing the narrative, telling you that the opposition has looked for how to know if they can find something on P2B. They could not see. They looked at Dati to know if they can see something on Dati. They could not see, and they went after DG. But they now say, many of them are saying we are resolute in these movements. So it will not affect.
Can the movement still continue on an anti-corruption strap line? Can they still continue the claim that they are coming to cleanse corruption?
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, he's always telling us that he's on an anti-corruption mission and he's going to end corruption in the country, that corruption is what stymies the growth in the country, and that he will be the new broom that will sweep out that whole space. That has been the whole Peter. Can they still carry on along that line?
Of course. It is even energized right now, as I'm telling you. Because people are seeing it from the angle of witch hunt from opposition. That is the way they are seeing it. After all, people are still even saying
is it a witch hunt? It didn't say it didn't collect the money.
No. See how
did he say he didn't collect the money?
See how people are seeing these judgments, and they are beginning to ask a lot of questions. They are saying that
this is the problem with Nigeria right there. Our criminal is not a criminal, but your criminal, they are the criminals. Is that not what we are hearing?
They are saying no. They are saying that FFK, has this kind of issue, and now court is not doing anything. The other person has this issue, court is not doing anything, and then it comes to because that this person is in obedient side. Right. That is why the court quickly fast track everything. So that is, I'm telling you, the mind of what the way the obedience are interpreting it. It is the obedient that are supporting P2B, right? So I'm telling you the way they are interpreting.
How are you interpreting it?
You say what?
How are you interpreting it?
This judgment does not affect my support for P2B. It doesn't affect my support for P2B. I've read the judgment. I know the premise upon which the judgment is delivered. It's just that we are here trying to amplify the whole thing, as if Doyin Okupe has squandered money. It is a case of squandermania and embezzlement. He has done this, he has done that. That is the way we amplify it here. But I've told you what the premise, the judgment was anchored on a fundamental mistake. And that very mistake is you are having cash in excess of 5 million naira. So you have contravened a provision in the Money Laundering Act, which many people are guilty of. Even if you are transacting a business with a pure intention, a business
with a pure intention, with a pure intention. No. Leave me alone. I'm not the convict. Let's talk about the convict. Was the convict transacting with pure intentions? The convict.
Did the court say he wasn't transacting with pure intention?
No, I'm asking. Well, they found him guilty.
The court didn't say that. The court didn't say that. So why are you now judging him here when the court has not said it? The court didn't say he transacted something illicit. The court didn't say he was engaged in illicit.
No. The court will only convict both on the charges levied and the provisions in statute.
But the charges levied, part of them were charges of embezzlement. Part of them were charges of dishonesty in transactions. Those charges were part of those 30-something that were struck out.
But those charges are being regretted. Hold on. I think.
Forget about what the FCC is saying.
Hold on. Let's hear this.
Thank you.
Please, can we talk to you, please? 1 minute.
Yes.
How do you react to this judgment? Please face the camera.
Well, the judgment is very fair. It's not a fly that can run away in Nigeria. Please, give him space. Let him sort. No, you're right. Get that to your head. Please, go harass him there. Please, but should calm down. I beg you. Allow him to sort out by 4:30. If he cannot sort out, then you can walk on. Thank you.
Please, can we talk to you, please? 1 minute.
Yes.
How do you react to this judgment? Please face the camera.
Well, the judgment is very fair. We thank God. Dr. Doyin Okupe is just a victim of a honest mistake and a victim of circumstance. He was found not guilty of count 1 to 37, which borders on money laundering, fraud, corruption, and misappropriation of the monies he took from the office of NSA. But he had issues when it comes to count 38 to 59, which provides that he was guilty of an offense for collecting money in excess of 5 million, which is the permissible threshold under the Money Laundering Act. And the court has graciously listened to allocutors from him, and based on the evidence of his good character given by impeccable Nigerians of the caliber of Dr. Ezefe, former governor of Anambra State, and Dr. Muhammad Idi Farouk, and his wife and one of his sons, the court became persuaded that he deserves to be, given mercy. And that is why the court has sentenced him to 2.5 years in each of the count charge. And the court said the sentence should run concurrently, and in the alternative, that he should pay 500,000 naira each in each of the count for 26 count charge, in which he was found guilty of collecting money in excess of 5 million. And the court has said that he has up to 4:30 this afternoon to sort out himself by way of paying the fine, if he can. But if he cannot pay it, then he will now be taken to Kuje prison. I've told the EFCC officials they should not harass him. He's already a convict, but they should give him opportunity to sort out himself, just like the court has said. So that is where we are. Thank you.
So in effect, there is no conviction. He was discharged and acquitted on counts bordering on corruption and money laundering. There's no conviction.
Yes.
Very clear.
My name is Tolu Babaleye.
So sir, does that mean if he pays,
he will walk free? He will walk away freely if he can pay the fine this afternoon. And we are trying to. They find him guilty in 26 of the 59 count charges because he collected money in excess of 5 million. So a Nigerian should learn a lesson from this. You may not be guilty of of corruption when you deal with money, but when you collect 1 naira in excess of 5 million, you are in for a strict liability offense that has no defense. That is what happened. Thank you. My name is Tolu Babaleye. I'm one of the lawyers to Dr. Doyin Okupe. Thank you.
Is he going to pay, sir?
One, he was convicted under the Money Laundering Act for counts 34 to 59. On the ground that he was collecting money, he would go to the former NSA's office and collect money, 10 million naira, 10 million naira, 10 million naira, for nothing. And that was in excess of the amount provided by the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. This is how we do things in this country. Corruption. What is different? What is corruption? Is it not corruption? That money that you are not entitled to, you will go and be collecting it without even minding that money was in excess of the money, the amount allowed by law. Is that not corruption? So he has been convicted, and then if by the time we get the judgment proper, we will still study the judgment and look at the other counts that he was discharged and acquitted. We will look at it very well and take the necessary decision. But for now, he was convicted for counts 34 to 59, which is 26 counts charge. And he is to pay a fine of 500,000 naira on each count for that 26 count charge, or 2 years imprisonment on each of the counts. But the judge said the imprisonment will run concurrently. That is to say, in all, he will only spend 2 years and pay the 500,000 naira times 96 of the counts. That's it.
What we want to get now is this. The court found out that he did not run the money. Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, the court found out that he did not run the money through a financial institution. Not that the money was procured and used for something else.
Because why? Why wouldn't he run the money through a financial institution? Because they know that what they were doing was bad. What he was doing with the NSA was bad. It was corruption. To pay money, to collect money, that's a way of, it's corruption. Why would you accept cash payment? You don't want to pass through the financial institution because you don't want it to be traced. You don't want to be traced. That's the essence of just collecting the cash money. That is corruption. That is fraud. Yes. Ibrahim, I'm Ibrahim.
Ibrahim?
Audu. Yes.
Thank you.
established there. It was collecting monies in, hold on, it was collecting monies in 10 million tranches. So that was established. It was collecting the money in cash. That was established. It collected the money over the series of several years, every month, 10 million. That was established. What is not established is what the money was collected for. And the investigators, they were not still able to establish. It was not able to provide them with the reasons why the money was collected or what it was used for. So that was established. What was also established is that the EFCC are going to revisit all the charges that was not nailed at that space. So you can claim any technicality that you want to claim, but to the optics is an open and slam dunk case. The money was collected. He's not refuting that. Tens of millions, and I can reread it if you want to hear it again. Tens and tens of millions every month was collected. He's not refuting that. What the money was used for, he's not able to account for that. The totality of that money in excess of 700 million, unaccounted for. So that is going to be revisited by the EFCC. You can claim any technicality, but what is known is known.
One man, you
but one man, kí ló mú lawyer Okupe tó ń ranjú. Bàbá yẹn kàn ranjú.
Ó fi pé òun jẹ ni now. Ó fi pé òun jẹ, you know.
One man.
Yes.
But I don't think there's anything EFCC can do now because the court have ruled, and that is final. Except they want to.
It's not final.
And there's no way they can appeal because the ruling is in favor of EFCC. So what can they do to reverse the judgment?
No. They can revisit the ones that they did not get a conviction on. Because you can see the anger in his face and in his voice that this he told us now that what is corruption? This guy collecting tens of millions every month, and that's not in dispute. So I don't think that Okupe, even Okupe is not disputing that. So I'm not sure who can. So he's collecting all of that money. He's not able to account for what the money was for or what he used it for. That also not in dispute. But he tries to get away on a technicality, and that seems to offend the EFCC. You heard from the lawyer that they are going to restudy that judgment and appeal.
EFCC is just bragging. There's nothing they can do. I think they.
What do you mean? No, they can appeal now. What do you mean they can? If a judgment is not favorable, you still have the option of appeal. Even if the judgment is not favorable to them, because all of the counts that they levied was not upheld.
The ruling was made. He was convicted. What else do they want?
It wasn't convicted. No, it wasn't convicted on the totality of what they feel that it should be convicted on.
So you think that they can appeal it?
Well, that's what that's what the lawyer suggested.
Okay, well, let's wait and see. Because it's kind of a 50-50 judgment. Some in favor of Okupe and some in favor of EFCC.
That's not how that's not how it works now. They've presented a case which they feel is strong enough for a full conviction. They did not get that full conviction, and they feel that the guy is trying to get away with criminality on a technicality. So they are going to go back and re-perfect that case and take it to an appellate court.
Okay, let's wait. Let's wait. Let's see what they can do. Well,
all these guns, yeah.
I think when I want to make arguments,
yes,
there is a way I like making my arguments.
Right.
I like trying to be very sure that I evaluate situations objectively.
Right.
So trying to make inference. What you are trying to do is now to draw certain inferences, right?
I'm not drawing anything. I'm speaking to what is known as factual.
No. What you are making, it is known that he was drawing money, right?
Well, is it not known? Are you disputing that?
It is known, right?
Are you disputing it?
I'm not disputing it. Like
Yeah,
was
10 million every month.
I'm not disputing it.
Right? Are you disputing?
What I don't
Hold on.
want
Are you disputing that what he was drawing the money for is unknown? Are you disputing that?
So what? No, wait. What I don't want us to go.
No. Tell me if you are disputing that first. You've agreed that he was collecting money.
The judgment didn't say.
I'm not talking about the judgment. I'm talking about you.
My analysis.
No. Well, you can't analyze solely on the judgment because there's a charge being levied and it's in dispute. The fullness of justice has not been expressed.
Yeah. So my analysis, in order to stay objective in my analysis.
You are not objective now. You are partisan. Don't claim that you're objective. You are partisan.
No. It's not about a party now. In order to stay objective as much as I can.
You can't be objective. No. When you are invested in the situations, so you are not objective. You are invested in it. No, but hold on, because you want to build on a false premise. You are not objective because you are invested in the situation.
I am not looking at premises. What I'm looking at is the judgment on grounds. That is what is generating the argument on social media today. The judgment, right? The courts.
No, the criminal act is what is in discussion.
No. You can't say that somebody did this when court didn't say he didn't do this. So we are enlightened. So we should stay on what we know.
No. What do you mean the court did say they didn't do it?
What
was the basis of those counts being stepped down?
You said?
What was the basis of the counts that were stepped down being stepped down? What was the basis?
Because the other party, none of the parties, the other party could not prove beyond reasonable doubt.
No, did you read that? Did you read that in the judgment?
I read the judgment.
So, okay. Can you send the link to the judgment here? I'll find it myself. If you don't know, say you don't know, because you don't know the basis by which someone,
what were the basis? Tell me.
Merits were the basis. Merits.
No, you don't know. So just say you don't know. No, but please.
You can't say I don't know now.
No. Let me just address one thing. We don't like people to fill in the gaps. We don't fill in the gaps. If you don't, I don't know the basis by which those charges.
Basis, right?
No, can you hold on? Let me land. I don't know the basis by which those charges were not upheld, but I can go and find out. It's easily found out. But I do know the basis by which charges in often instances are not upheld. It could either be the language was not perfect on the charges, or there was a technical word that did not cohere. It's usually a detailed, like if we go back to the Nnamdi Kanu space where they discounted a few charges, some of it were repetitive, some of it were too vague, some of the wordings were not right, and a lot of that. So that does not detract from the substance of those charges. It's the technicalities in the legalese rather than the substance of it. So you cannot say they were dismissed and then give your own reasons for it. No. So we both don't know why those charges were not. Yeah.
My question now is, let's assume that you don't know the basis for discounting the other charges, right? Does it not give you room to go beyond what the judgment is?
How do you mean?
Does it not give you room to argue beyond what the judgment presents?
Carry on. I'm not sure where you are.
Does the fact? So what I'm trying to say is that let us stay on the course of the judgment. If the EFCC comes tomorrow and appeals this judgment, and the appellate court finds basis to uphold the other counts, then we will come here and also argue on those. So let's argue on what we know at this material time.
Yes, but what we know at this material time is beyond just the judgment. What
Okay, now if I ask you,
okay,
if I
hold
ask
on.
you, what was the money used for? What was the money used for?
Yeah, no, well, that's a question that's still
So will you tell me that it was used for corrupt, illicit transactions?
well, can you tell me what? Because if you tell us what the money was used for, then you would.
I don't know what it was used for. And you don't know.
No, hold on. Okay, I'm glad you said you don't know. So
I don't know what the money was used for.
Yes, you said the conversation. You said the conversation should wrap around what is known, and what is known is much more than the judgment. What we do know is much more than the judgment. What we do know is that from 2012 all the way through to 2015, Doyin Okupe was collecting 10 million every month, and then ran. Yes. So just hold on. That's the judgment. But what I'm saying is that what we do know as factual is much more than the judgment. What we do know is that Doyin Okupe was collecting 10 million every month from 2012 to all the way through to 2015. And then that was reduced to 5 million, which then pushed all the way through to 2016. So that we know as factual, and Okupe also admits that. What we also know is that the EFCC, what we also know is that those monies were being collected in cash. That we also know. So that we also know as factual. So there's no dispute around that. What we also know as factual is that this triggered the EFCC to investigate. That we also know as factual. What we also know as factual is that when the EFCC was investigating these monies, Doyin Okupe was not able to account for a reason for that money being collected. One, we know that as factual, or how that money was dispensed with. Two, we know that as factual. So we know a lot more as factual over and beyond the court judgment.
So beyond these things you say you know as factual, what else do you know? What else do you infer? Are you inferring that the money was used for illicit transactions? Because it is beyond the ambit of this judgment. Is it what you are trying to infer?
I'm not inferring anything other than to say that monies were taken out of the National Treasury to the sum total of 702 million naira. Those monies were taken in cash by a top functionary of a sitting government who is not able to account for what he did with nearly 1 billion naira in cash.
Yes.
But
and those are all factual statements.
So these are what we know. So we cannot infer what we don't know. Let's focus on what we know and then drive what the judgment.
Forget the judgment now.
If there was no judgment, shall we be here discussing this?
But what we know is what we know as factual. Is it not beyond the judgment?
It's part of the argument. But I don't know how to stress this matter again. My issue is that out of 59 count charges,
yes,
the court discharged 30 something, right?
On what basis? On what basis?
On
the basis of what? Yeah.
The basis that there are no material facts.
Who said that? Who said that?
Go and read the judgment.
Where did you read it? You keep saying read the judgment. Where did you read it? Because even the lawyer today was saying they are waiting for the judgment so they can study it. So you seem to have beaten the EFCC lawyers to the judgment.
I will send it to you.
Don't make up stuff now, Saki.
I will send it to you.
Zaki, let me interject 1 minute. Zaki.
Yeah.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, carry on, Ajale Koko.
But one man, if we want to go by the judgment, which tell us that from count 1 to 39, they couldn't find him guilty of misappropriation of fund, money laundering, corruption, That tells us that.
No, but Adale Koko, no, you are
Yes.
making an assumption there. It's not that they couldn't find him guilty, because we don't know that they said they couldn't find him guilty. It could be it could be they couldn't try him, which is different from they couldn't find him guilty.
That is what the lawyer was telling us.
Well, that's just loose talk now. That's just loose talk. That's not what the judge said.
Well,
they couldn't try him. It's different from they couldn't find him guilty.
Well, that is what the lawyer said, and I believe it's a man of law.
His lawyer. That was what his lawyer said.
Yeah. Yes.
Of course. I mean, so you have to.
Yes, you're right. That is what the lawyer said publicly.
Yeah, but his lawyer will use a language that he can get away with to make his client look as innocent as he possibly can. That's his job now.
But he cannot say that publicly if it is contrary to the judgment by the court.
No. It's all technicalities, isn't it? They couldn't find him guilty because he wasn't found guilty on it. So that's technically you could say that's technically factual. But if they couldn't try him on it, then they couldn't find him guilty on it also. So that's also technically factual. But that they said it doesn't have merit, it's not something that we know. And if they say it doesn't have merit, you know that all of those counts will be individually assessed, and then the court makes a decision on whether it can go to trial or not. So, a lot of it is usually in technical legal details rather than the substance of the case. You remember when Obi got away with his impeachment? You remember all of the substance of what the assembly in Anambra State, all of the substance of what they levied against him, they were cast iron solid, but he got away on a technicality in the filing of that impeachment, and that was how he got away. So the substance of the reasons why they impeached him were never interrogated because he got off on a technicality, and that's usually in legal wordings, legalese. So that's how it works. So they couldn't find him guilty is a whole raft of all manners of meaning.
Well, maybe until when we
no, the guy should be in jail, really.
We could find the
10 million naira in cash, and we are saying that money laundering is. Let's not. We know that as fact, and we know that he cannot explain it. We know he collected 700 million, nearly $1 billion in cash, and he cannot explain. We know that. I know that. Saki Father knows that. Uptown knows that. We know that as factual.
But if he could not explain, but if he could not explain it, why must he not be jailed?
Yeah, that's where the technicality comes in. That's where the technicality comes in. Maybe the lawyers in the FCC, we saw it under the Nandekano space as well. They are notoriously bad at filing, and it is usually under that filing. You know, so we know as fact that he collected the money. We know as fact that he could not account for it. So we know that as fact. So if they were not able to try him on those bases, then that is to say that they filed it poorly.
Oh yeah. But you see what is happening. You see all this government agency, Nigeria government anti-corruption agency doesn't even have the right lawyer to do the job for them.
When they go
have never nailed
Ibrahim Audu. This is it now.
They have never nailed any politician. They've never nailed down any politician. They just take them to court, and then the politician, you use technicality of the law to beat them out, and then go back home safe and go and enjoy their life and their what they have looted. Well, but one thing that is established is that Doyin Okupe stole money. We have seen it clearly. The way he was taking money, 10 million every month, in contrary to what the law says. So
and unable to account for it.
Yeah, so we don't have to defend or drag it too much, but he was involved in financial shady deals, and and they caught him, just like the video you play. We got him.
Oh, you mean this?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So there it is right there. So Saki, back to you. Okay,
Yeah.
I think Saki has been defeated. Okay,
No,
still
no,
there.
no.
All right.
Can't be defeated, you know.
All my
arguments centers on the judgments. If there is any other superior judgment to that, we'll come back here and argue on that. You know. So let me for now stay on what I know and what's the basis for our coming here to argue today. So if the FCC should go forward, if they are not satisfied by the judgment, they should go forward to Court of Appeal, to higher court and appeal that. Then if there is other superior judgment to that effect, we'll come back on this table and also argue. As at now, the thrust of this argument is the fact that he has cash in excess of 5 million naira. This is the provision he contravened. So that's my position.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So criminals welcome at
one man.
Yeah.
One man, sorry. This morning when you were unboxing those drinks, I couldn't get in to take my praises. I beg, this is not my praise. You can let me enjoy them, because my wife woke up this morning, have morning sickness. She's pregnant now, so she was on everybody. So I have to let her have her way.
Is she there?
Yeah, she's here.
All right, madam. I got your gift. For the benefit of people who are new to the for the benefit of people who are new to the sorry, can you see? Mrs. Walpace. So for the benefit of the people who are new to the stream, this here is a very expensive bottle of single malt whiskey, as you can see.
Okay.
You can see it there. It's a Suntory whiskey. So you can only get this in Japan, and this was sent to me as a Christmas present by World Peace and his wife. Actually, his wife prompted him to send it. That's your one-man friend. You might as well send him a bottle of whiskey. So they sent this. You can see it. Hopefully, you can see it. So there it is, right there. So I'll look for a special occasion to drink it. It says the Cheetah single grain Japanese whiskey. So you cannot get this outside of Japan, but I have it in Kent, UK. So there it is. So very expensive single malt whiskey from Warpis and his wife. But it doesn't end there. A bit like Olumba. They named it twice. So that's the first one. And then, of course, they decided to double it, so they doubled it. So this is another equally very expensive single malt whiskey, still from Japan. This is Miyagikuo. So if you correct me on that pronunciation, Warpies, this is a single malt Miyagikuo. So you can read the name yourself. So there it is right there. And it looks quite tempting as well. So let's unbox it again. And there it is. So all the way from Japan, came through the post today. And there you can see. So that's from World Peace, all the way from Japan. So all this noise making that I make online every day. So it finally paid off with the expensive whiskey from Japan. So thank you to World Peace and his wife.
Hey, one man, let me give you this little brief history of what happened before the drink got to you. You want to hear it?
Yeah, go on.
So, that night you sent me when you were having flu, where you and I chatted, and I sent you the bottles. Like I already got them.
Yes.
Okay, let me show you.
Yes.
I'm still here.
You have yours as well. Yeah.
No, this one I actually got for you to send to you.
All right. Okay.
When we got to the Korea, they came with so much rules and we have to we abide to. Yes, the drink is above 43% AVB. Sometimes I don't know what that is. So if it's above that, it has to be a special courier, and the courier have to be DHL. They handle that only. Then I have to write to UK DHL to get approval to mail this to you. So it was a long process. So we were going back and front that very day. Then so I want my Japanese friend suggested to me that just see a Japanese whiskey firm that deliver whiskey to anybody, anywhere in the world. So I just went online. Then I just pick this same tool. I already have this tool. Then I pick the same tool. Bought this online, email to you. Buying online from Japan here to deliver to you was cheaper from what DHL is going to charge me. They was charging me £126 for 0.5 pound, and one bottle worth like £3. You understand?
What do you mean one bottle is worth £3?
Nah,
So it's not.
pound,
It's not.
not kilo. Now it's 700 ml, right? To the
Yes.
weight, to their own weight, to not to their own weight.
Oh,
stuff.
all right. Okay.
So they said their own. This is 0.54 pounds, something like that for 120 pounds. So one bottle will cost me like £300 to ship.
All right.
So I thought, okay, let me just buy a vintage, like all 51 years whiskey, old whiskey, the vintage of it, which is more expensive. I know that I can pay this much to mail it. So when I was thinking about that, they not gave me the other alternative. So I just went online. I bought this. Those are expensive, but still cheaper than me to pay for the courier. I just bought it, put a date to get it and all that. Did you get the postcard? Is a postcard on it?
Yes, I got it. Yes, it's in the box.
Yeah. So I got it. I bought it and I shipped it. So I was waiting for you to get it before I tell you the houses I passed through to mail you this, and I still have this with me. So I didn't ship this anymore. I just bought that from the Japanese company. Then I just ship it to you to keep this for myself.
All right, brilliant. I will treasure it. Well done. You went to a lot of effort, but thank you.
I hope you like it.
No, I'm sure I will. I haven't now told me the backstory. Then I definitely. I will look for a special. I'm not going to open it casually. I will let it live up to its billing. It will live up to the effort that it took you before I open it. So thank you. Maybe I'm not sure Mrs. Walpeace wants to show her face, but thank you to both of you.
Okay, thank you, man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Walpeace. So there it is for people to admire, and that is a hint for anybody else that wants to follow Walpeace in that sort of behavior. So that's to be encouraged. So back to you, Saki Father. Oh, okay. Have you rounded up? Round up that space, and then I'll go on to Uptown.
Yeah, I've already rounded up. So I just said that this is the material facts. But then, if I will be, I will not sack what do we call him? Doyin Okupe for now. It's still very material in the movement. So if Doyin Okupe should leave, it will dampen, it will have some effect on the movement, in my view. Then meanwhile, one man, P2B, you are saying that P2B's campaign is dying down somehow. I'm just laughing,
It's losing momentum now. Everybody knows that.
P2B is already in Akwa Ibom today. Tomorrow he will be in Rivers.
But those are home soils now. Those are.
Tomorrow, wait, let me finish. Tomorrow he will be in. Tomorrow he will be in Cross River. Then the other day, the last day, 23, he will be in Bayelsa. And in all this, P Square is even there live. He's following him in this campaign this time.
Yeah, well, what does that mean to anything?
It will like.
So he cannot sustain a campaign anymore. He's now using paper.
No. P Square is obedient, of course. He's supporting the movement.
Right.
So he offered freely that he's coming to this Akwa Ibom free of charge. And he wants to, like, he's coming live. He was even the one that tweeted. P Square. He was even the one that tweeted that he's going live to this Akwa Ibom campaign, and he's doing it free of charge.
I
So
have
he's
his
totally
I have his campaign schedule here, but I'm not sure if that adds or removes from anything. So did he even appear in Taraba? I think he escaped that one. The
Of
Kogi
course,
one
he has
was
gone
an
to Taraba. You didn't see Taraba. He has gone to Taraba.
well, that means it's a non-event. If I'm not aware, we all know that the Kogi state was
No,
a
check
total
the
disaster.
Taraba. Taraba was very impressive. No? You didn't see his Taraba outing.
It wasn't impressive.
Taraba
The
outing.
Kogi,
His Taraba
the Kogi
outing.
state.
His Taraba.
The
Let me
Kogi
tell you, his Taraba outing.
go.
Wait, his Taraba outing
Go.
was even better than the population he had in Taraba was even more than what he had in Igbo. So check the Taraba
All right,
outing.
I have his schedule here. The Taraba one was a disaster. The Kogis one was a monumental disaster. He escaped Ekiti, where he should have been on the 15th. You can see his schedule on my screen because I have everybody's schedule. His campaign in Ekiti, he escaped that one because they say security concerns. The Ondo State also has security concerns, but where he's guaranteed a crowd, there's no security concern there. So he'll go back to the traditional stomping points and then try to, of course, easier to boss in as people from Enugu, etc., to Akwa Ibom and River State. So we all know that game. But I have his whole up to February. I have his whole schedule, and I'm ticking off the ones where he's So don't worry, we have him on lockdown.
All right. Anyway, in summary, I cannot wait to see this election just pass in February. Let this election come in February very fast, and let's focus on other issues, because for a very long time it has always been politics. That is the center of
yes,
our
we don't even have fun anymore. Yes, we don't have fun anymore.
I think this election really need to come so that we just focus on
once upon a time on this platform, all we talked about was fat bottom girls, but now it's politicians.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Saki. Stay with us. Let's go from Saki to somebody that is even more obedient, if that is humanly possible. Uptown, you're up next. So your turn next to justify the unjustifiable. 702 million naira in cash. Reasons for it being taken unknown, but nevertheless, a technicality makes the man innocent. So that's the Nigerian system, the one being brought in by Obi come 2023, Uptown. Uptown, you don't run, Abi. Look at that. This is it. I don't blame you for running. So do we have you? We don't seem to have Uptown. Let's go from Uptown to Ayo. So Ayo, to the Obi narrative, your thoughts? We don't seem to have Ayo, but we know we have World Peace.
What's going on?
I think Uptown, I could hear driving, so I think maybe I heard him on mute, but his voice wasn't coming through. So that's to tell you that he's driving somewhere. But World Peace, you're up next.
This will be issue of the convicting Okupe guy, or which one on the campaign?
Yeah, the Okupe guy that he was caught taking 702 million naira in cash. But then what the obedience space are telling us is that for no reason he couldn't escape. He couldn't explain rather what the money was for. But the obedience space are telling us that there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Okay, I'll be very, very objective in this. There's one great guy before in the 80s in Benin. I wish you follow NTA. They call him a dope bolo. He has a secondary school. He will say, a rogue is a rogue. You know the meaning of that?
LGBT is LGBT. Look at that. Unbelievable. Did you cut me? Remember that guy, one of these cross dressers? They did not cut me. They did not cut me.
So this is what this guy just did, and Sacrifice tried to spin it. You cannot spin anything. He has been convicted in court. Even though it's 26 charges or one charge, he has been convicted. He's a rogue. And these people, I don't even understand. And they have all those. They have seems to be very educated. They have all this doctorate degree, whatever, and all that. You're smart enough to collect federal money. You have to use a surrogate, how people call it, or use a proxy. Don't just walk in there and feel so comfortable because the country is yours and just do it without law and without doing the the necessary procedure. You just walk into NSA. But what was he collecting 10 million for every week, every month? I don't get it. Is it?
No, that's what sustenance. Now his salary was 800 and something thousand. But then, of course, when you get to that level, you have to. There's money for big manism as well, but he doesn't have that portfolio that gives him this security votes. So what they usually do is they go and pack a lot of money at the NSA. So you know that NSA space, as with a lot of security spaces, the monies that goes in there, they are unaudited because they say it's for national security space, and those monies, they have to be shrouded in secrecy. So they go and pack a lot of money in the NSAs, and then the people that they want to give bribe and whatnot, they just send them to the NSA to go and collect. And 10 million naira a month. In today's money, that's 40-50 billion.
Can you imagine? He could have sent they said there's no honor among thieves because he cannot even he don't trust himself not to trust somebody to go there and collect the money from on his behalf and just put a pen to papers and sign and collect on his behalf. I wish somebody collect all this money on his behalf. He can come up with the argument that he's not the one. It wasn't me, Shaggy. But they went there with their pot belly. Shaggy father, sorry to say, there's no way you can distance Obi from this. It's a stain to Obi campaign. Not say Obi personality, but Obi Labour Party campaign, Obi Party campaign. This is a big stain. The goal is not to bring Obi down, but the goal is to stain him, put a debt on him, and they just achieve that. Whoever did that, if it's APC or it's PDB, because we been say, it means you don't care what you used to kill your enemy in war. So it's election. So they are able to put debt on him. And I think the other people that have as involved in this that's good, but they are not yet convicted. But we cannot say because they are not yet convicted, they are criminal. No, they are innocent until proven guilty. So we cannot be bringing the Tinubu factor or the Danobi is in that case too. So there are so many other people, but he has been convicted. He is a criminal. He should step down, apologize to Nigeria, and let Obi face his campaign. And Obi should come out and apologize to us for appointing somebody that have a criminal case and now be convicted of the case. It's not good for us. We are looking for a better Nigeria. We don't just start with start the country 2023 with this kind of news, and Obi should not start his campaign with this kind of people. That is it, one man.
Do you think Obi should sack him
fast? I think maybe this is what they were trying to do because they already had probably they already have an insight what will come up in the conviction. That's why they started coming up with he's being fired from his Labour Party in is it Ogun or is it Ibadan?
Yes, Ogun State, yeah.
So probably that's I'm just saying my take. Probably this they already have a little insight what might happen on this judgment day. So they tried to like push him out first before the conviction come up. So when it comes, we don't say no, he's no longer a party member, he's already be suspended. That I just feel that was the move they tried to make. Because that time I was thinking, why would they come up?
No. Yeah, you are playing the wrong narrative there.
I said my thought.
No, it doesn't. Both cases does not have no relationship at all. It's two different cases. The one they convicted for, this one is by federal government, and the one by the party, Ogun State chapter, is for the reason that he collected money, which is supposed to share with those party leadership in Ogun State, which he didn't do, and those one are mad with him, and we are calling for him to pay his membership due, which he didn't do, and they took up a fight and rough fight against it. So you cannot use that to say, oh, maybe they knew something was going to happen, and that's no. Don't bring that. They don't cohere,
Okay, what did you look at it like this, like a conspiracy part of it? Like they already have a sniper of what's going to happen, and they'll just come up with an excuse to push him aside first. So so that the party can have a soft landing. And the party will not take
The party stood with him. The party defended him. The party fired those Ogun State chapter. So why do you want to come up with such?
Okay, but just my
Yeah.
opinion. That's what people.
Yeah.
It's not what people should. It's my opinion. But anyway, it's not in either way. It's not good for him. And it's not good for the party. Now he got a conviction. It's not good for him. Obitati is supposed to come up with a letter to fire him, thank him for the service he has done before now, but fire him so that he can move forward.
Do you think they have lost the moral high ground in this campaign off the back of this conviction?
That is for the moral. As you just said, the word used moral. Yes. But when with Nigeria, we tend to use the right word to cover any how do I say? Try to look for the word to cover the wrongdoing. What you just said, the moral conviction, moral whatever, is lost in Obitati campaign. Is lost. You cannot tell me now that Obi is campaigning for a better Nigeria, where his campaign manager, not only the campaign manager, the man that stood beside him from the beginning of the campaign, they will stand for dirty space. As one time, don't forget, he was a surrogate, a VP. You understand? He was once a VP for Obi before he stepped down. He stepped in so he means a lot, and that was an Achilles heel.
Because under Peter Obi administration, Doyin Okupe will be a very senior member of that government.
Yes.
A known criminal. A convicted criminal.
A once-time acting presidential VP to Obi. So it does not tell good at all. Let's call it spade a spade. It does not tell good. We are saying we are criticizing Tinubu.
Do you think this marks the beginning of the end of the Obi space?
Well, that I cannot say. You know, the Uzobu, Kereke, and Obedient might not see anything wrong with that. No, that one man I cannot say. Maybe it might not lead to the end, but it will do a lot of damage. Sakifala might not want to say it, but within him, I know he have not gotten a good sleep.
No, we all know now whether he says it or not. I mean, it's only you know.
Yeah, and I believe that's why Joy did not come today, because he's trying to put his this thing together for defense, because they never believe that the commission will come, because the way Nigeria is a corrupt country, they feel they will just delayed. So this question to come at this time, I think he is like an ambush to the Labour Party and Obi, most especially Obi. That thing is mostly on Obi, because he's the senior man, very close to Obi, the person that single-handedly spearheaded Obi, just like what Tinubu did to Buhari in 2014. So it's going to be difficult for we to accept it. Probably the Obedient will accept it easily, but it will lose some vote of this thing. I say it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. I think Uptown has rejoined us. Hopefully, a better connection now.
I'm back.
All right. So hopefully you heard the question. You've heard the conversation, certainly.
Yes.
So you addressed the space. Your gangster in the midst.
I think the arsenals I'm about to dislodge. They had to attack my network.
Yeah, it is. It's
but as resilient as we are just like the SWAT team. You can't. But then I want to begin with again. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, and I want to begin by thanking World Peace on sending the beautiful present to our hosts. You know, for Christmas, and I think
thank you.
Yeah, what I want to thank you for that. These things, the most important thing is the efforts, like that painstaking effort. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the effort sounded more expensive than the gift itself.
Yeah,
You know,
the effort was almost it was super expensive. You know.
Yes, you know. And by the way, nobody should feel obliged. Though. I'm only grateful for your company. So nobody should. I'm only grateful for your company. Your company is enough present for me. But thank you, Workpiece.
One man, you know,
Yeah.
I woke up that morning and that was the thing that was in my mind. Like, I need to send you a whiskey. It just came in that day. Asked on she just came into my head that moment. I was keep ringing. That's why I asked you. And when I asked you, when I left, I went to buy it. Not like I planned for it and all that, as compared to do it. So that's why it gives me joy that you receive it. I'm happy.
Yeah,
and often it's thanking me. This kind of thing makes me happy. So I encourage other people. I don't do my booyaka. I got that.
That's your booyaka. Booyaka
I mean,
fully. Yes.
Is a good thing. Yeah, we should always be thankful for gestures of good intention. That shows that.
Are you trying to escape? We are saying you have a criminal in your back room. Thank you, Workpiece, but the criminal called the convict called Doyin Okupe, convict. According to his own lawyer, or the convict. You know.
Okay. One man. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Once again, thank you, Workpiece. And one man, maybe one day you wake up and you receive a car gift. I mean, who knows?
Don't worry, but yes, I will receive it. So long as it's a Wrangler, I'm only after a Wrangler now.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, down to business. First of all, I think people like Thomas, my dear brother Thomas. First of all, I must hail you on the outfit yesterday. I had the peruse on the video, and I love the outfit. Thought it was, but then today
it's representing well in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah. I love when our culture is being sold. It gives me some sort of joy. So yeah. So but then from the outfit yesterday to an apology today, because I think you owe Doyin Okupe some apologies, and that goes to some other people. And the apology is that you categorically made a statement, and one man is also guilty, that Doyin Okupe stole 710 million naira, and on that ground he was found guilty.
Sorry, Optam. I'm not interrupting you, but
okay.
Sam Boss, your device is not connecting properly. So you have to make sure your so this is somebody trying to connect called Sam Boss. You know, sometimes it says you need to make sure that your mic and cam are connected. So they will need to connect their mic and cam before they can be added. So Sam Boss, go back out and come back in.
Okay, I have to go.
Not you. There's somebody else trying to come in, but it's not connecting. But carry on. Yeah.
Carry on. I can go on.
Yeah, you carry on. Yeah.
Okay, good. So as I was saying, the one mans of this world and the Thomases of this world needs to apologize to Doyin Okupe for character assassination on a live program. And the reason is that, and the person more guilty is not even, okay, one man, you're also guilty, both of you actually, because you guys turned up on a video. That means if someone needed an evidence to nail you guys down, it's very simple. And because you categorically say that Doyin Okupe stole, that was a word, stole 720 million naira of Nigeria's money.
Did he not?
Huh?
Did he not?
The last time I checked, I don't know which judgment said that Doyin Okupe stole money.
If you're in possession of money you are not entitled to, then what's that?
How is he not entitled to a money that was signed off by the president?
Illegally.
Illegal. So I guess we should start preparing handcuffs for good luck, Jonathan.
Well,
by tomorrow morning.
You know, a lot of people will not object to that.
So the thing
what
is
takes away Doyin Okupe being called that he stole money? How does bringing Jonathan into this change all that?
Thomas, you say Doyin Okupe stole money according to what judgments?
Doyin Okupe
What
was
judgment said
convicted
he
for
stole money?
money laundering. Regardless of how you say it, where we
He
come
was not
from, we call it
convicted for money
stealing.
laundering.
So what was he convicted for?
See, that is the problem here. Let me tell you.
Tell us now. We heard the lawyer say it, so you tell us how you see it.
No, I don't know the whole lawyer you listen to because the lawyer I listened to told us categorically in simple Queen's English what Doyin Okupe was convicted for. In fact, before he made that categorical statement, he told us that the charges, all the charges from 1 to 36, that was the section of the charges that was bordered on money laundering, corruption, and all of those things, we are all dismissed by the courts. That the only ones the court upheld was the ones bordering on him be in possession of more than 5 million, which contravenes the act. So for someone to come out now and say, and then turn the judgment over to its head and say that the judgment convicted Doyin Okupe of money laundering, it's either you have access to a judgment that the rest of us don't have access to, or you're listening to a different lawyer from the lawyer that the rest of us in this platform listen to. And if you try to counter me on that again, I will ask that one man plays the video all over again for everybody to see. So it's actually very easy for people to jump on. When I heard this story this afternoon on Transit, I said, first of all, what I said was that if this is true, I think Obi should fire Doyin Okupe by tomorrow morning. Simple. I mean, he's good. He fired 3 commissioners in Anambra, so he's good at firing people. So I didn't have any doubt that he was going to fire Doyin Okupe. If really Doyin Okupe is, because the headline flying around, he's convicted for stealing 700 and something billion, money laundering, corruption, this and that, whatever was flying around. So I was like, if that was the case, I know we fire him by tomorrow morning. But then I said I wasn't gonna. When I saw one man post that this was gonna be the discussion, what I did was I had to go and make my research, because the last thing I will do, whether the topic is on Obi or Tinubu or ATIKU, is to come and play political pundit or analyst without facts, without even knowing the topic. And that's why I always highlight on the syndrome of running with headlines. And this is not the first time I'm highlighting it on the platform. And a lot of people is guilty. Thomas, in particular, and enigmatic. You are so guilty of it. So when you want to make analysis, whether it supports your party or whoever you're supporting or not.
Can I interject you 1 minute?
Let me. Okay, Ojaniko, interject.
You are saying people are guilty for withdrawing more than the law required. Look, let me tell you, the citizen cannot know everything about the law of the land. It's the agency of the law of the government that have the responsibility to inform the citizen of what the law says. In this case of money withdrawal, the bank, your bank, should be able to tell you you cannot withdraw more than this amount, because this is what the law says. So if your bank does not tell you when you are withdrawing 5 million, then the bank is should be seen as culprit if at any time they want to charge you that, oh, you withdraw in excess more than this thing, because you are withdrawing over the counter that money. So the EFCC and the bank work hand in hand, and therefore the bank have the responsibility to deny you if at any time you are attempting to withdraw more than this thing. So if the bank allows it for you to withdraw more than that amount, you are not guilty of anything because you went into the banking hall to withdraw that money, and the bank, facilitated the withdrawal to your satisfaction. So you are guilty of nothing.
Okay.
So I don't know where you keep
noted
saying
that.
that.
So,
all right, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the point Ajani Koko is making is valid, and I guess that's why Doyin Okupe will not appeal this case, because he obviously contradicted the section, which is clear. If he wants to claim right, he will appeal it if he feels it's not right. But for him not to appeal it is right. I also know it's right because it contravenes the act, that particular section. That is so. We are not arguing if it's right or it's not right. But what we are arguing is that what was being bandied around in this platform by some people, and I'm making bold to mention names. Thomas, my Ogbeni, one man too, my Oga,
No, Uptown. I just want to invite you. Are you looking beyond the court judgment to the actual charges itself? Are you look or you are just now? Yeah.
No. That would be almost like turning the law upside down and standing it on its head. Because with the little knowledge of law that I know whether legal or political pundits analyzes proceedings or analyzes judgment based on proceedings. I can take one man to court and say that one man killed 5 people in Chicago, stole 200 billion in Texas, and what have you. And I'll probably have my arguments and my own people to testify. One man, you might know absolutely nothing about this. But guess what? It's going to be bandied around in a court. So if after that court proceeding and the judges in their wisdom makes a pronouncement and then they say they find no merit in any of the frivolous things I brought to court, but then there is probably one section where one man is not supposed to travel with 2 passports, but he traveled with 2 passports. And then the judge is like, okay, all these other ones is rubbish, but this particular one, I could see something, so probably pay a fine, one man and go. And then I come and I leave the judgment of the court. I go to a public gathering to analyze as a pundit what happened to one man, and I leave what the verdict of the court, and I started discussing in public that so see what they say though, that one man who killed 5 people. People are asking me, what did the court say? No, let's talk about the things that was discussed in the proceedings. That is like Biapalo pundit, Biapalo analysis. This Biapalo analysis is a civil analysis. And I've listened to a professor of law digest this this evening in AIT. And the man clearly digested literally everything. He said, this is not a criminal case. It's not even a civil case. It's not a criminal case. So, Doyin was not found guilty of corruption, thrown in the bin. He was not found guilty of misappropriation, thrown in the bin.
He was found guilty of it wasn't. Money laundering was not thrown in the bin.
He was not found guilty of money laundering, was he?
It was.
So he laundered money.
Yes.
That was
of course. The conviction was under the Money Laundering Act.
That's
No.
when you go to Electoral
what
Act,
what are you doing now? All of the charges were under the Money Laundering Act, and the ones that he was convicted for were under the Money Laundering Act. He was convicted of money laundering. He violated the Money Laundering Act.
He violated the section of the Money Laundering Act. One man, let me if you go to the new Electoral Act here, are you aware that using, I'm reading a section of the Electoral Act for you, using violent language, any language that suggests any sort of violence in it during a campaign rally, this is 2022 Electoral Act, attracts 1 year imprisonment or an option or a fine of 1 million naira. That means that people like the APC guy last week that was threatening people that if they don't vote for APC, they will be dealt with. If any serious or jobless lawyer in Nigeria,
but is that not a standing threat from the Obi space that they will deal with everybody on? We've even seen people brandishing guns. Have you seen the clips?
Labour Party members.
Yes, that if you don't vote for Peter Obi, Ajale Koko, do you remember when we saw the guy brandishing a gun?
Yeah.
So, one man, there's somebody running for office in Labour Party that is brandishing a gun.
He is a supporter of the obedient space. What difference does it make?
Even Obi admits
let me read
that is encouraging violence
for you.
Anybody can claim to be obese. Obedient.
Let me wait.
If I'm not obedient
guys,
now,
let's
go on social media and brandish gun. How about
that? Rational man, when did you become a spinner?
Rational mind, I have to warn you, beware of spinners. Beware of spinners. Look at this guy.
So beware of spinners. Rational mind.
Beware of spinners.
I'm not spinning anything now. I'm just trying to
spinning like a top.
You can't pin it for Obi now because one person just brandish gun and say all Obi people are like that. That's what I'm saying.
The point
but the Obi space are notorious for violence now, threats. Who are they not threatening?
The act, one man says.
No, but do you disagree? Sorry.
I know. We've seen people who are violent.
They are instinctually violent. The Obi space. The only two civilized one we know, Saki Father and Uptown. Those are the only two.
Let me just continue a bit.
All right, sorry.
All right, so
let's Uptown continue.
All right. So the point I'm making is that if a jobless lawyer decides to pick up the case of that guy or any of these guys, go to court, that guy will be convicted. Obviously he won't see an option of paying 1 million naira or going to jail for 1 year and but then he will be convicted. Just like Doyin Okupe, and then obviously he will pay in his 1 million and dash out of the courts. So the point is that even the simplest laws that we break every day in Nigeria, most of them attract 6 months, 1 year, 2 years imprisonments and options of a couple of 500, 400,000, 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, all of that. A lot of it. If you go through the Constitution, if you go through the Electoral Act, if you go to people don't break law, go. But that's not the point. So the point is that the person that came out to say that Doyin stole 700 and whatever million naira, that is a character assassination, and the person can be taken to court, and the person can be fined, the person can pay as much as Doyin's legal team decides to squeeze out of him. That's point number one. Then I would like to talk about the Ogun State calling out. But then talking about it again is not more necessary because Arabambi of Ogun State, the traitor, he accused Doyin of being broke, and he had only one Sienna before he joined Labour Party. But now he has seen money in Labour Party and he's driving a Jeep. So I'm wondering, Doyin had Sienna and he stole 720 billion in government, and all he combined with that is a CN, according to Arabambi. So it's just a bunch of unconnected things, because
One man,
this
can you hold on a second, please? One man, I'm not going to take too much time. I'm running through stuff, but can you give me maybe like 5 minutes real quick, if you don't mind?
All right. Wait for Uptown to round off his thoughts, because he's been waiting for so long, and he's in Nigeria. The network might drop at any time. And he is a very important voice in this conversation because, of course, he's sympathetic to the Obi narrative. So I'll give him a moment just to round off. Back to you, Uptown.
If he can't, he can go. Can you?
Oh, do you want him to go ahead of you?
I just need 5 minutes.
Let him go. It sounds like he wants to.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for doing that. So to you, Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, I hope you've been listening, because it's quite unbelievable what I've been hearing for the last 4 hours. A convicted criminal, convicted of money laundering, who took 702 million naira in cash, not able to account for it, is just misunderstood. This is what we're. What are you making of that, Enigmatic?
One man, to be honest with you, I'm not even here to address that Doyin Okupe or whatever is happening with Peter Obi and this bunch of charlatans in Labour Party. I'm not ready for them. Basically, you already know that space and you know what they feel. So they will throw dice around, they will throw figures around, and then always arrive at it. They are just like MAGA in the US, right? So there is nothing Donald Trump does. He's always going to be, obfuscation here and there to, make a case out of it. But by the way, why I'm actually here is that I wasn't even listening much, just here and there, but I got a text message from a guy. Said somebody is saying I did something wrong, and I believe is Uptown. And then I can take an audit of what I've been able to, what I've said, or an assessment of what I've said over the week, or maybe even last week. You can play everything back. I believe in the past couple of days, I've had maybe one or maybe back to back with Saki Fada, and we had an episode where Nashville, Jewel of Nashville, basically badged maybe 2 days ago, and he made everywhere absolutely incoherent, and then I had to leave it alone. And then I need people to actually be objective about what they are saying. You can have your politics the way as much as you like it, right? You should always understand the fact that people will have opinions, and their opinion does not actually mean it's a subjective idea to, muzzle you guys. What I did yesterday, I know it riled up a lot of obedience, and that there was somebody over here, a 00. He made some comments yesterday, and he made some funny comments again today, which is expected. Nobody will really care about the vitriol or about the bullying, but you guys need to be very careful with people you are trying to single out. Be careful if you are trying to single me out, because that will not muzzle my opinions or my thought process. You said Thomas, and then you mentioned Enigmatic having stabbing logic in the head. I've not said anything whatsoever about Doyin Okupe or whatever the case, or whatever anything is doing. And then everybody can actually be on this platform and verify and check everything I've said. The only thing that I believe that I've been riling up obedience is probably most of the time I mention Southeast, and it's out of scenario. One man, when I make my cases, I like to make scenarios out of it, right? And then they can always go back to the figures if I'm wrong or right, or if I'm basically using it as a jab for them. When I say a certain region has been voting in a certain manner for the past 23 years, that is not a lie. And then when I say South, South, and Southeast, so if they feel offended by that, I don't know. One man, I'm a Yoruba man, right? You can either address me as a guy from Southwest Nigeria, or a Yoruba guy. When you see an American and you appreciate an American as an American, or somebody from the land of the Yankees, that shouldn't be an insult, right? When you see somebody from the North and you address a Northerner as an Aboki, it means a friend. Or you say a Northerner or Hausa Fulani, whichever way they belong. When you see an Ijaw person, you address an Ijaw person as an Ijaw person. So when you see an Igbo person, you address an Igbo person as an Igbo person, or somebody from the Southeast, they get offended. How do you want to be addressed? I just want to put everything in proper perspective. in which way this week I've mentioned anything that gives them headache or nightmares, and then somebody is saying we are modeling up figures. In what way? And then yesterday,
can I correct you? Can I correct you in
hold on a second, please.
So just a little correction.
I'll be leaving in 2 minutes. So, and I always preach against this victim playing and then guilt trip. And this is what we see over here every time. Yesterday, the only thing that I actually said again is I was stating the fact. And I've said it that whoever, want to go against the fact can come out, not just by word of mouth. If they are really sure about the fact, they should come out even with their check that I'm ready for it. That Peter Obi is not going to win in some certain places, and he's going to win in some certain places. If that is what is riling them up, I'm not going to stop saying that, because I'm speaking subjectively to the ideas of my belief. So they have the right to actually challenge that, and somebody has taken up the challenge on this platform. So you can mention somebody else's name, but when you mention my name, I'll bring out the audit and the assessment of what I've said. So you come and just oppose where I've been able or I've been wrong, so we can address that. I just have to say this, and I will keep saying what I have to say. So I will address everybody as they should be addressed. If I call an Igbo person or person from the southeast, and you don't want it, you can devise a name and say, this is how you want me to be addressed. You want me to call you a southwest person or a Yoruba person? No, I won't do that. I will call you who you are. If you don't like it, then I care less a hoot about that. It's just how it is. It is what it is. It's nobody has you in mind. So this is just a platform to address opinions and to juxtapose political affairs. If you don't like it, it's okay. We are hearing what people are actually juxtaposing, rationalizing a convicted, take it or leave it. A conviction has been, a conviction is out there, but people are trying to say this or that. If it were to be ATIKU, or Kwakwaso or a Tinubu, would this be a normal conversation on a very good day? Even the ones they've not done, they are pinning them. They are absolutely pinning those on them. So the one that are actually out there, they want to rationalize it. So we just have to take all this, substandard residues out of the place and see how we. And then if you want to take Nigeria back, but you've not even taken Nigeria back, there are double standards here and there. So we just have to be careful. I have to leave one man, and I appreciate the time you've given me.
Hey, Matic, I put it to you.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, Enigmatic. You have to wait for a moment to allow for a right to reply, because I could hear in the tone of your voice that you are not especially pleased. So hold on for a moment, just for as much time as you can spare us, just so that we can take you to a happier place before you depart. So that's Enigmatic asking not to call his name in vain. Don't call his name in vain. And I think that was pointed at Saki and Uptown.
Yeah, Enigmatic, before they move on. Enigmatic.
Hold on, just hold on one piece. Yeah, let's Saki, because he might leave at any time. So let's the people
Let me leave. Let me even listen to what piece. What do you want to say, bro?
Enigmatic, sorry, Saki father. Enigmatic, and I put to the house right now. Enigmatic is not a Yoruba man. He's not. He's a Benin man.
He's a Yoruba man now. Eh? Look at that.
Enigmatic, calm down. I never give permission.
He's a light Igbo man.
Yeah, Diet Coke Igbo. Look at that. Look at that. I'm sure he eats yellow Gary at home, and he'll come here and
Enigmatic, calm down, I beg. Calm down. Now, platform we just the talk, Sometimes
you see, I'm not even speaking to this Okupe because it's a ludicrous situation that nobody.
One man, Enigmatic, if you talk to him one-on-one, he's very different from this. We talk all the time. He's very different person. He's like Igbo man that is selling parts. Don't buy this guy that is speaking English here. It's a very different person, So I beg, calm down. We enjoy this forum. I beg. Thank you for that. All to you.
Do you know who tells me, one man?
It will be One Piece, won't it?
No, the guy who tells me is in Canada. He said somebody just said you did this. What did you do yesterday? And because he said I watched all the videos of what you guys did, and you never did anything wrong.
Is this somebody from this platform?
Don't worry about that, but it's somebody from Canada.
Okay, Ola, you're optimistic again.
Not Ola, but
all right.
Yeah. But anyway,
Ola is not the only one in Canada now.
There are
That's
so
the only
many
one I
people
can
that-
think of.
no, there are so many people who listen on this.
Patrick is in Canada.
Patrick is in Canada. Ola is in
Conscience,
Canada.
conscience, sincere conscience.
Babakure is in Canada. So there are so many Canadians among the platform.
All right. But nobody really said anything that was excessively offensive, at least not to the point of you charging in and laying down the law.
Did that sound like I wasn't sounding like Steve? I was, but what I'm trying to say is, first of all, maybe the way I came in, right? First, look, under the law, a convict is a convict, right? I don't care how you want to rationalize being a convict. Imagine if ATIKU, the Director General of ATIKU's campaign, is the one in this mess, or a certain Tinubu's campaign Director General is the one in this mess. Even what they've not done, they want to pin it on them. You will wake up tomorrow, you will see it on all the bloggers, first shot in the morning.
Enigmatic. I've often said that Obi gets an easier ride through this electioneering space. When he became the governor of Anambra State, he moved the state purse into a Fidelity Bank, a bank that he's a major shareholder in. He used the state funds to invest in a company that his family has a history of heavy investment in. He bypassed due process and was awarding the best contracts to his business partner. I think something Edodiem. I'll try and look up the name again. Which that was never in dispute. Or
I don't even want you to go there, one man. So all
of these things.
Let's
hold on. All of these things, they are more documented and more factual than any allegation that's been leveled against anybody else in the field. The allegations of corrupt practices, sharp practices, are almost enriching at the detriment of public coffers. They are more substantial, weighted against Peter Obi than anybody else. The Pandora Papers as well. All of these things, but they just easily gloss over it. As they are easily glossing over this now, that guy gets just an easy ride through this election. That's just what I think. Sorry, enigmatic. Yeah.
Like I said, I even do not want to go there, right? We understand the fact that it's a political season, right? And then I believe the only sin some of us might have committed on this platform is basically, what when you say stuff against that Pete Obi almost every time, you know how they get frustrated and a couple of them cannot take it. But basically what I'm saying, or what whoever is saying, we are just speaking to the fact. And I've always said it on this platform. And this is what I started with. Take Chiwore out of the race. It's the only plain one. It's the only clean soul, clean political, the only clean guy within the Nigerian political firmament now. Peter Obi, ATIKU, Tinubu, Kwankwaso, they're all criminals and they're thieves. And we've always said it. Because you surround yourself with criminals or people associated with crime here and there, fraud and here, whatever you can call it. They've been this, they've been that, they've crossed parties, they've done everything that average typical Nigerian politician would do. And then when we speak about
can I interject?
So basically, this is why they hate, and they can keep hating until hell freezes over.
Saki Father.
Can you allow Saki Father talk? Because I think you've been talking for so long. I mean, you said
Saki Father, can I say something, please?
Hold on. Let's hear from Saki because I know you're going to ignite the space.
Let me go now. Joel, I'm ready.
No, don't go, please.
Carry on with that, okay? Carry
on. Because I wanted to respond to you because sometimes we have to call out certain things out.
And I'm very serious. I'm going to say very
will you allow Saki Father
don't go, please?
Let's hear from the next voice should be Saki Father. Saki Father, let's hear from you. Hold on. No, Madam Gugweru now. Yeah, go on. Saki, let's hear from you. Yeah, go on.
Enigmatic, please. No, please, I want to.
Oh, it's gone. But carry on.
It's gone. Have you seen what he did here? But I want to correct him. No matter how intelligent a human being might be, it is important to understand the place you are and know what to say and what not to say at certain times. You know, he was saying something about describing Igbo people as Easterners. There is nothing wrong in that. Igbo people are from the East, Southeast. There's nothing wrong in calling them Southeasterners or calling them Igbos. But what is actually wrong is when you make certain categorical statements. For instance, Enigmatic will come here and say, Igbos hate Tinubu. That statement is categorical. And I don't like it, because whenever he says it, I feel like, am I part of this Igbo that hates Tinubu as a person? That's not what I'm trying to say. Call me an Igbo man is not a problem. Call me somebody from the Southeast is not a problem to me. You know, but when you come and say Igbos hate Tinubu, it's a categorical statement that shouldn't be made. You know, because it then means you are telling me that I, Saki Father, I hate Tinubu. Uptown here hates Tinubu. You know, I think it's a very wrong assertion. Then again, there is another thing I want to correct.
I think it's referring to majority of people, majority of
no, there is
voices
another
that
thing I want to. There is another thing I want to
hear.
correct.
Hold on, Ajane Koko. Let Saki Father get that off his chest.
There is something I want to correct. You remember he just came in here now and still committed the same error again. He started by saying, I am not here to respond to these obedient charlatans. You know, when he made this very statement, I immediately asked him, Enigmatic, you know, are you sure we are charlatans? Because I felt that he just came here to say that the time I spent on this platform or the time Uptown spent on this platform is just useless. That what we have been talking here is nonsense. We are charlatans. So when you make this certain categorical statement, I don't think it is right. I see some level of intellectual arrogance.
No. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Can you hold on one moment, Saki? Because I want to give you a different interpretation. Because Ajale Koko will confirm. But we used to have a chap called Mike on this platform who was quite brash and abrasive. So there are certain personalities that's just their presentation. It is a certain. Some people may see it as a swagger, and some people might see it as brash and abrasive. So it's a mannerism, you know, rather than an innate intent to cause offense. So I think it's just we all have our peculiar quirks, and I think that might just I have my peculiarities, you have yours, and I think that's his peculiarity as well. Yeah.
No, I understand. Everybody should have peculiarities, you know. But when you engage in constant social interaction with people that are quite different from you, or people coming from diverse backgrounds, you know, it is expected that these interactions should play certain roles to impact on you, to make you relearn certain aspects of you that might not be going well on a public platform, and you should be able to actually adjust, you know, in that direction. That makes you a cultured human being. That makes you an educated person. That is the way I see it. You know, so if he had come here and say some of the Igbo people are not really in tune, maybe they don't like Tinubu, you know, I think it goes well, and I keep correcting him whenever he makes this statement. So when you come and make certain categorical statements and I keep correcting you, you come again and you make it. You come in here again. We have spent how many hours today? Maybe 4 hours plus discussing on issues. And you now came in here and say, I am not here to respond to this obedient charlatan. To me, I felt, my contributions on this platform, it's maybe another person felt he has superior knowledge. And that is why he's underplaying what people have presented here, as if it was nothing. And after saying it, you left. That's what I'm trying to say. So I don't think it is.
Hold on, everybody. Saki Father, I take on board what you said, but I have to take personal responsibility for it because I am the moderator, and if the language is inappropriate, then I should have put a stop to it. So I'll take personal responsibility for that. I'll only mitigate to say that I don't think that Enigmatic's intent is to cause offense. It might well be a personality quirk, but I take on board what you said, and I take responsibility for it, and I apologize for it as well. And I shall tighten the language both from Enigmatic and everyone else. You know we're very particular about language here. So if you pick that up, then I will seek to address it. So if everybody's happy to leave it there, then we just move on.
Can I say something real quick, my man?
No, you are going to ignite. Don't ignite it up again.
I'm not.
Please.
I'm not going to ignite it. But you see,
Right.
I had my name yesterday, and I had my name today.
Right.
So, but because I was kind of busy, I couldn't respond.
Right.
Now, one man, the issue here is this. You see, when preferential treatment becomes the norm, then entitlement, becomes a base. And why do I say this? On 2-3 occasions this week, Enigmatic, especially Enigmatic, has been referring to us as Obi idiots and Obi dogs. Right? We are citizens in the same nation. And when I call out that, they say, "Oh, I'm a rabid dog. I attack this. I attack that."
You are in no position to call anybody. We see the language you use in the comment section, Joel. I'm not sure
but he's a hypocrite because yesterday, what I said.
You say hypocrite. We see the language you use in the comment section.
Oh no, what I'm saying is that
is worse than a sailor drunk on Japanese whiskey. Your language.
One man. If yesterday, for instance, the same Enigmatic was able to notice someone say something, and it pained him so much that he had to bring it up. And Thomas was saying, somebody says, I think it was Rational Mind, that says something, and he had to bring it up. And Enigmatic is advising him to stop. That's a hypocrite. That's a hypocrite, because you are the one doing the cursing. If you can do the cursing, why can't you take it? So now they say, I am, EJ, Jewel. There's nothing wrong with Jewel. What I do here is this. I speak to the issues. Like today, I'm going to say that.
How many times have I cautioned you on language here, Joel?
No, you've cautioned me on language, and I take correction, right? But I cannot come here and insult the whole of Yorubas. I cannot do that. I cannot make a blanket statement amongst Yorubas, or make a blanket statement against the Edolites. But what happens is that we always have this guy with a loud voice come up here and say stuff, and everybody just shut up because he is loud. You can't be loud and you're saying nonsense.
All right.
It's not based on fact.
All right. So I've taken personal responsibility for it. I've apologized for it. So
thank you very much.
I think everyone is happy to let it go. So with your permission, let's just move on. So let's just, unless Ajanle Koko wants to have a word. Yeah. So after Ajanle Koko, we move on. No, I don't want that space to blow up. But Ajanle Koko, round up that space for us.
I don't want Zaki, Fada, and Jewels and our other brothers to see Enigmatic as a person that hates Igbo. No, he doesn't hate Igbo. I think he was just pushing back the way you guys push against Tinubu. Most of the time, most voices from the East, by their way of expression of their anti-Tinubu, sometimes they show it carry hate against that man. So Enigmatic, being a Yoruba man, seeing the way that you express that hate against that man, pushing back against you guys, you should not see him as anti-Igbo.
Ajanle, can I ask you a question?
Hold on. We see several comments on the commentary section against Tinubu. To Yoruba person that really a supporter of Tinubu, what do you expect from him? So, but I don't want you to see him calling you Easterner or the Hebrew.
I didn't know when Easterner became an
That does
offensive.
not.
When did it become an offensive word? I don't know.
Why is that offensive? It's not. It's not offensive. And I didn't see him making a derogatory statement against Igbo yesterday. I did not. I couldn't. I didn't hear him say that. So, but you should. Look. Even Solomon, that is an Igbo man. Anytime he make his stand here that Obi cannot win, we see the way
the abuse.
We curse him. They will curse him that he will. I mean, several curses will rain on him because it's just oppose Obi, saying that Obi can never win. We've seen what happened to Soludo. Some people said, some Indigo said that they will go and curse him. They will take him to God of Iron to kill him, or Amedioha. You see, this kind of when a Yoruba man that sees from another part of the country, majority of them running this kind of curses and expression that carry hate against a man that you perceive as Yoruba candidate, don't expect him to let you go free. So what Enigmatic is doing, I've never heard him saying anything bad against the Easterner, but pushing back against your narrative that your candidate is equally guilty of what you are accusing Tinubu for. He's corrupt, is part of the establishment, he cannot do good for Nigeria. This is what I've seen him doing very often, and not cursing or raining abusive language against the Igbo. So let us just leave it like that. Let us see it that what has happened is just, tit for tat.
Also, I'm not going to try and dial Enigmatic down too sharply, as I will not try and dial Joel of Nashville down too sharply, because these are big personalities that illuminate the space. So I'm going to, as much as I can, try and protect the free expression. We only have one rule: no vulgar language. And I've not really heard Enigmatic use. I don't even think it is in its nature to use vulgar language. But maybe delicate sensitivities were stepped upon. And yes. I don't want anybody. I don't want anybody living here feeling upset. So that's.
I mean, the way you handled the issue of Thomas and Rational Man yesterday, I so much appreciate it. I like it. So, I mean, Thomas came up that he didn't like the way he describing as sycophant on the other platform. Rational Mike came up and cleared the air that no, he didn't mean it like that. I'm just making that statement in response to what the statement you make, and everything went down. I mean, that is how it should be. We shouldn't see ourselves as enemy against each other. No, we are one people, one family, that looking forward for our country to work for us. Don't let us, see ourselves as enemy to each other. No, one people, one nation, one family. So let it end there.
All right, but Enigmatic has come back, so let's hear from him. Enigmatic, let's hear from you.
Baba Jale Koko, thank you so much for your word of wisdom. Agbanya Dale, and then like I've said, one man. We all have our personalities, right? And then we have to be measured when we say certain things. And I take audit of what I say, and I want to put it on the floor. I challenge everybody, including Baba Jale Koko, to be the referee tonight. Go back to what I've said since last week and this week. I think I've been on the floor maybe 3 times this week already. Go back and measure my statement and what I've said. If I've used any derogatory language, either subliminal or intentional on anybody from any region. But what I will always do, and I will never stop doing, is the fact that I will always loop those folks, in the same corner, and then when you try to make a case for any one of them against another one or against one of them, then I will have the responsibility to let you understand the fact that they are still the same thing, except Omoyele Sowore. So if that, if that rise up a couple of people, I'm sorry, I can't control that attention. I can't control that emotion. It is just a fact. Like Baba Jale Koko said, I see double standard, right? There's no way you tell me an ATIKU, somebody will just call ATIKU. ATIKU is somebody's father, for God's sake. He's somebody's granddad. Tinubu is somebody's daddy. He's somebody's granddad. Same as Kwakwanso. You cannot say they are thief and then you just say it easily. One man, a Nigerian politician. Do we have a saint in Nigeria political system? Do we have any one of them? Do we have any one of them? Look at what just happened now. Let's even forget about the technicality of the matter or whatever. But the fact remains that when you look at the optics, if people actually want to see it, right, without primordial sentiment, let's assume Doyin Okupe is campaign manager to an ATIKU now. What will be the rhetorics? Is it still going to be the same thing? So regardless of our political leanings or regional leanings, we should understand the fact that we got to be objective when we say certain things. And I challenge everybody again. And Saki Father, I understand you messaged me in the box. I apologize for that language. It wasn't really intentional. Okay.
Enigmatic. Don't dial down your language too heavily, because I don't want your personality toned down in any way. Let me pull you back if you need to be pulled back rather than you pull yourself back, because we have to retain as much authenticity as we can.
That means you don't know me, one man. If you think I'm going to pedal down, then you probably referring to somebody else. But what I will not do is, like I told you on this platform, a couple of people may know I have relationship already with some folks on this floor, on this platform behind the scene, and very, very, very good one at that, very profitable one. We are sharing cake and stuff like that.
Look at this, Jale Koko. Do you hear these people? This is about, they are cutting so many deals behind our backs. All these people.
I mean, relationship goes beyond this platform. One man, you know what just happened last week, right? That I told you not to. We are everybody on this platform. We are achievers. We are achieving one thing or the other. But when I say certain things, go back to the spectrum of that message. Go back to the content of that message. If you do not like it, check out what you do not like. Is it the language or the personality or myself? Then if you don't like me, that is understandable. I don't care about that. But if you do not like the language, we can have a debate about the language. I will not stay over here and say some certain things against a certain region, but I can make a debate, a subjective and objective debate about regions. It doesn't mean I'm saying Igbos. I schooled in the East. I still have businesses in the East. I have families in the East, right? But do not always come with some emotional, handicapped mind, and you just want to open your mind to certain conversation. So, Saki Father, that word, that charlatan, I mean, it was out of place. I take it back, and I'm sorry for that. Jewel, if you feel bad about Enigmatic, unfortunately, we've been here for a while, and I'm challenging you.
No, I'm only asking you, so it is right. You think it is mature enough for you to refer to us as Obi idiots and Obi dogs? That is my point with you.
Okay. That
Yeah,
would be-
but don't worry now. People have a lot of invectives about the OB. So bingos.
I'm only saying people may have, but we are held to a certain standard up in here. Unless we want to say we are the likes of MC Olomo, right? But if we hold ourselves to certain standard, I expect someone like you see, for me, it's more or less of a disappointment. I do not care what people say, what people don't say, but what we say here or what we do here, it carries weight. So if you are
you see all those terminologies or bingos and etc. It's a pushback against the excessive violence of that obedient space. Who are notoriously brutish.
One man.
All over social media. They are notoriously brutish.
Every party, every follower have their own extremist group. It is now left for us as sane people to keep the narrative sane. That is my point. So if I'm here with Enigmatic, and Enigmatic is referring to me as an OB idiot or an OB dog, and
I did not say
someone like Solomon.
You're getting it wrong. I did not say Jewel is an OB idiot.
No, he did not.
When I say OB dog or OB, they call ATIKU. They say ATIKU. They say Tinubu. They say no. These are just well. I don't know where, but if you get it wrong that way, then I understand. Because I see they call ATIKU almost every day. They call ATIKU almost the ATIKU is, and who you know, they are even sponsored agents, sponsored bloggers, right? Who does daily script, daily memes about these guys. Nobody is dying because of that. But now that I understand that you are having issues with that, well, you know, but you know, for the authenticity of myself, one thing I do very good is, you know, I'm not that kind of person that get easily I won't say challenge or stuff like. The more you think you are trying to, then that is you are getting the best of me. This is just a platform, right? You live in America over here. At an appropriate time, I will meet a couple of people who lives in the US, because at a point in time, things will cross over after the election, and then we can say, okay. But I'm putting it to you now. If you are not on the platform, or if you did not hear it, right, and you are hearing it for the first time, and I've told one man to put it on the floor. I know you are a serious Obi supporter, right? I've said Obi is not going to win this election, and I'm saying it with my chest full out now.
And that's fine. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
If you want to bring your check, and let's do it out. It's been on the floor for you.
There's no problem with that. But if you're referring to obedience and you're referring to us in those words, I believe that those words were just
politics.
It's just politics. Don't take ready to bet with anybody.
No wahala. No wahala.
I don't mean anything bad. They call ATIKU, they call Tinubu, they call SUG President Showore, they call Showore, almost sort of names that you hear sometimes. I just laugh. But okay, I understand. It's okay. Just calm down, bro. It's all right. Okay, and then sacrifice.
No wahala, bro. No wahala, bro. We know the fight.
All right, no wahala. So that's a good spot.
Good people.
Can I continue?
Yes. Back to you. Rescue us. Uptown. Rescue us. Back to you. Back to trying to justify the looter called the convict called
Rogue is a rogue.
A rogue is a rogue. Is that allowed? We have to bypass our Saki father first. Is a rogue a rogue? Is it allowed, Saki father, or should we issue him a warning? But back to you. Back to you, Uptown.
No, let me correct you. Let me correct you one more.
Yes.
Please, I want you to read 1 John chapter 5, 15 to 18.
I've not read the first one. Look at this guy. Only Saki father.
Pastor Saki father. Only father.
You will come back and tell me whether Ologwe is a rogue, as you say.
A rogue is a rogue. All right. Back to you, Uptown. Back to you.
Okay. One man. Please permit me a second to also make my own response. Others we are given the right to. Before I continue, I'm not going.
All right.
I'm not going to make it back and forth.
Hold on. Your response will be just a statement, and nobody comes back at him, and then go back to round off your thoughts on Okupe, and then we just move on because we spent too much time on this. Yeah.
All right. So 1 man here. What's my brother Enigmatic is suggesting is, or what he's doing is bringing the marketplace standard into a boardroom.
Oh God!
Because I mean, yes, that's what he's doing, and he's been doing it for a while. I've taken notice of that. I don't even take notice.
I know more about Enigmatic than most of you do. Hold on.
I'm not saying he's
I can tell you comfortably that he's probably most likely the most educated person on this platform.
You don't get what I'm saying. Okay,
Yeah.
for example, this guy, this PDP guy, he called what Soludo wrote. He said that Soludo was sounding like a market woman, not a professor. That doesn't mean that Soludo is not schooled or didn't go to school. But on the context of what he did, portrayed there, is a market woman character. That's the point I was making. So the idea of, because what is going on in this election, especially among some extremists with bringing the market, nobody have heard me or Saki Father or most obedience that I see here. Nobody has ever used the term Tifnibu in this place. I see that online, but nobody has ever. This place is a civilized space. Nobody has ever used some market women, all these things they banter around Twitter. Nobody uses it here. We come here to analyze issues. The way I analyze might vary from the way you analyze, but I couldn't come here to say Obingos, Tifnubus, I don't know what they call ATIKU and all that. That's not why we are here. So
okay, let's go to why we are here then. Just go back to Okupe.
I'm going back to Okupe, but 1 man, let me just complete what I'm saying. The final thing I want to say is, please, if anybody wants to challenge me, let me just speak for myself. Let me not speak for Saki Father or any other person. If anybody wants to challenge me on my position on OB, please make sure you do not say those Southeasterners. Now, I'm making it's a very clear language. I'm not being ambiguous about what I'm saying. Don't say those Southeasterners. And don't say this, you Igbo people does this, and then you expect me not to take exception to that.
No, permit me. Permit me to allow people to say that, and permit me to ask you not to take exception to that. If it's within the context of what is being said, then
1 man, I'm going to explain to you why it is a sabotage of what we are trying to achieve in this platform.
Right.
So in the last 4 or 5 hours, we have been having conversations here, and it has never taken the ethnic dimension to Enigmatic came in. Didn't you notice that? It didn't. We would have had a complete civil conversation till the end of this platform if he hadn't come in. So immediately he came in, I knew in my mind, I said, this conversation will go ethnic immediately. And he did. He didn't disappoint me. He didn't disappoint. So, and immediately conversations start to go ethnic and people start getting addressed as Igbos or Yoruba. I can't even remember in my mind. I can't even phantom in my mind how I will address a Tinubu supporter as Yoruba. Why? I will address you as an APC supporter. I expect you to address me as a Labour Party supporter. Let's keep it political. All these ethnic tensions we always talking around, everybody, I'm not a fan of it. And it makes things not to be objective, because if I start making views, you will no more listen to the logic of those views. You will just be saying it's another
but Peter Obi refers to the Tinubu supporters as the Yorubas.
He said Tinubu supporters. I can't remember when he said the Yorubas. I can't remember that, and that you're doing the same thing right now.
I've got the clip.
1 man, you are doing the same thing now. Now you want to take it down there again, and I don't
want to take it down there.
This is me appealing to us, because as a data analyst, I know things that take off logic out of any analysis, and that is when emotions come in or stereotyping comes in. When people are stereotyped, that because you come from this region, even if you are making sense, you are not making sense. So if you want to address me as an Obi supporter, because I don't know. Okay, if you're going to stereotype me as a Southeasterner because I'm supporting Obi, what do you have to do about those Yoruba people that are supporting Obi? You call them what? You come up with whatever other fancy words you use to stereotype them. So just call me an Obi supporter and then address the issue. And if I have a rebuttal, I'll rebut. Simple. Let's keep it clean. The ethnic tensions are too much, and enigmatic is heading the headquarters of that. So that's me just calling him out. No, that's not me. I don't. You know me. If I see something, I'm going to let it linger around for a while. Maybe other people will correct you, but if I see you're not taking it, I'll call you out, and it's up to you to take it or not take it. But for me, that is what I see, and it's going to hinder the logic of our conversation. So moving on.
All right. Okay. Go on. Move on. Yeah.
So yeah, on the Okupe space, yeah. So really, I already said it. It's not a criminal case. I won't call a man a criminal. Whereas the judgment says otherwise, unless we want to run a kangaroo court in this platform, maybe one man as the judge, other people as the jury, or whatever it is. But if we are just running analysis and then we're analyzing on based on what we have, a court judgment, which clearly states what the court judgment is about. And if you listen to the professor that has already analyzed this case, which you can also bring and table here and also analyze based on that, he clearly made the point, the cases that were dismissed because they didn't have merits. The presidency signed off all of those money. He wasn't stealing money from any coffers. So that is by the way. And one man, you raised an issue on Reno OMOKRI. And it's very funny that Reno, but then I don't really like commenting on Reno space again because it's always like
Uptown, let me interject and push you back a little bit.
Who is that?
Please. Me is what please? No verse.
Don't take him back to the ethnic.
No, I don't have that power. No, Mama, I don't have that power.
Okay,
go on.
I want to quote. I don't know if Uptown was born then, but I want to quote again from same Medopolo that said Drogwe is a Rogwe. Listen carefully. He said, Osaro, my son, is the most wickedest of my son. He beated my wife and nakeded she in the presence of Ewo. Ewo in Benin is supposed to mean in presence of everybody. You cannot come and take Doyin Okupe matter away. Stay back. Don't go to OMOKRI. Go to Okupe and let's discuss Osaro matter there. Uptown. I'm waiting for you and Joy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, World Peace. Thank you. I appreciate your little fancy book you wrote out. You read out. What I just want to say on the OMOKRI space is that Obi ran as their vice presidential candidate in 2019. He wasn't a criminal, and OMOKRI served under the same government as Okupe served. And OMOKRI has a case. He's a fugitive, literally has a case in court in Nigeria. He has refused to come and answer for it. And so, I mean, it's just very funny space that he will have the effrontery to even come and make a fool of himself on this case. And on the space that Obi dismissed, he said he was interviewed in Akwa Ibom and he dismissed it. I think the question our asks is, imagine if it was Tinubu or ATIKU or even Biden or Obama, is he going to say anything different from what Obi said? So the news broke. Newsmen came to him on his way on transit. This is the news that broke. He said, oh, really? That broke? Okay, well, I can't say anything about that because I don't know the details. I'm just hearing it the same way you're hearing it right now. Or people just expect him you break a news to him on transit. Well, DG is this. Like, oh, wow. You know what? I'm sacking him. That's like, that would be like the funniest thing to happen. So he acted like a leader. A leader is like a chief judge of a court. You must go. It's just like what he answered, the answer he gave to Kadiria when Kadiria talked about IPOB. Why don't you call them? They said, no, I don't have where I will have the bed-eye view to check if this is this before I can reach a conclusion. That's why when he said I have to see the witch before I call it a witch. So leaders don't go around banding around, talking carelessly up and down. They must get to their table, sit down, see the fact, look at what is involved, ponder over it, and then make a submission. That's how leaders do. And I don't see anything he did wrong about that. One more.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. So stay with us because I want to hear your views on this other topic. But
Okay.
I want to kick this other topic off with rational mind, if it's still there. There was a funky topic that I wanted to bring, but I won't bring it. Oh no, I won't bring that. That's too.
One more. Let me just chip on. One more. Let me
Huh?
chip in something. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Quick. Doyin Okupe, I think he mentioned about also Okupe being guilty of taking 20 million naira as alleged by Arabambi of Ogun State. It is struggling for us to also know that has been debunked long before now, and Dati Ahmed has debunked it himself, and he has challenged those guys to provide a counter narrative because, according to what Dati said in his press conference, he said that Okupe is not even part of the finance committee of the Labour Party. Okupe is not part of any committee that is handling any money. Anything money is not under Okupe in the Labour Party. That's one. And then secondly, that he can categorically tell them that there is no 20 million or 100 million anywhere budgeted for such campaign like the Arabambi guy said. There is nothing like that. Nothing like that existing. And then also, the Arabambi did not even say Okupe was given 20 million. He said they heard that 20 million naira should be given to every state for mobilization of their team members to go to the rally. But then Okupe only gave them 4.5 million naira that he said is from his own pockets. So apparently, Okupe is not in charge of dispersing money, but he said, you know what, enough money was not budgeted for this according to the guys in the finance, but this is me, Okupe, I'm giving you 4.5 million naira. You guys use it to mobilize and do this and whatever it is from my own personal money. And the guy stated it clearly there at Arise TV that okay, Okupe actually gave us this money from his own personal money. Just that we think that there should be some budget from Abuja that should appropriate to us 20 million naira, 100 million naira, whatever it is to us. That is only them thinking. You know what I'm saying? So let's be careful how we just make statements. So that's it.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So let me come to you with this rational mind. This headline: list of prominent politicians who are leaving office in 2023. So this list now is a list of people who, at the end of their tenure in whatever position they are occupying, they are not going to be in politics for reasons of either completing their constitutional 2 terms or not, and equally not getting a ticket, and or equally not getting a ticket for any other office in beyond 2023 February. So these are people now that will be out of politics effectively from February 2023. So what I'm inviting is, I know you will say a plague on all their houses, but don't do a plague on all their houses. Do it in a hierarchical form. Which of these 7 men would you least regret to see leave office, or would you somewhat have a tinge of regret to see not being in the political public space anymore? So Malam Buhari, he completes his 2 terms, and then he of course retires to either Daura or Kaduna, which it seems to be his preferred space to live. So Malam Buhari, bye-bye after February, and some people may say thank God for that. So next up, Ahmed Lawan. So he, of course, he did not pick up a senatorial ticket. He fought very hard, but the court stopped him to steal one, that is, but the court stopped him. And of course, he did not get the presidential ticket that was promised him by that by Abdullahi and the rest of them. So he's out of politics, at least in an official office holding capacity in February. So Ahmed Lawan, Yemi Osinbajo, of course, similar to Lawan, but he did not have any option other than to go up. But then, of course, Tinubu gave him a face. So Yemi Osinbajo, no political office for him from February onwards. Nasir El-Rufai, he completes his 2 terms as a Kaduna State governor, and he said he's not going to use the Senate as a retirement home. So he's out of politics, at least in an official capacity, from February. Yemsen Wike, similarly, at Atiku Abubakar, and Aminu Masari of Katsina State, similarly too. Ganduje, similarly, Ganduje out of office, no official political office for him to hold in February. So who amongst those names, if any, would you have somewhat of a tinge of regret to say goodbye to? Let's kick that off with rational mind.
You mean one person or just 2? I mean,
no, just go through the list and discuss as you feel.
Yeah. So I mean, the 4 major people that I would love not to see anymore in the political scene would be Ahmed Lawan, what's his name? El-Rufai. I don't want to see him anymore.
Why? El-Rufai, a lot of people applaud him for his marvels in Kaduna State.
His kind of politics is despotic. He has a tendency to be dictatorial, and he's not an honest person. He's a snake. That's what I will use. I'll refer to him. He's a snake. He stabs you and act like he's not the one doing it. He's two-faced. He has one face that he shows to the world like, hey, everybody, but then in private, he knows what he does. We just had recently another people killed in Southern Kaduna again. Over almost 30 people lost their lives. What is going on? Why Southern Kaduna every time? We don't hear all this thing in another part of Kaduna, but Southern Kaduna that are predominantly Christian. I mean, this is the same guy that he had a Muslim joint ticket in a state whereby, if not even more than half of the population there are Christians. You had a Muslim ticket. So I don't trust that guy. I don't trust him. All his antecedents from 2014 that brought APC in, what he did, that he said he did. I don't trust him, so I would know if I want him. So Lawan is not a good.
All right, National Mind. Let's do it this way. Just it might well be more fun. So I'll go through the list, and the options are goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again. So those are the options. Goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again. So let's kick it off with Buhari. Goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again.
Goodbye, sorry to see you go.
All right, why?
Well, I know because there's nothing you can do anymore. The guy is at the stage whereby is not going to last too much. I doubt if he's going to last 10 years from now or 5 years from now. So I just hope he lives long. But I mean, so far I've not seen him with any. Maybe after he's gone, we'll find out if he was corrupt. You know, like other people will hear them. They build universities and all of that. They build this and that. I've never seen it. Maybe through his kids, his kids are all multi-billionaires now. Maybe that's what it is. But the guy, you've not been able to pin him with anything for now. So yeah, sorry to go. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Yeah.
Oh, all right. I think you've already given the verdict on him, but just because for the purposes of the list, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again.
I never see you again. Goodbye, I never see you again.
All right, brilliant. And Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again.
Goodbye, sorry to see you go.
Why?
Well, it's one of those people that I felt he deserved that position, but we know how the politics of Nigeria works. I mean, the few times that he was acting as the acting president, we saw what he did. That tells us that he's a guy who is not. I don't see him as a dictator. I don't see him as somebody who listens. And Nigeria is not meant for kind of people that listens. People, they want to see a tough person that would walk roughshod all over them. So yeah. Then I want a Democrat, somebody who is intellectually sound like him.
Is it because of his English speaking? Is that
No.
seduces
Don't get me
you?
wrong. No. I just like his personality, the way he talks. I know everything is facade. I know it's just facade. I mean, but I'll still rate him more than any other. Not even Tinubu. I want Tinubu doesn't even compare to him when it comes to that. Yeah. So sorry to go. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So on to the next. Nasser El-Rufai.
I've already said it. Sorry, I never see him again. Never.
All right. So Yemsen WIKE, goodbye. Sorry to see you go, or goodbye. Hope I never see you again. Yemsen WIKE.
That WIKE is a little bit tricky for me because I know himself is another small dictator too. But then, well, goodbye. Sorry to see him go, but I just wish he would just go and just never come back. But yeah, I still believe he's still. Well, sorry. So let me just put it at that. Sorry to see him go. Yeah.
So you'd like to see him back in politics?
Well, I see him back in politics. Yeah. I see him. Yeah.
All right. So far, you are consistent with how I imagined you will be. But Aminu Masari, governor of Katsina State, goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again.
Goodbye. Sorry to see you go.
Why?
He's a good governor. Yeah, he's a good governor. He's one of those Fulanis that I see that has that reasons very well. Even I know he has his own shortcomings that he has. But I think he was put in that situation, the banditry in the state, how he had to pander to those bandits. Because I know why he did that was because he felt there was no other option for him. Maybe the federal government wasn't responding, so he had to buy them, he had to pay them, which I don't think is something a governor should be doing if he has the means to violence under his own control that he can command. But because he has to ask the president for help, and they were just playing politics with it. So yeah, I would not say it's his fault as such. He's one of those quiet northern governors that I see that he's a good guy. Even his personality, I just like him, the way he talks. But maybe he has many corruption. We shall find out after he's gone out from the office. We shall find out. But yeah, goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Abdullahi Dollar in his pocket Ganduje. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again.
Goodbye. I hope I never see him again.
But he's a super brain. What do you mean?
No. That guy is corrupt. He's corrupt. I mean, we saw that video, even though they said it's a doctor, but we saw that this is not a doctor video. It's something he collected those dollars. So and I don't think there's any no such cheat because he's this kind of a religious fanatic. He has this fanaticism to him to his side, even though he has this this appearance that he put in public that he's not a religiously inclined person. But yeah, if you know Masari, if you know what's his name, this Kano State governor, he's an Islamist. We know of recently I had that he sent some people to Mecca or some places to go learn Quran and things like that. I say, my goodness, but is that what you're supposed to be doing as a governor? You're a governor of a state as one of those richest northern state, if not the richest northern state after Kaduna perhaps, and then you are doing things like this. I see him as an ethnic champion and as a religious bigot. Yeah, for that reason I would say goodbye, and plus that the corruption thing that has been on his neck, the Gandola thing. I just wish he never comes back. Coupled with us, his kids are also.
You don't see him as a talent. I see him as a talent.
You see, I know why you are so fascinated with people. You get drawn to people who are. For me, I don't want people. He's a little despot of his own too, because he's dictatorial too. There are some people who criticize him in Kano State were jailed. They were manhandled. The DSS have to arrest them. What kind of a person is that? Someone who does not respect freedom of speech. And we see this is a so-called religious police, how they maltreat people there. Is that kind of person who wants to come and rule over Nigeria? So I don't want him. If he goes to Senate, if he goes to anywhere, he's going to be still a champion of those religious fanaticism and all of that. So yeah, I don't want to see him in politics anymore. Let him go and relax.
All right.
Loot he has looted.
All right, brilliant. It seems so much fun. Let's run it all the way through to land it on Fatai. So, Ajale Koko, you're up next. So the fun game we were playing with Rational Mind. So, goodbye, sorry to see you go. Goodbye, hope I never see you again. We kick it off with the Aboki from Daura. So, Malam Buhari, from February, you will not see him in the papers again. So, would you regret his leaving the center stage? Goodbye, sorry to see you go. Goodbye, hope I never see you again. Ajaleko, kick it off with Malam Buhari.
Goodbye, never see you again.
Because?
Yeah, because this is a man that promised so much to Nigeria before elected into the office. He promised to fix the economy. He promised to fix the security. He promised to fight corruption, but he failed in all this area. He had destroyed our country economy in totality. And with the way he mismanaged the economy of Nigeria, Nigeria credit rating has been downgraded by international credit rating firm like Moody, like S&P, like Fitch. And the implication of all of this is that Nigeria is no more an attractive country to international investors. And if you don't have international investors in this global economy, which is, a global village economy, as we know, all economy around the world are connected with each other. How do we get out of it? So he has set us backward, 40 years backward, economically. Unity of the country, he mismanaged it. What is it that this man, havoc, that this man have not brought on us as a country? Right now, Nigeria look as a country with no future. The future cannot be predicted. We don't know what is going to happen in the future for us as a country. The economy is down. Politically, we're politically badly managed. Unity in disarray. What is it? This man should just go and, never see him again, and never pray for such a person to be our president.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you on to the next one. The Senate President Ahmed Lawan. Goodbye, sorry to see you go. Goodbye, hope we never see you again. Hope I never see you again.
Goodbye, never see you again. This is a man that is the Senate President among other representatives across the country that were given the mandate by the people to represent the interests of the people, but rather surrender that mandate to the presidency and turn that chamber, the chamber of power of the people, turn it to rubber stamp of everything that comes there. So this kind of person and people like him must never smell any seat of power in that country. So goodbye, never see you again.
All right. So on to the next. Your diminutive vice president, Yemi Osinbajo. So he, after February, he can't go up and he can't go down, so he goes home. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again.
Goodbye. Sorry to see you go, because Osinbajo found himself in the midst of corrupt people that, have their own agenda unknown to him. And unfortunately for him, he doesn't have any power to change anything or effect any change. So he just hangs him there. And to me, I think he has learned his lesson. maybe next time, when any opportunity comes his way, maybe he could do better. So, goodbye. Sorry to see you go. I will say that to him.
All right. Still staying with short little men. The diminutive 4'1" from Kaduna State, Nasser El Rufai. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again.
I think I will give him goodbye. Sorry to see you go. The reason being that this man has transformed Kaduna State to a state. He has modernized Kaduna State. He has opened up Kaduna State, to investors. He has put in place a lot of infrastructure, a lot of good things that we can see. He even tried to demonstrate leadership by example when he registered his son in public school, and which no other elected representative or people in a high office, political office like that have been seen or done before, but he did it. He registers his son in public school, if not for the security reason that he has to, withdrew his son from the school. That son would have still been in that public school, and that would have, given him that urge to invest more on public school education. So he tried his best, according to information and news and a lot of things that we have seen that he did in that state, particularly the way he has opened up the economy, he has modernized the economy of that Kaduna State, and the way he allowed people from other parts, the best brain from other parts of Nigeria, from Yoruba land, from Igbo land, from other parts of Nigeria, to be part of his government, to help him to, develop that economy. I think it's a man that did well, and he has vision. He has put in place a template that those coming behind can follow and then continue to develop that state. So I will say goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Yeah.
Okay. So Ajale Koko, they say he is partial to a shot of brandy or two. It certainly sounds drunken anytime you hear him, but for his singing prowess alone, Yemsen Wike, goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again. Yemsen Wike.
Yemsen Wike, goodbye, sorry to see you go. You see, this man has brought, within this short period of time that they had their presidential primary, and now he has brought some sensational into the politics of Nigeria. This man did what others have never done in PDP. His name is registered as a man that funded that party, strongly when that party was abandoned by those that are seen as the founding fathers of that party. ATIKU Abubakar, IMMINENT, and some others that are founding fathers, when they abandoned that party to APC, to form APC, he was there. He struggled hard to retain the party, to make the party work, and make it competitive against this thing. So he stood firm, and when he contested for presidential ticket of the party, he gave a very tough fight against Atiku that had, structure around the country in the party. If not for this guy, Tambua, that stepped down with Ayocha Ayu, that manipulated the process, because I said they manipulated the process because the rule does not allow a candidate to address the delegate twice. It was only once that the rule allowed. But Ayosha Ayu allow Tambua to address for the second time, told the candidate and his delegates that he's stepping down, and informed his delegates to vote for ATIKU. That was what went wrong that Ayosha Ayu did. So if not for Tambua that stepped down, WIKE will have won that primary, and WIKE, will have, for the first time, show to Nigerians that a Southerner be in a party that is seen as maybe Northern-dominated party and still come out on top of them. So, but because of that treacherous act by Tambua, so he lost that say. But since then, he, with the group 5, have been fighting that the chairmanship of the party, since the party have the presidential flag bearer as a northerner, then the chairmanship of the party must come south. And they stood firm and is leading the G5, fighting that struggle and fighting it hard, and has brought PDP down. We saw PDP, we have seen PDP today as a no-show party, a party as if is not in the race, a party that is lacking behind. Tinubu is leading this race. Obi is competing, is like at par with PDP in this contest. So due to WIKE factor, so I give it to him, and due to infrastructure that this guy has built within short period of time, within a year, all this infrastructure that this guy has built at their commission recently is within the year. He awarded the contract last year and they are commissioned this year. So beautiful infrastructure, health center, cancer center, we have judicial, law school.
All right. So that's a sorry to see you go, Abi.
So sorry to see you go. WIKE have done well as well.
All right. I never had any real serious awareness of him, but his tenure comes to an end, and he's not taking up any
And let me tell you this: another thing that did good is that if he had wanted to go for the Senate, maybe the law would have caught up. He would have done it, but he said it before contesting that he wants to go for presidency, and he doesn't want to. He wants to retire. He doesn't want to go for any Senate or something like that. His friend Otom is going for Senate now. So after retiring, Otom is going for Senate. So, but he decided that no, another person should go for those Senate positions. He's not contested. So he did that in that respect. So sorry to see you go, WIKE.
All right. Snapshot answers to the next two, so I can go on to Sake Fada. But I wasn't even aware that he was there. But nevertheless, he seems to be coming to the end of his tenure. Aminu Masari, the governor of Katsina State, so he completes his 2 terms. He's not going anywhere but to his home. So is it goodbye, sorry to see you go, goodbye, hope I never see you again, or is it even a case of oh, I never even knew you were there? So this one gets 3 options: goodbye, sorry to see you go, goodbye, hope I never see you again, or oh, I never even knew you were there. So Aminu Masari.
Well, I think I will give him goodbye, sorry to see you go, because this man, during the time of that, when this herdsmen killing of people was at its height, I think he came out openly and told the country that 90% of these people causing this killing are Fulani men. So for somebody who is a Fulani man and can be so bold to say it, I hope you, I think you remember one man, we treated it here. So
yes,
for as a Fulani man to say that it is his own people that are causing this havoc, I think I have a respect for him.
Yes, and the Sultan of Sokoto said this similarly as well, which then opened up. It allowed us to move from being accused of being ethnic to addressing the question.
Addressing it, yes.
Yes.
So for that singular act, I think he earned my respect, and I will say to him, goodbye. Sorry to see you go.
All right. So this guy now, he's partial to $1, as you know, but they seem to love him nevertheless in his own home state. Is Dr. Abdullahi. Put the dollars in my pocket, Ganduje. Goodbye, sorry to see you go. Goodbye, hope I never see you again. Abdullahi Dollar Ganduje.
Look, I have to say goodbye and never see you again because of the video we watched. This guy was talking money in his Babariga, in his Agbada, collecting that dollar. That does not show a very good image of the people of Kano. People of Kano are very intelligent people. They are very good people, and that is the state where Aminu Kano came from. A man that that during his lifetime he fought all his way fighting for poor people, the Talakawas, and he ensured that poor people got education, and he always standing by poor people, the interest of the poor people. So, and that was what leaders after that Talakawa's doctrine, got a lot of people from Kano to adopt that doctrine. Abubakar Rimi and some others like that, even Kwakwaso that we know today, that is his doctrine that he practices in politics. Talakawa's politics. Let's care for poor people. Let's provide for poor people. Let's educate poor people. Let's invest on everything that can take people out of poverty. But you, as a professor, now caught on video taking bribe from contractors. I think he brought shame on the people of Kano, and people of Kano doesn't deserve to have this kind of man again at the top of affairs, of governmental affairs in their state. So for that reason, I will said goodbye, never see you again. Gandudola.
Abdullahi Gandola. All right. I love that guy, though. I like him. But he's so witty, and I like witty people. He's so witty. And that's why I like
he did some good things there, though. But in that state, he did some good things.
He did a lot of infrastructural dualization of roads, bridges, all of these things. He did a lot.
He did a lot of good work there. But that singular image.
Yeah, man,
it's bad, and he brought shame on people of Kano, and no, people of Kano deserve better than that. So, person like that, bye. Never see him again.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, up next, Saki Fada. You know the routine. So it's goodbye. The goodbye. So we kick it off with Malam Buhari. So as soon as the clock strikes,
let me start with number one, goodbye, and never to see again. Yeah, number one, goodbye. That should be Lawan.
Right. Let's follow the sequence. Goodbye. Otherwise, you take us out of skill. Kick it off with Buhari. Okay. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again. Malam Buhari.
Goodbye. Never to see him again. But Buhari as a person, I see him as someone that has character. Like, has integrity, you know. I think the fundamental mistake he made in his administration is the way he made his appointments, and I think that is the major contribution to the failure of the administration. But him as a person, you know, I think he has values. He might not. I don't think he's corrupt as a person, you know. But
you there?
He wasn't quite very sensitive to the way he had his appointments, and then he didn't have much of the proper monitoring and, you know, checks and balances in his administration. And so I would say that his administration actually possibly had some failures because of people that surrounded him. But him as a person, I think that's my point, you know. But all in all, you know, goodbye is what I would say.
So sorry to see you go, or yeah, is that a sorry to see you go?
I would say,
or just goodbye, or just goodbye, or just goodbye.
Yeah,
You can stop at goodbye. Yeah.
I'm quite ambivalent here, you know. It's like a case of mixed feelings, you know. On the one hand, goodbye, sorry, as if for his personality, but on the other hand, you know, the much things we have in this administration, you know, and not sorry to see you go, not sorry to see you go, you know. So that's the point.
All right. You couldn't wait to get to him, so go to him now. Senate President Ahmed Lawan. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again.
Goodbye. Hope I never see you again. You know, he's the worst Senate president ever in the history of Nigeria. You know, he's just he made the Senate to become visibly rubber stamp. You know, they are just what do we call it? They just are working on the messes of the executive. You know, they don't have those powers of oversight. They failed in their oversight function. They failed in their representation function. They also lawmaking function. So all in all, you know, goodbye, goodbye, and hope I never see you again. That's the point. He should be number one on that list.
All right. I think we all know where you'll be going with this one. The short little man from Ikene, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, he leaves office permanently on the 29th of March. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again. Sorry to see you go. Slacky father.
Goodbye. And we want to see you again. We want to see you again. We want you to come to the next administration, you know, even if it is advisory role, you know, no longer for maybe more of, you know, give advice and act as statesman, you know, and then give fatherly advice, you know. It will be regrettable to lose him, you know. It's a nice man. I see him and I like him very much. So goodbye. To see you go.
All right, brilliant. So still staying with short little man, we go to Kaduna, Nasir El-Rufai. Your verdict.
Nasir El-Rufai. Goodbye. What's the other option? Is it not goodbye?
Yeah, goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again.
I think I will say goodbye. Hope I never see you again for two reasons. No? Number one is that Kaduna became land of bloodshed. You know, especially in the southern Kaduna. Maybe he did well in infrastructure and other things, but when it comes to the number of lives that were lost and all these crises that happened in Kaduna, I think we should pay attention seriously to that very space, because all these things were not happening in the northern part of Kaduna, but it keeps happening in the southern part. And I heard there's another one that happened, is it yesterday or today again, in southern Kaduna. So that's, I would say goodbye and goodbye, and we wish we don't see you again, Then number 2 again is the issue of the way he didn't, maybe I'll look at it from the way I think he's the first administration that maintained this Muslim ticket,
Yes, in Kaduna, yes.
Yeah, so I think he didn't listen to the sensibilities of that southern Kaduna part, So I don't think I will. I think I will say goodbye and wish we never see you again. So.
All right. They say he's partial to Sapele water. He certainly knows how to sing, but is that sufficient enough reasons to have him around? Yemsin WIKE, so he leaves office in February. Goodbye, sir. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again. Yemsin WIKE.
Nigeria will miss Yemsin WIKE. WIKE is, of course, platform where we want to see WIKE back. Honestly, he fought. This is WIKE is an evidence of Veni, Vinci, Vici. That is, I went, I saw, and I conquered. He fought for the people, and again he gave another dimension to governance. Are you Hillary Clinton? Forget about the way he talks, Another thing I like about him as a politician is that he appears to.
Saki Father, I think Ajale Koko is joking with you somewhat. Yeah.
Saki Father. And when have you turned to Hillary Clinton?
He said he's joking with me.
I went, I saw, I conquered.
Can you not hear Ajale Koko?
No, I can't hear Ajale Koko.
It was asking that when did you turn to Hillary Clinton's surrogate, saying I went, I saw, and I conquered.
Hillary Clinton went on and
only that she just lost. That's just the little matter. She lost.
But rather, Trump was the one that came and conquered her.
So actually, WIKE's personality, I think he's the only politician that I see him as someone who likes to keep agreements, and he's not someone that is so flippant to the extent of, saying what you discussed in secret. But when you try to go against what you guys have agreed upon, he doesn't shy away from coming to the public and saying it the way it is. So I think WIKE is a character that people can emulate somehow in the political space in Nigeria. In terms of infrastructure, he did very well. He did very well to his people. In terms of knowing politics, he was able to distinguish himself, to show the people that he has something on ground, that he's very relevant, So when you are discussing people with that has influence in terms of voters, you always put him in the equation of things, So I think we'll miss WIKE. We'll miss someone like WIKE, after this administration. We'll miss him.
All right. We will certainly miss this.
When did they bend them in the sweet off? When did they sweet us in the they never say something. As in the sweet us, we go to pay them. As in the pay them, we go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, we go to pay them. As in the pay them, we go to sweet us.
It's a River State something. I'm not sure there's a more ridiculous. Maybe Dino Melaye is just marginally more ridiculous. But Aminu Masari of Katsina State, sorry to see you go. Hope I never see you again.
Actually, Aminu Masari, I don't know him very well, honestly. You know, I wouldn't say much about him as a politician. So I don't really. I'm not very clear about his political environment, you know. So I don't think I have much to say about him. Let me not say what I don't.
All right. Okay. To the last man, I'm sure you know enough and you have sufficient thoughts. He loves a dollar as much as anyone else. Abdullahi Gandola. So sorry to see you go, or hope I never see you again.
Goodbye. Hope I never see you again. That's what I have on that point, you know. That's dollar things and those kind of things, you know. I think if he were someone like Juan Kwaso, you know, I would have said otherwise, you know. You know, if I judge what Juan Kwaso has done in Kano State, you know, during his time, and what this man has been able to achieve, you know, I think I would judge him otherwise. But for now, goodbye. I wish we.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Saki Fada. So up next, World Peace. World Peace 28. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Malam Buhari.
Goodbye. Hope I never see you again. Can you hear me?
Yes, because
before Buhari came into okay, let me quickly say this. Because of Buhari now having a pending transaction with IMMINENT, which I've made a couple of thousands of dollars, but now the dollar is not fixed. Our Nigeria port price is not fixed, so I don't want to see him again at all. Before he came, the dollar was fixed in Nigeria. At least the economy was still at least stable. We were still in a good shape to a certain extent. Now the economy is nowhere to be found, and Nigeria is a shell of itself. So usually for that, goodbye. I don't want to see you again.
All right. I don't want to see you again. So from Malam Buhari to Ahmed Lawan, the Senate President. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again. Sorry to see you go.
Goodbye. I hope I never see you again. Because that guy's a rubber stamp senator. He's the worst of the worst of all the Senate presidents we have seen or we have had in. I think it's the Ninth Assembly, right? He's in the worst assembly Senate president we've ever seen. Everything Buhari goes. So that guy, I don't want to see that guy again. They put us to this ruining. One man.
All right. And to the short little man from Ikene, the vice president, goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again.
Oh, goodbye. Sorry to see you go. That guy got things in him. If you like it or not, he was one that got the ticket to run for this position that Swaju is running for. I think it would be more be more better and smooth, you know. And if the guy got to be president, we could have seen a better Nigerian though than what we are expecting from Tinubu. Swaju would have. I know for the few time he took charge of Nigeria, we could see a direction. So I would love to see more of that guy. Guy got brain, you know. So goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Sorry to see you go.
The little man from Kaduna State, Nasir El Rufai. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Or hope I never see you again.
I hope I never see you again. That guy's a racist. He's a jihadist. You know. So the guy is killing off. I would say his state. They are killing off the non-Muslim, non-Fulani even to their kingsmen. I mean, their traditional rulers. So I don't like that guy. That guy is one-sided guy, two-faced guy. I mean, a two-faced politician. So I don't like him. So I don't want to see him again.
All right. And to the whiskey lover, Sapele Water from the creeks, of the creeks, is a River State something. Yemsin WIKE, goodbye, sorry to say you go. Hope I never see you again.
That's the means is understand for WIKE. It depends on say we know it's for the next government. That's what I will use. It depends us. Say we know it's sorry to see you go. That's a man I would love to see again, because after now he leaves, now we will not be hearing all those shenanigans we'll be hearing from this is your fight we are hearing, all these banters we will not be hearing them again. Those hits they are dropping, we will not be hearing them again. One man, nobody to release hit for us.
Maybe we'll go and join Dino Melaye in the comedy skits sector.
So sorry to see him go. I would love to see more of that guy, but Shogana, as you say.
I don't know if you know sufficient about him. The governor of Katsina State, Aminu Masari. Goodbye, sorry to see you go, or hope I never see you again.
He's not that guy that looked like Abacha.
It's somewhat, yes. Is he the one? No, I don't think that's the one. No, I think that's a different one.
The one that
looks, no, he looks ill-fed somehow. It's the one that looks ill-fed.
Okay, he was the one that was accused of returning Abacha 90 million loot.
I think it may not be the one. He looks ill-fed. That's the only way I can describe him.
Aminu Masari.
Aminu Masari, yes.
I don't know. Well, whatever.
The one you are talking about, I think it's from I can't remember one of the other, but not from Katsina. Trying for 600 million or what is it?
Yeah, well, that returned 19 million. He returned 19 million. $19 million. Oh, Nigeria.
Masari was a former speaker, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, House of Reps, yes.
House of Reps,
yeah. That's him on your screen if you can see the screen.
One now.
Yeah.
He returned 19 million.
This one doesn't look like Batao.
No, he had some money deal that he did. So you have to negotiate. Check it up, look it up.
You may well be right, because I think we covered that stories some time ago. But,
he returned 19 million from me, 19 million dollars. So sorry to see. It's goodbye never to see him again. These people that kill Nigeria. I don't want to see these people. First of all, how did he even get tickets to run on to come become a governor? No, we don't want to see these people. Let them go. I don't want to see them.
He ran on Buhari's back.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm still waiting for you to our own challenge.
Let me just push it on for time. Abdullahi Ganduje, good guy. Sorry to see you go. Hope I never see you again.
Gandola. Goodbye. I don't want to see you again. I don't want to see those people again. Gandola. No, but he's a nice man. No, I don't want to just criticize him. Yeah, I've done well in Kaduna, Kano. Yeah, I have my good friends that deal on print. I think in short, their chairman is my very good friend in that in Kano. That guy give those people free hand. Foreigners are really doing well in Kano, but when it comes to the political part of it, I don't like him. I don't want to see him again. One man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Peace. So from our piece, let's go to Ayo, who we've not heard from all the way through. I'm not sure if he's still with us. Ayo, are you still there?
Yes, woman.
How come you've been so quiet? We've not heard a word from you.
No, yes, well, it's been fun. I've been listening to everything. I wanted to come in when it was hot, so that I will have given it back to Rational Mind and Zaki Father, but for defending what is not worth defending. Let's
indefensible.
Are you the same Ayo in the comment section?
I don't want to go into that at all. So, yes.
Woman, is it the same Ayo in the comment section?
I don't know. Are you the same Ayo in the comment section?
I told you the last time. No, I'm not.
It's not. It's a different
that Ayo is something else in comment section. That guy.
It's the rule of that universe.
I want the rational mind. Yeah.
Yes. Let me make him a moderator just so he can be flogging rational mind when it is flogging. Let me make him a mod.
Enemy number one.
You need a whole team to keep an eye on rational mind, so we make him a mod. All right. So Ayo, then you've been listening. So to the game. Malam Buhari, sorry to see you go. Hope I never see you again.
For Malam Buhari, I will have, if it's possible to say 50-50. But since that there is no option there, so I'll just say, well, he has tried, he should go. We will not miss him. But I just hope probably maybe when he's out, we might see the good side and things he has done. But the way it is now, there's poverty, there's inflation, there's everything. So at least if done, he should just go back to Dara and rest. That's all.
All right. And the Senate President, Ahmed Lawan, goodbye. Sorry to see you go, or hope I never see you again.
Goodbye. Never to see him again. No, never to see him again. The reason is just because I'm not against him, because by law, you can be in the Senate for 30 years as long as you're coming back, your people are letting you. But if they say, look, it's time, let somebody else come there, and you're trying to frustrate the guy as if it is meant for you. So that's what I don't really like about him. He should have if he had stuck to the Senate, he would have gotten that ticket. But he was putting his eyes on two things: going to the presidency, going to Senate. Even if he was being pushed by the APC chairman, at least he should have have a rethink and say, oh, but even the governors are saying, let it go to the South. So why am I doing this? So for him, sorry, he should never come back again.
All right. And to the Akuru Kete of Ikene, otherwise known as Yemi Oshibajo, goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again.
To the prof. This one, because Prof has been a nice man, somebody, from the days as Attorney General in Lagos State. Sometimes, it's just like a story of the prodigal son. If you come back to him and he says, oh, Daddy, I'm spending money, I've repented, please forgive me. So I would like to see him more again. I wouldn't say because of what has happened. I know there's a lot of comments, a betrayal and things like that, but if you look at that, I will look at his good side more than the little bad side he has done. So, because he was there by Tinubu, he stood by him during those times of years of Obasanjo withholding the fund for Lagos State. So, I still want to see him more again. Yeah.
All right. And the short man devil of Kaduna State, goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again. The short man devil from Kaduna State.
Malande 05. Very controversial. Goodbye. I would have loved, yes, goodbye. He has played his role not to see you again. But if Tinubu wins, he's coming back. Yes, he is coming back. But
I think he will come back if Tinubu wins anyway.
He will.
He will, yes.
That is not, yes, I can tell you. If he is going to come back, once Tinubu wins, he's going to come back. So I would have loved it to go and rest and but he would surely come back. But for me, I would say go and rest and never to come back. But he will surely come back if Tinubu wins.
Himself too is starting a political dynasty of his own. His son is going to the House of Rep or Senate. His son.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. So that's he's building another another in the north there too. So
that's the quickest route to money now. So if you have an opportunity to slot your children into politics, you won't be sending them to some bank to be carrying application all over the place.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Because
Fayoche's son is contesting for
I think is it for rep or House of Assembly? I'm not too sure.
Maybe rep or Senate. I know it's one of the two.
Yeah, Lai Mohammed's son, he did that too. He did.
Yes.
He did it, but it's only
when is Sheyi coming up for? Is it gonna
even Babangida's son tried and Niger State. I think he failed. Abacha's son strike Kano.
Yes, I'm not sure Tinubu will come out. No, I don't think so.
Ayo the batifier. Ayo the batifier. When is he coming out?
I say.
I don't
think so. I don't think so.
Ṣèyí máa jáde o. Ṣèyí ló máa replace Sanwó-Olú now. Ṣèyí ló máa replace Sanwó-Olú.
No. One man. Don't let us go to that. No.
Is that even possible?
No. If there's anybody who will come after Sanwó-Olú, then it will be Muri Okunla. No,
forget Muri Okunla.
No, I tell you.
Maybe Sheyi will go to Senate then.
Well, yes.
No, if he was going to go to Senate, he would have gone already if he wanted to go to Senate. I think they are grooming him to replace Sanwó-Olú, especially if his father wins the presidency. It's impossible.
That's right. Yes. If father wins the presidency, so it's going to be after Sanwó-Olú.
No, I don't think so.
What has your ego got to do with who becomes governor?
Family property.
What does your vote have to do with who becomes governor? It doesn't matter now.
Rational mind. So the family property, the it's the family property already. And why you need Baba Salebe?
You have shared among yourself.
No, it's too early for. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. You can trust your daughter with him, but don't let it. Go on.
Omar, would you accept a Sheyi Tinubu as governor of Lagos State?
Hey, he's a very competent guy. And I want a competent man in charge of Lagos State. Of course, I would.
Sheyi Tinubu.
Yes. He's not damned by his father.
Oh, I don't see him as competent to handle Lagos State.
What makes him competent, woman?
Because he's handled places like Alpha Beta to turn it into a global brand.
Sheikh Tinubu, Alpha Beta?
Yes.
What was that? When was that?
All through time till now.
I've never seen his name listed on the board of directors.
You don't have to say it, but it's there.
I don't know. He runs an advertising media kind of a media.
Yes, he runs the Lekki toll gate as well successfully.
Really?
Yes.
And then you count that as something to put on the TV as a governor.
Is that not a successful enterprise?
Really?
And one man. So you want Lagos State to still be under the tutelage of the Tinubus after Tinubu is long gone.
After a successful dynasty, yes, I want Lagos State to be under a successful dynasty. Yes.
Oh my God.
Do you not? Do you not?
No, hell no.
You don't.
Come on.
You want it to be under a failure? Is that what you want?
No, it's not going to be under a failure. Lagos. I've always told people the dumbest person can rule Lagos because what you need to do to get money is just there. We just need someone that has the people at heart, and of which the people that so far, apart from Ambode, I don't think any of them, and maybe Fashola, I don't think any of them had the interest of the people at heart. So, but I mean, that's me.
All right. The present governor does not have that.
Oh my goodness! Go to Lagos and see, my brother. Go to Lagos and see what is going on. The guy has abandoned governance and following Tinubu everywhere he goes. Go to Lagos and see what is going on.
I was in Lagos. I saw what Lagos was. I was like, what is happening here?
He's out of touch. He doesn't know what he's doing over there. Look, let me tell you.
Yeah.
See, my brother.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, my brother. If you go to international airports, I was shocked at what I saw. And I was not asking questions. And then I said it was Ambode. Look, that Ambode guy did a lot of work in Lagos State. I mean, like those days, I don't know if any of you used to go to international airport those days. And you go there today and you see what Ambode did there.
No, Joe, you're mixing up things. Hold on. What is international airport has to do with Lagos State? That's federal government. No, I don't.
No, I'm talking about the road. I'm talking about the road that leads to the international.
Oh, the airport road. It's all okay. That leads to
The airport road. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah. So he did an excellent job. But it's okay. I mean, that's why I don't want to bore this place with it.
All right, let's get it back on stream. So back to it. So Ayo, you can trust him with your daughter, but don't let him anywhere near your drinks cabinet. The Omuti of River State. Goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again. The Omuti of River State.
No, sorry to go. You see, you can see WIKE as somebody who would looks like a drunkard almost in the morning, but he's making the politics, and it's making sense for what he's saying. So I still want to see him play a role, see him come back and do things. So I don't, you see, as long as he's doing good governance, even if he drinks after work, I don't care. Or at least he's doing the right thing, and he's letting us see that, oh, this is the right side we want to go. Not Okowa that they had the meeting saying this is what we want. At the end of the day, he went behind to get the slot. So I still want to see more of WIKE.
All right. I'm Mino Masari. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go, or hope I never see you again.
No, I hope I never see him again. He's done. That's the last. He has done everything. So I don't want to see him again.
All right, and the American greenback, almighty dollar, the dollar known as Ganduje. Goodbye, sorry to see you go, or hope I never see you again.
Yes, for this woman, I think, I don't know, I was listening to Dogowa, I think the majority leader in the House. He was talking about things that he has done, Ganduje has really done well in Kano State, in terms of security, in terms of business, everybody's driving. So, I didn't really follow that space well. So, but according to the way he was hyping the praise on him and things like that, so he's thinking that he has really done well. That if given more chance, he will do more. So, but 50-50 to me, and considering his age again, so it's likely he should go back and relax in Kano. But I don't know why he's going all around with Tinubu as if he's the running mate to Tinubu. He was with him during the very of this senator, the ambassador that died in Spain, Serik Demola Seriki. He was there with him throughout. So I don't know why he left the governance of Kano State, now going all around maybe with Tinubu. So that means, is he working for a portfolio after that? Who knows? But left to me, I want him to relax, and that should be the end. So
he will be the governor of Central Bank when Tinubu becomes the president.
Central Bank, the Central Bank will be gone.
Do you think Tinubu will Yorubafy his administration in the way Buhari Abokified his administration?
Oh man, I am 90%. I tell you, there will be so many Yorubas in his cabinet if he wins. So many. I can tell you that. So many of them will come back.
Already you're demarcating this, your Tinubu already, because already when you're saying this, a lot of the Northerners that are listening will say, okay, so
look, you see, rational mind. The truth must be told. I'm not saying it will not be balanced. It will not be like Buhari, where you see there are some things about Buhari which I don't like. I will give just two. But Tinubu will not be like that. Even if you are replacing the Minister of Finance, who stepped aside herself, why not give that slot back to that state or to that region, if not the state? Even the state. Are you not saying there are not so many capable hands in that state who can? The same thing when Fowler, resigned to form FRS. Why not give that slot back to Lagos State? Say, give us another person there. Why bring in an Hausa Fulani there? So that is, but I don't. But so when I'm saying there will be so many Yoruba, I'm not saying that it will be just one-sided. No, it will be balanced. But I'm just saying at least you will see there that there's still a chunk of this there, but it will be balanced. So that's what I mean.
Ayo, how can you have so many Yoruba have a balanced cabinet?
Oh, Joel,
I'm surprised you.
I know.
No, it can't be something. It can't be something, and you still have balance. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so certain things you hear in this platform that you will never hear anywhere in the world. Like what Charlie just said just now.
So if I know because I said there will be so many Yorubas there, does that mean are you telling me if Peter Obi wins, there will not be more opportunity for the Igbos? What are we saying? So why are we pretending? Why are you saying it's not going to happen? It will, but it should not be too much to one side. It will happen. That is it. Naturally, it will happen. So I stand to be correct. It will happen.
All right, brilliant. So to Fatai. So Fatai, to you. I hope you're still there, Fatai. Fatai, are you there? All right. I was rather looking forward to Fatai. He has a very unique and highly intelligent take on things. So from Fatai, let's go on to Joel of Nashville. Joel of Nashville rejoins us from Nigeria. So Joel, you are up next. So to the space, we kick it off from the top. Madam Buhari, sorry to see you go. Hope I never see you again.
For Buhari, you see, I somehow have a soft spot for Buhari. I will still need to see him write I don't know if he's going to, but I think he should write a book or make a presentation on what really happened in his government. I think his health played a part, and I think his health was part of the reason why the ministerial list came out late. And when he started on that note, everything started going wrong. He trusted people around him so much and gave them the power to do stuff. Those people that he entrusted those power to really disappointed him or betrayed him. I think what happened was that he left them to their own. There was no inspection, and which led to everyone doing as they like. If we can recall, when Aisha Buhari was saying that the cabal has taken over the government house, she was right. We now see it. But all in all, talking about infrastructure, he did good. So I would just say for Buhari, you say? Hello?
No, sorry, carry on. I think somebody just unmuted themselves.
Okay. So based on that, I would just say, even at that, I would just say bye, never to see him again. I mean, he's about 80 years old, so let him just go and rest.
All right. And the Senate President Ahmed Lawan, goodbye, sorry to see you go, or hope I never see you again.
Goodbye, sorry to see you go, and he should be jailed. Lawan is the worst seated president. I don't know if it's in West Africa. I wish I could get or even in Africa. Look, that man really destroyed that institution. Made that institution a rubber stamp institution. Never had any respect for his. He talks down on his fellow senators. No. He was a mess. He was a mess to democracy, and thank God for the guy that put him out. He is greedy, and let's not forget that he is also a political son of Tinubu. Tinubu helped put him there. So part of those things that, I sometimes look at Tinubu and I sometimes question. But I'm not going to make it about Tinubu. I'm just going to make it about Lawan. I think he should go, and if possible, he should be jailed.
All right, brilliant. And the short man looking good in Dior, the vice president of Nigeria, Yemi Osinbajo.
That's my father. He shouldn't go nowhere. Osinbajo is class. When you talk about leaders that we can look up to in terms of character, integrity, and everything that has to do with the leader, courage. I think Osinbajo represents all of that. So I think I'm so sorry. I'm so sad that he's leaving. I hope that Peter B, makes him somehow part of his administration when he wins.
Oh, all right. And to the short little man not looking so good in a Babariga, the diminutive governor of Kaduna State. Goodbye, sorry to see you go. Goodbye, hope I never see you again. Nasir El-Rufai.
Goodbye, I hope I never see you again. And the reason is just simple. That man is treachery. He's a bigot. He's tribalistic. He is mean. I mean, I don't know any other adjective to qualify El-Rufai. El-Rufai is one of those people that shouldn't be in government. And even if he's going to be in government, he needs someone, higher to call him to order. El-Rufai is not a symbol. It's not a character anyone should emulate. I do not care what he did in Kaduna. I'm always looking at the character and what it portends for us in future. If we have leaders like him, in the position of leadership, and we're going to continue to have the culture of being tyrannic. And for him, I think El-Rufai is not a leader I would love anyone to emulate. So I would love him to leave his seat, and when he's gone, he should never come back. But I can see that he is not answering question on security for your beloved Tinubu. So if he wins, it means that El-Rufai will still be around, and that will be a starting for Nigeria.
All right. And to the life patron of the care guides, Yem saying, pass me another calabash, WIKE. So the Omoti of River State. Goodbye. Sorry to see you go. Goodbye. Hope I never see you again.
Goodbye. Sorry to see him go. But Nyesom WIKE should just be, around the corner. You see, Nyesom WIKE. You see, I look at him in two ways, right? First, he comes like he is harsh. He has so much ego. He's arrogant. And he has shown that he can stab you in the back. Just like he did with the Southeasterners, as pertaining to PDP. Let's not forget that it was virtually everybody was saying it was the turn of the Southeast, and WIKE took it upon himself to bear for that same position. And when he failed, then he started playing the Southern card. But I think he played it well. That is the first part of it. The second part of him is that he played it well. He worked for his people, and all that. So I think WIKE should just still be around the corner. You want to have that person, Sir Alex Ferguson those days would be like, instead of you playing against him, he buys you and puts you on the bench. So for us, we will in southern Nigeria, we would like to have WIKE in the bench, but not in the position of power, but in the bench, so that when it comes to, because we know that this Northerners sometimes can rear their ugly head, and when they do, people like WIKE should be able to, stand up to them. So sorry to see him go. I'll miss him. I'll miss him, no doubt. But he shouldn't be in a position of power because of his arrogance and his brashness.
All right. The governor of Katsina State, Aminu Masari, do you know enough about him to say goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again?
He is a calm dude. I followed him during his, he wasn't a bad House of Rep at all. Even with his the campaign and all that, he wasn't really a bad. I wouldn't see him as a bad person per se. Incompetent, somewhat, but certain things that that befell him was as a result of the Constitution. What is in the exclusive and what is in the residual and order other lists that we have out there. So that's the problem I see with Masari. In the issue of security, yes, he is the chief executive officer of his state, but at the same time, he does not really have the power to stop anything that has to do with insecurity because it lies in the exclusive list. So sorry to see him go. He should still hang around. I think we need this kind of character in government.
All right. It will wear a cheeky smile as it picks your pocket. He believes the best place for a dollar is in his pocket. The governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje. Goodbye, sorry to see you go, or goodbye, hope I never see you again.
I hope never to see him again. Ganduje is corrupt. Ganduje, I think that's the most, and I've heard people say that even in terms of infrastructure, it was really, how did my friend use it? He said he was shading those development, but for the one I know, and I'm going to speak to, was his corruption case with Otedola, and that case went under the carpet so fast. I think he also has some EFCC's investigation going on with him. So I would just say he should just go and just eat his money. If EFCC can get him for us, he gets him for us, and he pays some money. And I mean, that's what they do in Nigeria. They can steal as much as you want. When they catch you, just pay a little money, and you'll be a free man. So if they can get him, they get him. If they don't get him, it's okay. But I don't just want to see him around government. He should go and never to be seen again.
All right, goodbye. Hope to never see you again. So thank you, Joel. Let's move on finally to Uptown, who hopefully still there. Uptown, are you still there? Yes, Uptown has gone to the land of Nod. So thank you, Uptown. So gentlemen, we seek to start to round off. We try and cap it under 7 hours today. So we seek to start to round off, and we kick it off again. Let's go bottom up. Let's kick it off with Fatai, just to give that final opportunity, because people enjoy so much hearing. I certainly enjoy so much hearing from Fatai. If you hear from Fatai, it's a bit like a fair. He has a mesmerizing manner of speech. So Fatai, or after all that build up, you better be there. Fatai, are you there? Look at that. Look at that. Look at this guy. He's a yam head. I changed my mind. It's a yam head. So thank you, Fatai. Thank you for joining us. He's probably just stepped away from his system, but thank you, Fatai. Let's go on from Fatai to Uptown. Try Uptown again. So Uptown, are you still there? All right. I think Uptown may be otherwise indisposed. So thank you, Uptown. So from Uptown, let's go back to Joel of Nashville. So Joel of Nashville, you're up again. Joel of Nashville. He's put on weight since he came back from Nigeria. Joel of Nashville.
I added like 15 pounds. I was like, wow. I checked my weight today. I added 15 pounds. So that is purely what I ate. I was indisciplined. I was,
no, but that's the whole point of being on holiday, though. You can't be on holiday and be watching, you know. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, I always preach that whatever you do in moderation. I think I went a little bit overboard with that, and I take responsibility. So I hope to hit the gym. One man. The issue about, I think the issue was about Okupe. I've not really read. When I woke up to come to work, I saw the news. So I'm not really grounded as to what happened, but I was thinking that he's going to jail. But someone was saying, I think I read where they were saying something like he has to pay, I think, 1 million and all that.
No, yeah, it was either going to go to jail for 2 years or pay a penalty of 13 million naira, which has now been paid, so he's been set free.
Okay, 30 million naira. You see, I'm always indifferent when it comes to, the penalty and the alternative. right? So when you say someone should pay 30 million naira or go to jail for 2 years, or go to jail for 2 years, I think that is a slap on the wrist. If that was an actual corruption case, I believe that if you have an actual corruption case, you should go to jail without any option, any other option. If you are found to be guilty, you go to jail. If it is 7 years, 7 years. No option of fine or whatever it is. You go to jail with hard labor. So I don't really get what the system is talking about, but I just see it this way. If it was a criminal would not be given that option. Like if it's an armed robber, he wouldn't be given such option. So the way I look at it is that I think it is political. At this point in time, I think it is political. The case was listened to according to them. It has been in the pipeline for I think 2-3 years now, and all of a sudden it was listened to today, and the same judgment was granted today. So the hastiness with which they delivered that judgment is kind of suspect. However, if you offend the law, you do the time or you pay the fine. So I'm going to leave it at that with Okupe. I don't really see it as something that was too weighty to be given a 30 million option of fine. So that's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant. Join us again. People have been asking of you, but so that's Joel of Nashville. He's back with a bang. So thank you, Joel of Nashville. So from Joel of Nashville, we go back to Ayo, who I thought had left us because he was so silent all the way through. But Ayo, closing remarks. Ayo, who has now left us? Ayo. All right, so there it is. So thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. So from Ayo, let's go on to World Peace. World Peace, you're up next.
Konnichiwa, everybody. Quickly, this section was a very good section, and I must thank everybody. God, I know you hear me. I wait the day you want take me. It was day you want flog me on your history, but me already take you on the Mickey Way, on the crocodile dive. So I hope one day we'll fit talk. Quickly, let me greet the people in the comment section. I greet all of you now. Thanks, Mr. Garo B, Ayo, and the rest people. Thank you guys. Make una try, click like, share, and thumb up. Don't forget to buy one man coffee. Do what I say, not what I do. If they go do my own, booyaka, it go be. So, one man, I don't have much to say. It was a good section. Uptown, thanks for today. Guy, Matic, take it easy. I just talk all of us the talk here, nothing personal. I see Saki Father as a very nice person. Joel, Uptown, they are very, very different people. Kind of people I've seen when they're different. Good people to be with. Gajalikoko, I greet you. Rational Mind, I greet you. A lot of people I never greet ever since. I greet all of you now. One man, thank you. Thank you for today. I look forward to see you guys tomorrow. Peace. I'm out.
All right. Thank you, World Peace. And thank you for the whiskey. So thank you for the whiskey. If only it came in time for my cold, I would have used that as an excuse to drink it. But now I can't drink it. But thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. From World Peace, we go on to Rational Mind, who wants us to beware of spinners, but then came just spinning like a top all the way through. So the artist formerly known as Rational Mind, now MC Spinner. So MC Spinner, closing remarks.
All right, one man, thank you so much, and thank you the audience and our listeners and all of that. So, yeah, please like and share, and always please come back. We love you all, guys. We love you guys. I think one man, I must thank you for your time doing this every day, about 5-7 hours. That's a lot of time to be spending in front of a computer. But some of us, we enjoy it because as we walk along, we walk here, we're doing stuff at the same time, we listen. So that helps us. So anyway, for me, I think I was expecting us to talk about the Emefiele matter and the Tinubu matter of the gaffes and everything that he also did today, about it yesterday or sometime.
But is that Tinubu's gaff space? Is it not played out? Because he will make another different set of gaffes tomorrow.
Yeah,
and then
I know.
So how many more Agbado sessions can we do?
Well, it's still, for me, it's still something like, well, let me just leave that because before the
No. It's a quantity that is already known to that space. So we know he makes gaffes. We know he speaks in a slurred manner, and he has been doing that all the way through. So unless anything, we can do, if we want to do Tinubu's gaffes, we can do it every single day.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you. So, but anyway, I mean, it's okay. Let's just leave that. So for me, it didn't really matter. My question is why now? But then I want to say much on that.
So sorry, what happened to Emefiele? Have I missed something in the loop?
Oh wow! Oh man, you must have. They went to court. The DSS went to court. Have you heard about this Kazaure? Kazaure, who went on air and said that he had demanded from the president to arrest Emefiele. Emefiele has not been remitting. He has not been declaring all the import duties and stamps and everything that the federal government has been making from stamps and all of that. And they say that money's been running into trillions of naira. And Emefiele never declared it. Emefiele rather than give it to federal government, he put it in different banks and they were getting the interest for themselves. That's what was alleged. I don't know how true that is. And so Kazaure, who being House of Rep member on finance or something like that, and banking, I think, he discovered that and he said it was through one Yoruba guy who did the whole mathematics and do the whole breaking and coding and everything, and found out that they've not been remitting this, they've not been declaring this money to the federal government for the past, for the past, ever since he has been there in office, actually. So I said that money is running to like 20 trillion naira. I don't know how true it is. So then he went to see Bubu. Bubu said, okay, I give you. Said, okay, there's only one person I trust that could really work with you, according to some people said. They said he went to, I listened to him actually. But not to that point where somebody was also narrating what happened actually. And he now went, he said, there's somebody in DSS, that's the only person I trust. And that person from DSS was now working with Kazaure. If you go to Brekete Radio, you will see him, let's say Kazaure, where he went there to make an expose of what Emefiele has been doing in CBN. So, and Kazaure had a mandate from the president to go arrest him. If they find out, the panel could really find out that he has not been declaring this money and this money is running into trillions of naira. Why should Nigeria be borrowing money when we have this kind of almost like 20, 30 trillion naira hidden somewhere in Central Bank? So then he had started with the probing and they found out that it was true. Now they want to arrest Emefiele. Now DSS now have to go to court to get an injunction for his arrest and remove him, for him to be detained for 60 days. Now, I think the civil society, this man, I don't know if you went online, you see it. It's on Arise and I think on channels. The civil society group, they went on here, they gathered people, they called on media station and they said, they gave a press conference saying that there's an attempt to arrest this guy, Emefiele, that it's all orchestrated. They are charging him for terrorism and all of that. I didn't really know what was charges until when they said that it was on the ground of terrorism. So how has he been a terrorist? That is where. So the whole drama is just it's so ridiculous. I hope maybe tomorrow, by the time you do your research on that, you listen to, you understand what I'm trying to say better. So the point I'm trying to say is why now? If really this guy is truly guilty of this, why now? Why now that he has what's it called? He has started this policy on restricting people to the amount of money they can withdraw. The House of Rep members, a lot of them are seeking re-election, and a lot of them are working for the bigger fish like Tinubu and the rest of them. And now they are being hampered to be able to get money, to share money on, because they are restricted to the new Naira note now. In fact, the new Naira note now, if you go and look at, as you're collecting it from bank now, they're taking down the numbers, the serial numbers of the money they give to you. They will list everything down. The bank will list it down when they give it to you at the bank. So all those restrictions is making them look as if they are being washed. Now they have to now use this issue of money stock in central bank running to 30 trillion naira that Emefiele has not declared for.
Is he stuck in central bank or has he moved it? I cannot imagine that because he's buying up banks. Is buying fleets of. Is even buying islands in the Caribbean.
No, I imagine. So that's what the thing is bigger than that. If you go to Brekete, you saw another. I said they say according to Black League, I'm yet to see that. He said there was another guy from Southeast that made another expose on the oil that they were stealing from Nigeria. The US alone has about 16 billion naira, $1 billion worth of oil that were stolen, that were brought here, that were never declared to Nigerian government. So a lot of things is going.
No. That story has been in play for a long time.
All right, so that's another thing. So the thing is, there's a lot of things going on. Now, just the bottom line is this. Now, DSS went to court. I think the court had to throw out that case now for some frivolous reasons. If you listen to the reasons applied, so just mind you, what kind of country is this? They said first of all, it needs Buhari's consent for the DSS to be able to arrest Emefiele, and then they said they did not put Governor Emefiele there. They only say Emefiele, Godwin Emefiele. For the fact that they did not put Governor, he's throwing it out. It's so ridiculous. So I mean, just go and read it. Go and read it. It's so ridiculous. So the point is, Emefiele is not going to jail. They're not going to arrest him now. That's the point now. So Kazauri has failed now. Maybe they have to file another one. I don't know. Maybe they're going to accept it. But the point is that why now? The lawmakers are fighting just to have Emefiele detained or removed for this policy that is trying to hamper them from maybe being able to rig the election by buying votes or whatever it is. So but we're going to see how that plays out. It's to tell us Nigerians there's a lot of things going on in that country. A lot of corruption. Huge corruption. We wonder why Nigerians, that's about 133 million Nigerians could be in poverty when we have this wealth. We're sitting on huge, vast resources, and we're still getting. Our oil is being stolen. Our money in us is not being accounted for. And imagine why around 33 million people are in poverty. Well, maybe tomorrow when we all do more research on that, we're going to find out more on that tomorrow. I want to leave it at that. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we go on to Saki Fada. Saki Fada. Oh, all right, I think we've lost Saki. So thank you, Saki Fada. Yes, I think we've lost Saki Fada. So thank you, Saki Fada. Thank you for your company. I think he only came in really to defend the Peter Obi space. So thank you, Saki Fada. So from Saki Fada to the father of them all, the man with the golden gun, Ajan Lekoko.
Thank you, one man, and thanks to every panelist. Your contribution was quite meaningful. Everybody did very good. I hope that you guys will keep the flag flying. The flag of the platform is flying high and higher than every other platform because this is a factual-based platform. We are not talk and go. We talk to issues and we talk to fact. So that is what this platform represents. And most importantly, we are all family. We are people from the same country, people that, have been living together, living among, we've known each other, even though they were from different ethnic groups, but yes, the Southerners, we are very close with each other. A lot of Easterners lives in Lagos. They live in the West. We know them. They know us. So, but when it comes to politics, we play our politics differently. That is the main issue. But maybe very soon, maybe we both realize that, yes, it's the time to come together and play the politics together. Our great father, the Afenifere father, Baba Yadebanjo, has demonstrated a real leadership by not supporting a candidate of a prominent party who is from Yoruba land was supporting a candidate of another party that's an Igbo man. So I hope that will send a very strong signal that is a time for us to live above, and practice our politics above tribal line, tribal sentiment. We should do away with that and then come together and look for the best of the best among us and, join hand and then support the best of the best among us so that we can continue to live together like one family and continue to look for the best of the best and the greatness of that country. So other than that, I thank our people in the comment section. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow to join One Man, and our listeners across the world. Use this moment to click on the like button so that it won't be only you listening to us every day. Others are out there that haven't got a sneak signal from YouTube. So when you click on the like button, that will help the YouTube algorithm, and others that have not heard us, they can easily get a notification somehow, and maybe they will join us and bring the best of the best contribution. So, and to One Man, thank you. 6 hours, 48 minutes. You have done it again. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, bring it on, we shall join you. Good morning to you over there. Good night, American. Good night, Canadian. By God's grace, we shall meet tomorrow, and we'll continue the struggle from there. Thank you, One Man.
Ajale Koko, before you leave, I want to show you something. I want to show you something. Are you still there?
Yeah.
So in the course of this session, somebody sent me this clip that is on your screen now, and then I clicked on it, and I saw the headline, and then I wanted to go back to click on it again. But when I tried to go back there, it looks as though it has been quickly deleted. So let me play it now, and then we'll see what he has to say. So what this is telling us, it says, Zambia and DRC hand over mineral resources rights to the United States. So let's see if it still plays.
Supply chain opens the door for U.S. and like-minded investment to keep more value added in Africa. Electric vehicles help reduce carbon emissions. They support the global response to the climate crisis. This memorandum of understanding that we're about to sign signals the support by the U.S. government for what is a very important project between the two countries. Different government agencies, USAID, Commerce, the Trade and Development Agency, are exploring technical assistance for the EV supply chain. Our Exim Bank, the Development Finance Corporation, will be exploring financing and support mechanisms for investment in African electric vehicle value chains. So this is, I think, an important moment to take note of a truly important initiative for the future, not only of the DRC and Zambia, not only for Africa, but potentially for the world, as more than anything, we're together in combating the climate crisis, together in developing new renewable sources of energy, together also in building out economies for the future. This is a part of it. So it's an honor to be with my colleagues, to be able to sign, and it's an honor to have the presidents here to witness the signature. So with that.
All right. I wasn't really clear on what's being said there, but if I try to go back to it now, you'll see that it's no longer there. Okay, let me refresh it. Let me refresh it, and you see? Can you see? It says this video is no longer available. This video has been removed by the uploader. So that video was put up and then it was hurriedly deleted. So I just wanted to play it on there so I can capture it. So I've captured it here down. So then I'll go back to it to see what I can make of it. But it's quite a curious one. But we've captured it anyway.
So that's a kind of a top secret a meeting behind the closed door, and where some agreement is reached, and somebody was able to capture it on the video and filter it out. And what do you sense there? Why they have to take down the video?
Yes, is what that video, what the headline was saying is that what those people were signing up, the DRC and Zambia, was all of their mineral resources to the United States. So that's what that video was telling us. So that person sent it to me. I clicked on it in the course of the session. I saw the headline, and then I wanted to go back to it again, but I wasn't sure where it was. So I went back to the Instagram link that the person sent me, and I clicked on it again, and it only then landed me on that this video has been removed, which then triggered my senses to say, why would it be removed?
Yeah.
You know, but I thought I'd lost it. In fact, I sent the person a reply to say, look, this video has been removed. But then as I was closing down all the tabs on my screen, where I had originally clicked on it, it was still resting there. So I just wanted to play it so that I can capture it here, so that I have it. So, and we're able to capture it. So I'll probably go back and revisit it to see what is going on there. But I'll keep you posted. So,
but if that actually happened, that means about 60% or 5% of mineral resources in Africa is gone. Because
that's it. Yes.
Yeah, because that DRC, according to some information, some resources that are in that country is they worth trillions upon trillions of dollars.
It's the most mineral resource rich place on the planet.
On the
DRC,
planet.
yeah, the Congo, formerly Zaire. You know, it's
well,
quite
I won't blame US though. You know why I won't blame US? Because
to go and exploit black people.
Yeah, I mean, China is encroaching hard on Africa, and they are taking all the resources. So, what are they looking? Why should they just sit down and allow China to take over the whole of the continent resources at free will like that? They give them little things, and they take all the resources. The same thing is happening in Nigeria. They are taking all of our resources, and they are building a locomotive train, railway for them that doesn't fit the modern world. China is building fast what do they call it? Fast train service. They've just recently built the fastest running train service in the world, while they are building locomotives for us. So I don't. It's just the superpowers. They are looking at what China is doing in Africa, and I think they're seeing it that they shouldn't allow China to take over the whole continent, because China is taking all the resources and using it to develop themselves, and developing China is a threat to United States, particularly. You know. It's a threat to United States. So,
all right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So, thank you, Ajan Lekoko, and thank you, everyone. I'm going to speed through it just to cap it under 7 hours. Thank you, one and all. Thank you to the super chat and the Ayo who buys the coffee solely. So, thank you, one and all, to the chatters, the new faces, and all the traditional ones. Good to have you around. Always a delight in your company. So let me delight in your company again tomorrow. We do it all over again tomorrow. So I'll leave here, carry conversation with you in comment section, but here I say peace.